How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporters?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
Guys, what's up? What's up? My microphone is absolutely on. You know why? Because I am a professional streamer on the internet. I would never, ever, ever go live without turning my microphone on. That would never happen because I am a professional. I'm a professional. Welcome to Happy Hour, guys. Welcome to Happy Hour. Now, listen, on Fridays, we take it a little bit easy on the channel. We cover very heavy content all week. We read a really long Antifa document yesterday. It took several hours to read it. And so because we did the hard work, and now we're going to have a dessert of sorts I guess. Thanks, Doug, for the super chat. Xmas party at work tonight. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thanks, Doug. Have a good time at your party. Well, here's the thing. Now, I have had, like, zero interest in all the Candace Owens stuff for months. I don't really care about Candace. Like, my perspective on Candace is I think she's a narcissist. I would never trust that woman. I have been saying that for years and years and years. But at the same time, Candace makes really good and entertaining content sometimes. And so, I have dabbled in Candace on this channel. I watched Candace's whole series about Brigitte Macron being a man, and I thought it was very well done. And I think that she made a compelling case, probably left a lot of stuff out, but she did make a compelling case. Naruto, I don't know if Candace would have met with Erika. I don't know, Naruto. I guess we might find out. So we did watch the Brigitte Macron series. We watched the USS Liberty interview. I thought the USS Liberty interview was great. And then Candace, I think, you know what? The turning point in Candace's whole internet kind of world, I think, can be marked with her interview with Nick Fuentes. Because Candace was so stupid with that interview, because not only did she put it behind a paywall, she gave me a copyright strike for watching it on my channel, by the way, and I was perfectly willing to do that because fuck Candace and her fucking paywall. The video's all still on Rumble, by the way. She put the video behind a paywall. She also set Nick up in that interview, and she spent about an hour in that interview just nagging Nick about like stuff he said about Dave Smith, her friend, that she didn't like, and it was such a wasted opportunity for Candace. It was so stupid. And I just, you guys know I am Team Nick. I will be on Team Nick for the rest of my natural life unless he really goes crazy, which I don't think he will. I have been since October 7th. There's nothing that you could have ever done to get me to turn my back on Nick Fuentes, because I just have a whole lot of respect for what he's done, what he's put up with for years. I think he is right about not everything, but I think he's right about 95% of things. And so when Candace decided to throw Nick Fuentes under the bus, yes, anyone who I'm sorry, guys. Anyone who thinks that Nick Fuentes had sex with Destiny is too stupid to be on this channel. This is an IQ test. Are you smart enough to understand that Nick Fuentes would never have sex with a man, and certainly never do it on video? If you are not smart enough to understand that, you're too stupid to be on my channel. I'm very, very sorry. You have failed the IQ test. Hey, thanks, Prita. Thank you for the outstanding deep dive stream on Antifa document last night. One of my favorite streams so far. Keep it up. Yeah, that was a big one. And I really do appreciate the super chat there. And because we did such a deep dive last night on that document, we're just taking it a little bit lighter today. So when Candace totally threw Nick Fuentes under the bus in that interview, I was just kind of like, okay, like whatever. Like I can't get on board with that. I can't. And then, of course, like Candace has been doing nothing but talking about Charlie Kirk for months and months and months. And quite frankly, I still find the whole Charlie Kirk thing to be very, very sad. And I find it disgusting how many people have made so much content just grifting on the death of Charlie Kirk. Now, listen, a lot of people have accused me of being a grifter over the years, and Jeremy fat fuck retard from the Quartering tried to make a whole video about me, dragging me for talking about Charlie Kirk, even though Jeremy didn't bother to fact check to see the video he played. Didn't actually have me talking about Charlie Kirk, and had me talking about going undercover with Antifa. But like, I truly, like, I have made almost no content about the death of Charlie Kirk apart from the day that it actually happened. Like, because I find the whole thing to be incredibly sad, and I find it to be extremely disgusting the way so many people have cashed in on this guy's death. And I say that at the same time as I think that whatever the fuck is going on with Erika Kirk is very, very, very weird. Erika Kirk is like a Stepford wife. She's like a robot. She's like, there's something off about the whole situation with Erika Kirk. But at the same time, I don't see it as my job to spend all my time analyzing the psychology of Erika Kirk. I don't see it as my job to spend all my time I cover the far left. I cover the far left. That is what I do. That is what I focus the majority of my time on. And it's just like it's I find it really gross how many people have made dozens, maybe even hundreds of videos about this assassination purely to make money, not because it's something that they're passionate about, purely to make fucking money. It is so I hate the conservative influencer sphere so much. So when Candace started making all these videos, I just kind of ignored it because I don't know, I'm of the mindset and I have this crazy idea that if you don't want to watch someone's content, you just don't watch it. If you don't I don't personally like this type of content from Candace. I don't like this type of content from anyone. So why would I spend, I mean, there are also people who have made, by the way, there are also people who have made a butt ton of money covering Candace's insane meltdown. Because it's like all they want to do is hate watch content and complain. And I personally don't believe in hate watching because I think hate watching just makes you angry and it keeps you in that constant state of like being outraged at something. And I think existing in a perpetual state of outrage, like it does something to you. It drives you insane. I mean, Twitter is a great indication of this. People on Twitter are insane. From just like normal people who have an anonymous account all the way up through influencers that have millions of followers. So many people on that platform are actually insane because all they do all day is look for things to be pissed off about. And so they've wired their brains in a way where the only content that they see is content that makes them upset. And they're constantly seeking that out for that dopamine rush and all that. I don't think it's a good idea to live in that space. I just don't. I think if you are watching content all the time purely to hate watch, purely to be pissed off, not doing anything productive in the world, I just don't think that that is a healthy, functional thing. And I don't particularly want to exist in that. However, what I will do from time to time, I won't exist in the land of Candace for an extended period of time. We're not talking like days, weeks, or months or something, but I can partake of Candace's content in a binge watch scenario where I just sit here and I watch episode after episode after episode to find out what the fuck happened. And I'm perfectly happy to do that, at least for a Friday when I have alcohol. Latrina, thanks so much for running over this for us. Too many grifts and psyops to keep track of. The bullshit piling up so fast, you need wings to stay above it. Well, the thing of it is, too, is a lot of people have been asking me about the Candace stuff, I mean, for a while. And my line has pretty much been, I don't care. And that's actually true. I don't actually care. But I do feel just because this whole situation has gotten so big now, I do feel some professional obligation to at least understand what Candace is saying and to hinge into reality. Because again, I feel like I'm really just like, I have no horse in this race. I think that Candace is a narcissist. I think that Candace will say and do whatever she needs to say and do to make money and to get ahead and to achieve her goals. I would never trust Candace. I would have a conversation with Candace, but I would always keep in mind that like we are not on the same team at all. Candace is on Team Candace and only Team Candace. Now that again, that's not to say that Candace might not get things right every now and again. And the other thing is too, is like I watched Candace's Brigitte Macron series. The feedback that I saw people giving Candace, like the things that I saw people saying on Twitter about her series, it was obvious to me that the people who were dragging Candace and criticizing her and attacking her, they hadn't actually watched what she said. And that also bothered me. Like it can both be true. Candace can be a narcissist, and it can also be true at the same time that the people who are constantly criticizing Candace and attacking Candace and going after Candace also are not actually listening to what Candace is actually saying. They're making shit up to, again, garner outrage and clout and grift off their audiences because this is what conservative influencers do, right? Naruto, Con Inc. I'm sad about Charlie, someone I might have considered a friend. Now let me make money and tell you about this sponsor. Yeah, that all really pisses me off. Yeah, it really, really does. So going into this, I'm honestly not on anyone's side. I want to see what Candace said directly. And I'm going to go through a whole bunch of her episodes too. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go through, I want to start about a month ago. I don't know how many of these I'm going to get through, but I'm going to try to bang through a bunch of them. We're not going to watch the super chat versions. We're going to watch the meat of the episode where Candace is making arguments related to Charlie Kirk. But I thought I would start about a month ago, Operation Mocking Plane, the Charlie Kirk plot thickens, and just basically go episode by episode. And we're obviously going to skip over the Brigitte Macron stuff because that's not really interesting to me. But we're just going to go episode by episode, and we're going to do a whole Candace binge watch here. And we're gonna get it all in one shot. This is like when you're watching a show on Netflix. Like Candace does her episodes where she has cliffhangers at the end of the episodes. Guess what? We don't have to wait for the next episode. We're just gonna watch it all at the same time. So the cliffhangers just run right into the next episode. And I'm just gonna sit here and watch this. And that's what it's gonna be. Yo, Hans with the big super chat. Thank you, Hans. Very generous. I really appreciate it. Han says, I was given a great end of year bonus. I put away enough for a vacation next year. Thank you for your dedication. I'll be seeing most of you at Occupy Libraries next year. Hans, that is awesome. Thank you. I hope you pick out an amazing vacation. Go. I've been looking for vacations myself because my 15-year wedding anniversary is in November of next year. And so I've been looking for vacations myself. I'm looking for somewhere warm and tropical with a beach. I hope you guys do something awesome with that Christmas bonus. Thank you so much. Murphy's Pool in with the big super chat. Murphy's Pool, we love you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you and Victor. Merry Christmas to you and your wife as well, Murphy's Pool. Thank you for always being just a source of levity for us. We so love you. We so appreciate you. And thank you so much for your generosity. I really, really do appreciate it. So, guys, that's what we're going to do today. We're going to binge watch some Candace. And we're going to drink. And I have some drinks, and we're going to talk about my drinks in a second. First thing, though, I need your guys' help. Can you guys help me out with a project? Can you guys help me out with something? So you may not know this because I probably should have made the clip at the time, but this is a good year-end thing. This is a good year-end project. So do you guys remember? Hang on. Do you guys remember this person? Do you guys remember this meme? Trigglepuff? Now, this meme was before my time. I wasn't really talking about politics until 2020. This meme was like in what, like 2016 or something? Does everyone remember this like really fat person that became a meme and Steven Crowder spread it all over the internet and made a video about it and all that stuff? Well, you might not know this if you're relatively new to my content. We actually found this person doing a random fat liberation presentation several months ago. And basically what happened is we were watching a fat liberation presentation that was given at the University of Illinois. We were watching it for the second time. And one of the things I had the chat do is there was this woman in the presentation named Autumn Miller. And Autumn Miller didn't want to come on camera. And I was like, Autumn Miller is a fat liberation activist that doesn't want to come on camera. She must be fucking enormous. And so basically when we were watching the presentation, I sent my chat on a mission and I said, we need to figure out what Autumn Miller looks like because I think that would be really funny for us. At the time, we had no idea what we were getting into, but it turns out that Autumn Miller was the Trigglypuff girl and she changed her name and she refused to come on camera. And I was supposed to make a clip about this a long time ago, and I just never did. And then today, Devin Stack posted about it, and I don't really know Devin Stack. Like, I know of Devin Stack, but I don't really know him. But Amalek tagged me in it, and you guys know I can't resist Amalek. He's too devastatingly handsome. And so if Amalek tags me in something, I have to actually pay attention to it. And so Devin Stack posted today, there's a universe where Trigglepuff, after becoming a meme, realized they'd let themselves go, and after some difficult self-reflection, underwent a total transformation and is now a well-adjusted human. And then there's the universe you live in. And Amalek said She's currently organizing with far-left communists to do a massive general strike in May of 2028. Karlyn found her in a commie Zoom call and covered it on a live stream the other week. The most sad state of the American right is that Trigglepuff is more revolutionary and organized than us. And then Amalek asked me for the clip where we found her. And so, again, Amalek asked me for something. I have to provide it because he's devastatingly handsome. And so I made this clip going back to the Trigglepuff exposure. And I tagged Steven Crowder in this just because I think Steven Crowder would get a kick out of it. Can you guys help me share this? Can you guys all do me a favor? I'm going to put the URL in the chat on YouTube and on Rumble, and I just messed up my whole screen. I'm going to put the link to the X post is also pinned to the top of my page. And what I need you guys to do is I need you to like it, share it, bookmark it, reply to it, say whatever you want, tag Steven Crowder in it, get his attention. I think he might actually be kind of amused by this in some weird way. So share it, make it go viral. This is a feel-good moment. We did detective work on the internet. We exposed a fat activist. That fat activist happens to be a world famous internet meme. Go and share it with the world, guys. It's funny as hell. And by the way, this presentation was a Socialism Saturday called Fat Liberation. So if you want to go back and watch the full stream, you can find it on my channel. But this whole presentation is a trip. This is actually something that was taking place at taxpayer-funded universities. Autumn Miller / Cora Siegel was, I think she graduated. She was a PhD student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and so she was giving this presentation advocating for fat liberation at the University of Illinois as part of her PhD work. So go share the clip. It's also on my YouTube and Rumble channel. Go check it out and tag Crowder, and maybe he'll cover it on a show, and that'd be pretty rad. That would be pretty rad indeed. Thank you, Shayna. Good to see you again. What about the rumors that Candace is doing this because she wanted to end up with Charlie and now Erika has the role she wanted? I don't know, Shayna. I don't know. I don't know about all that, but I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much for that. Guys, as a reminder, if you want to follow my latest work on the left and check out the interview I did with Harrison Smith on InfoWars the other day, which was pretty rad, head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. You can sign up as a member for $8 a month, $80 a year. All signups do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really, really, really do appreciate it because I am 100% funded by people just like you who see the value in what I do, constantly researching the left, exposing the left, doing all that good stuff. And I can only do that because you guys make it possible by funding my work. If you want to fund my work via Super Chat, please feel free to do that as well. And I would really appreciate it. And we're just going to have fun. Oh, wait, I need beer. Hang on. What am I talking about? Not beer. I'm doing cider today. Hang on. I almost forgot. Oh, no. I almost forgot it's happy hour. And so on happy hour, traditionally, I go to the craft beer stores and I get 4 craft beers. We are doing cider today, though. I may not drink all 4, although I might because this is going to be a long-ass stream. And basically, I tell you guys about all the different things I bought, and you guys get to vote on which one I drink first. And then we'll get into our things. So are there any cider drinkers in the house? Are there any cider drinkers? I do actually really appreciate a good cider. If I'm being honest about it, there are times when I just appreciate cider more than anything else. Let's get into it. Our first choice today is Stormalong. This is Allison's Orchard, and this is just kind of like your basic kind of like hard apple cider. But like the thing that I like about it is it's unfiltered, and it's just really, really good. I've had this particular cider on several occasions. It's really, really solid. It is out of New Hampshire. I highly recommend it. It is a good, solid choice. If everything else sucks, at least we will have this. That is option number 1, our unfiltered cider. Option number 2. Now listen, fall is the best time for seasonal beers, seasonal ciders, all that stuff. I had to try the Citizen Cider Donut Cider. Now, I do have a cider donut cider that I drink in the fall. It's the 1911 cider that I absolutely love. But listen, I'll try another cider donut cider because cider donut cider is fucking awesome. Now, Citizen Cider, I believe, are they in, they're in Burlington, Vermont. I thought so. So this is communist. That's okay. If they make a good cider, they make a good cider, and that's all that matters. So cider donut cider is our number 2 choice. I don't really know what to say about this one. So 1911 is a really good cider company. I really do like a lot of their stuff. This is the Sugar Plum Cider. I don't even know what a sugar plum tastes like. I don't even really know what a sugar plum is. But I was like, it seems very seasonal. It's going to be Christmas. It was the last one in the store. So I decided to try the 1911 Sugar Plum Cider, and hopefully it's good. That's one of the options. And then the last one. Now, this one I got. Can I get a little nostalgic for a moment? This one I got purely because I grew up as a skier in Vermont. Yes, I used to go skiing. I used to go skiing a lot. I used to go skiing every weekend. Do you want to know why I had to go skiing every weekend? Because my father bought a season pass for both my brother and I, and we were going to damn well get our money's worth. And it didn't matter how cold it was. I had to go skiing every weekend of my life for several years when I was younger. Now, the downside of that is sometimes it was really effing cold, and that sucked. The upside of that is I got really good at skiing. Oh, you skied Jay Peak? Jay Peak was a great ski area. I didn't ski it much, but I skied it every once in a while. Now, this is from Stowe. I hated skiing Stowe. And in fact, this particular trail at Stowe, I know exactly which trail this is because I had to ski Stowe. My father made us go to Stowe one weekend when it just happened to be really fucking icy. And I crashed and ended up sliding all the way down this hill. And I actually, it was funny though. This is the revenge I got against my father because I fell down. I was going really down, like this specific hill. I was going down it really, really fast. I fell. I started sliding down the hill. My father was ahead of me standing waiting for us. And I was going so fast that I crashed right into my father and I knocked him over too. And I was like, serves you right for making me go skiing on a really icy day. This is entirely your fault. It's not my fault for falling. It's your fault for making me go skiing on a really icy day. Anyway, I never really liked Stowe. I liked Sugarbush. My favorite ski area in Vermont, though, was Mad River Glen. I fucking loved Mad River Glen. It's got the single chairlift. It's just such a cool ski area. Bolton Valley was one of my favorites too because Bolton Valley had night skiing and I really liked night skiing. That was awesome. But Sugarbush was the main one I skied at. Anyway, I bought this because it had Stowe, Vermont on it, made me nostalgic for skiing. But this is a cranberry orange cider. I have no idea if it's going to be any good, but it had a ski area on it and I was feeling nostalgic. Anyway, now it's time to vote. I'm putting the poll in the chat. You have, again, the unfiltered cider. You can vote for the cider donut cider. You can vote for the sugar plum cider. Or you can vote for the cranberry orange ski area cider. And let me know which one you want me to drink first by doing the poll in the chat. Sorry, Rumble, this poll is just on YouTube because that's the way it goes. That's okay. I appreciate you guys. If you want to register a vote over on Rumble, just chat in which one you want me to drink. That would be great. New Zealand Sprite cider for apple juice flavor is incredibly smooth, easy to drink by the pint, which is funny because Sprite's is a very stout brew. That actually sounds delightful. That sounds delightful. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Well, you guys are voting. I'm going to get us set up. We're going to get into some Candace. We're going to do some Candace today. We're going to do some Candace. One's in the chat if you've been following Candace, if you've been watching Candace. 2 in the chat if this will be kind of like your first introduction to the Candace downward spiral insanity. I'm just curious about what the audience makeup is. 1 in the chat if you've been watching Candace and this is going to be a second viewing for you. 2 in the chat if you are just going to be watching it for the first time. Goro votes for Sugar Plum. I see it. Everyone's voting for Sugar Plum. Actually, no. Actually, Cider Donut's winning now. Cider Donut is winning. It's neck and neck between Cider Donut and Sugar Plum, guys. Last chance to cast your votes over on YouTube. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. It's so close. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 1. Wow. I think Sugar Plum won at the very last moment. Sugar Plum won over Cider Donut at like the very, very, very last moment. All right, so Sugar Plum it is. That's okay. We're going to be able to drink more than one, though. I'll be able to drink the Cider Donut one, too. Hang on. Oh, come on. Go in the back. I have a cooler bag sitting on my floor and the cider didn't want to go into it. Okay. We are ready to go. I've got my Sugar Plum cider. Has everyone mounted the like button if you would be so kind? Has everyone subscribed to the channel? We are going to start with an episode of Candace about a month ago. Operation Mocking Plane. The Charlie Kirk plot thickens. And I'm just going to open this in a new window so we can kind of keep track of things.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. A little bit of history for you today. It was after the public execution of sitting President JFK in 1963 that the CIA established Operation Mockingbird. Deep state assassinations require deep state solutions. They spent an offensive amount of money to control the press and to control the narrative, to put an end to the public asking common sense questions about what actually transpired on that fateful day in Dallas. To put it simply, the deep state declared a psychological warfare campaign on the people. In effect, their soldiers were the journalists and the writers. Their goal, obviously, to get people to just stop asking questions, to almost criminalize asking questions via methods of gaslighting. Fast forward to 2025, and they're running the exact same playbook. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight, and they immediately deployed their troops to criminalize asking questions.
What are you supposed to take from the everyone? You know what I mean?
Ooh, Hank.
I think the implication was dramatic. And then I think a lot of people reading the tweets would assume that she meant Erika Kirk.
Either Erika Kirk is evil and was in on it, or Candace Owens is an evil.
I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she was doing right now.
Post Charlie, there was so much unity, so much
excitement, like
so much resurgence in faith and newfound interest in faith. And that now there is discord, so many distractions. And that is just like Satan, who comes to steal, kill, and destroy. He is called the great accuser. He is the sower of discord, the author of confusion.
The reason I haven't waited on things is I'm an eyewitness to events, and they said, don't comment on things because anything you say can mess that up. I don't want to mess up any trial for the person who did this. That's 1,000% right.
But Candace Owens is well within her rights to suggest certain things and all this, and she has the right to free speech and all that. That's fine. She's right to ask questions. I just think it is hurtful and not helpful when you cross a line to strongly suggest somebody's guilty of something for which you have no evidence.
Oh my.
Challenge accepted, Frank Turek. Let's go Max today.
Ooh,
welcome back to Candace.
Let's go Max, guys. Challenge accepted. Candace is going to go Max. Candace has all the evidence. No, we don't speed things up.
Pastor Rob McCoy, let's not forget him too, because he's the spawn of naval psychological intelligence, psychological campaigns upon the public. And here's what he has to say about matters. Take a listen.
I want to read you a passage out of Romans. It says in Romans 12:15 and 16, rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. Be of the same mind toward one another. Do not set your mind on high things, but associate with the humble. And do not be wise in your own opinion. I think that's a fitting verse. I mean, we're hearing all kinds of speculation about Charlie and what he believed and didn't believe. And I just have to tell you, this is not the time for it. It's a time to minister to the family. They have a husband and a father to bury. We have a friend to bury, a brother to bury, a son to bury. And the world is mourning. And this is not the time to get clicks. It's not time to build your empire. It's time to just simply weep with those who weep. And it's time to just humble yourself and not make it all about you. It's about the Lord.
You hear that, Christians? Asking questions is just, it's not about you. I mean, is there anything that they didn't try? You're making money off of this. It's unbiblical. Charlie wouldn't want this. His family is grieving. Not right now. Let's at least wait a couple of weeks. It's going to ruin the case. You'll get into heaven as long as you don't think about it. If you don't think about what happened on 9/10, then you're guaranteed a slot into heaven. You know, I used to really lament the fact that I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. Seriously, I hated that I didn't grow up rich. Who didn't, right? Who does not hate if you grow up without a lot, that you weren't just born into the right circumstances? And now I reflect on those feelings, and I wouldn't change a single thing. I am actually so grateful. That's what I want to say today. I am so grateful about where I started my life in St. John's Towers. I look at that building now with such pride. And I am grateful to have not grown up with a silver spoon in my mouth because it fortified my character and it gave me a lot of common sense, basic survival skills. It requires gut instinct. And I had to learn at a very young age to read people. I think that's my superpower, actually, just being able to look at someone and sense danger or sense deceit. I can just look at Rob McCoy, and for me, it's a no. It's obviously a no. Same thing, by the way, I should mention with Steven Crowder. I have never been a fan. He just always gave me the energy of a pathological liar. I trust my gut. I don't trust influencer campaigns. I don't trust celebrities because they're raising their arms and they glitter and shine and they tell me that I should roll up my sleeves and get a vaccine. I don't listen to any of that. I trust my gut instincts, always. And my gut started to tell me that they suddenly began panicking when I discovered the Egyptian plains. They did what we now term a pre-bunking, right? A pre-bunking is when you say something casual and then they send out like a full fleet against you to not even actually debunk you, but they're just so extreme in not debunking you that they even lie about what you said. And that lie tends to actually foreshadow something that they don't want you to know. So I'll give you a perfect example. On October 11th, when I infamously tweeted about the Egyptian military plane that left Provo on the morning of Charlie Kirk's assassination, I got the time zone wrong by a couple of hours. And they completely overreacted. I mean, an account that didn't even exist wrote, the time zone is wrong. Next thing you know, it was trending. And the
thing of it is, this is so tricky, right? Because it's like, Candace does have a fair point that Jewish Twitter, Zionist Twitter, will overreact to every single thing that Candace Owens says and does. And so again, it might be that Candace Owens is completely making all this shit up, but she's also not wrong on like there is no way that Candace is wrong about 100% of the things that she says. And the fact that like Zionist Twitter will attack her no matter what, they take things out of context, they twist them, they lose their fucking minds over every single thing that she says and does. It's like, that is suspicious because to be quite frank, if people really wanted Candace Owens to go away, they would just stop talking about her. If people really wanted Candace to shut the fuck up and go away, they would just stop talking about her. They did that to Nick Fuentes for years and years and years and years and years. They wouldn't even mention his name. But they don't want Candace to go away because a lot of the people who are criticizing Candace Owens are also making money criticizing Candace Owens. And there is a political agenda to criticizing Candace Owens. And they have a very vested interest in discrediting every single thing Candace Owens says because Candace is critical of Israel. Now, it could be that Candace is wrong and absolutely insane about everything related to Charlie Kirk. But that's not why they're attacking her. They're attacking her because she is correctly critical of Israel. Well, she's not always correct in what she says, but she is correct. She is correct in the general direction of criticizing Israel on a very large scale. And so the only reason they're attacking her over this Charlie Kirk stuff, by the way, most of the people attacking Candace Owens and saying Candace Owens is a mean and awful woman for going after Erika Kirk, most of them don't give a flying fuck about Erika Kirk. Most of them didn't give a flying fuck about Charlie Kirk. They're just doing it to appear self-righteous. So I'm not, again, I have to say, like, I'm not on Candace's side, but Candace has evil fucking people attacking her at every single step of the way. And it's like, and she has all these influencers pretending they were all Charlie Kirk's best friend when they just provably weren't. And that to me is actually suspicious.
Pretended it had been officially debunked just because the departure time was wrong. But that wasn't even enough for them. They were so alarmed. And I was off air at that time, right? I took a 2-week break. They still found something to scandalize when I wasn't even on air, something that I didn't even say. They sent undercover operatives to sign up for my private book club that I kept on Tuesday. And then they took out a clip of that book club, from that book club, and accused me of accusing Erika of murdering her husband. I mean, they manufactured that claim out of thin air, and then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people, Steven Crowder, right? Everyone suddenly making videos saying that because I said he was betrayed by everyone, obviously what I meant was Erika Kirk murdered her husband. And this was all happening because I mentioned the Egyptian plane. I am certain of it. And so that you can look backward and really see how these psychological campaigns work, I want you to watch this clip of Steven Crowder trying to convince people that despite the words that are coming out of my mouth, they shouldn't listen to what I'm saying. He actually knows what I really meant, which is something that I didn't say. And yeah, here it is. Here's that clip.
But you watch this clip in its entirety, and it seems pretty blatant that she's saying, and people are interpreting it this way, which is also important, that the Trump administration, not whatever it was, we went from underground Jew tunnels, Mossad, the Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk.
I just really needed to just take a breather and really process everything that happened with Charlie and what it kind of means in terms of where we are. And I think it is a circumstance where we just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on.
Wait. Is it possible that Candace is working through her own feelings in this scenario? Is it possible that the reason that Candace is going like completely just like off on everyone is not necessarily because she's so bent out of shape about Charlie specifically, but because she is trying to frame it as like, is it because Candace feels the conservative right have done the same thing to her as she's saying they did to Charlie? And it's like, she's not fighting Charlie's battle. She's fighting her own battle, but she's using Charlie in order to fight it. Does that make sense? What Candace is saying there is like, basically, I bet you what Candace thinks has been done to her. Like, she's been excommunicated. She gave so much of her life to this, and they threw her away when it wasn't convenient anymore, and they stabbed her in the back, and they did all this, that, and the other. She's saying they did that about Charlie because she thinks they did it to her. So that's why she's okay. I got it.
And so here's a holiday, bro. If they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock it off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do.
I don't know
it's
about
it's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. You're like holiday and a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard is not going to be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th, you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And we will see you guys then.
Well, let me first be tactful here and tell you that outrageous claims, and this is an outrageous claim, require outrageous evidence. Of course, as is par for the course, none has been presented. You know who's really close to President Trump, and you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife, Erika Kirk, who has now been put, Candace with that language, with this accusation, has put the wife of Charlie Kirk, and she'll say, that's not what I tried to do. It is. It's the result. Erika Kirk in the crosshairs. There's no middle ground here right now. Either Erika Kirk is evil and was in on it, or Candace Owens is an evil.
No matter how many times I watch that clip of me talking about Martin Luther King Boulevard and Charlie Kirk Boulevard, I do not get from that Erika Kirk killed her husband, but that's what they went with. Those were talking points that were delivered to them. They were supposed to go out of the gate with that. The question is why? Okay. Retrospectively, that was a clue. They were panicking. They were trying to pretend me saying that everyone betrayed him, which obviously was not about Erika. It also wasn't about Charlie's mother or Charlie's father or Charlie's children, but they were specifically trying to struggle session that into a slight against Erika rather than more obviously suggesting that people at Turning Point USA betrayed him, which Erika Kirk was not an employee of leading up to his death. Why were they doing that? Then, of course, that made me only look further into the Egyptian planes, and I discovered that the planes had been tracking Charlie. We showed you guys this, right? We created this document and we organized it SUBND being the blue plane, and then tail number SUBTT being the yellow plane. That seems to have struck even more fear into the nest of mockingbirds. In fact, they sent Mother Mockingbird out, Ben Shapiro, to make the exact same wild allegation out of thin air that I said something specifically about Erika when I had not. Again, I'll ask the question, why Erika? Why didn't Ben on stage say she accused Mikey or Rob McCoy? I've done multiple episodes now on Mikey McCoy, on Rob McCoy, speaking about Andrew Colvett, Alex Clark. Why did they keep going back to Erika? What is it about these Egyptian planes that were making them spiral? Now, I'm going to let you guys know right now that it is difficult to investigate a matter, especially when it involves a person that you know, because there are minor things that I immediately noticed that were off or unlikely that would not have necessarily alarmed the general public. For example, one of the earliest alarms that went off for me was the fact that Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who takes out the SD cards, was there at all. Okay. Terrell does not do college campus events. He doesn't do that. He's at the top of the company. He does the big events, the SAS, the AmFest. He does not do college events. But of course, he told me they were trying something new that day. And it must have been so new that it was over by the next event after Charlie died because he wasn't there again. So he just out of the blue was at this event and then he wasn't, and he secured the SD cards. Okay. It was something that I noticed that the rest of the world would not have taken as a concrete fact. It is also how I felt, and I'm sharing this with you now for a reason, when I learned that Charlie flew into Salt Lake City that morning. Because why didn't he fly into the much closer Provo airport? Now, ostensibly, the answer is because he had an interview with a person that nobody really knows. He's a managing director of a restaurant fund. Andrew K. Smith, out of nowhere, does this restaurantology interview with Charlie. And so Charlie flew into Salt Lake to make this interview happen. That to me felt like an oddity, okay? Because in a typical scenario, Charlie is not going to be incentivized to go out of his way because he would only do it actually if there was a big donor on the hook. And maybe that's what he was told. This guy's going to give a ton of money to Turning Point USA. Or B, because it was a major political person. Otherwise, for the sake of a podcast, people travel to Charlie, okay? If you want to get Charlie, you're going to travel to Charlie to make that happen. He's not going to go out of his way. To me, the common thing that always happened was they would set up an interview in an empty room at the campus, at UVU campus. They would have had this guy in the corner and Charlie would have flown into Provo. So I felt, again, didn't share at this time, that they diverted Charlie Kirk to Salt Lake City for a reason, okay? Something else you should know about Charlie is Charlie was obsessed with planes. My husband and him actually shared this in common, where every time we'd board a plane, Charlie would know exactly, like, way too many facts about the plane. If we were boarded an old American Airlines flight, he'd be like, oh, they actually took these planes out of service in the 1970s. He just had a lot of Snapple facts when it came to planes, something that I just do not dedicate any of my time into learning about. He really liked planes and knowing everything about them. And more crucially, I want you guys to understand this, Charlie had a photographic memory. He did. Donor names, emails, numbers. Charlie Kirk was a walking Excel sheet. You'd walk into a room, he'd say, that's so-and-so, 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 so-and-so. He works for so-and-so. She works for so-and-so. They gave this much last year. That is why he was able to turn Turning Point USA into a successful machine, because of his memory. It was unbelievable. That's all going to be relevant now, okay? So you have to remember that Charlie landed into Salt Lake City at 9:23 a.m. local time. I suspect that if he had instead landed into Provo, he would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane, okay? It's not every day that you see an Egyptian military craft. It is now my well-informed opinion that he would have looked at that plane and he would have recognized the blue plane and he would have instantly realized that something was amiss. And now I'm going to explain to you very carefully why I suspect that it is highly.
Candace believes that they diverted Charlie to a completely different airport because if he had landed at the Provo airport, he would have recognized a random plane. Guys, has anyone ever landed in a plane at an airport before? Like, you know that you don't actually see every other plane that has landed at the air. Like, what?
Likely that Charlie would have recognized that plane. Okay,
That's a bit
tail
of a
number
stretch.
SUBND, the blue plane. A pregnant mommy sleuth who was locked into this.
Listen, like, you can have a really good memory, but if like you aren't paying attention to something, like I have an exceptional memory when I'm paying attention to something. Like if I'm like I am like a fucking savant when it comes to socialism. I can list off all the activists, all the presentations, where they work, when they did, who they presented with, who's their best friend, who are they, I can list off all that stuff because I'm actually paying attention to it when I'm studying the topic. But if I'm just like in the normal world and something happens in the vicinity of where I am and I'm not really paying attention to it, I don't retain that information. And I think it's the same thing with Charlie, like with anyone that has a really good memory. It's like if you're not actually focused on something, if you're not actually paying attention to it, you don't retain the information. It's not like you pick up every single bit of information like a fucking sponge wherever you are. And I have a really hard time believing that someone would be that focused on Egyptian airplanes. That doesn't make sense.
Investigation discovered something that me and my team had missed. I consider her, obviously, and all of you to be my decentralized intelligence agents. Anyway, she sent me a rather urgent email, and I'm obviously protecting her identity for reasons that are clear. But I want you to know that this discovery is due entirely to her. She is the person that, in this regard, went max for Charlie when I missed something. Her email stated, in effect, that I was only partially right about the plane tracking Charlie.
Wait. So Candace basically, I said this on Twitter the other day, but this actually seems to have taken place. Candace has harnessed the QAnon moms. Am I right about that? So Candace basically has a bunch of QAnon rejects who were all into QAnon 4, 5, 6 years ago, who spent their lives talking about fucking QAnon, and then QAnon never happened. And so the obsession doesn't go away. It just switches to something else. And now all the QAnon people on the internet have found Candace, and they're all doing their own sleuthing around what Candace is talking about. And they emailed Candace information, and Candace took it seriously, like it was a serious lead, when in fact it's just a QAnon retard being a QAnon retard. 1 in the chat if I'm right about that. 2 in the chat if you think I'm totally off base.
That she had done an additional 15 hours of research.
Oh, yeah?
And was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erika. Not Charlie, but Erika was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed,
Erika
it turns out that she was correct.
By Egypt. Okay.
She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erika's documented locations. Okay. 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that this overlapped. Okay. And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. Charlie was also present. Yep. And that's what I was stumbling upon when I was looking into this. I was like, why is this plane where Charlie is? The flights were majority clustered within 5 states: Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Delaware, and Utah. And it's a pattern that she believes is statistically not random. I'm telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet now. These are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erika. And I'm also going to say this includes overseas as well. Okay. So my instant question becomes, why didn't Turning Point acknowledge that this plane was familiar to them? When I was taking all of these figurative online bullets, someone could have easily said something, right? That's kind of a repeat thing in this investigation. Josh Hammer lies, I get attacked, Turning Point just stay silent. They know he's lying, but they allow the lie to flow. Alex Clark lies, I get attacked, I'm telling the truth. Turning Point knows it, but they kind of allow this like Catholic thing, lie to flow. And the influencers are allowed to lie. Nobody at Turning Point ever just steps to clarify that I'm onto something or I'm telling the truth about something. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.0000000001% probability, okay, under random distribution models that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erika at these times. Like I said, this plane was not just with her in America, it was also tracking her overseas as well. I flagged this because I was alarmed because I thought it was tracking Charlie. And I am telling you that this plane, in addition to Charlie and primarily actually was tracking Erika. Now, let's get to the day of the assassination. On the day of Charlie's assassination, we know the yellow plane took off in the morning, but the blue plane did not take off in the morning. The blue plane, SUBND, did, however, power on. And I want to be very clear as to what I mean when I say that this plane was on. I am saying that it was transponding, okay? It's transponding at the FBO at Duncan Aviation, a private terminal. So at the very least, they powered up the electronics. At most, they fully powered it on and the engine was running. What we know for certain is that it did not move from the FBO. Did not move. It was just on and transponding. And I want you to recognize, I'm going to make it clear for you what are the times that they were transponding. It's 2 times, and I'm going to tell you those times, but first I'm going to have Mark pull this up and he can tell us what it is that we're looking at here and how we were able to find this information about the jet that was just sitting at the FBO.
Yeah, so it looks like, based on this information that I found, and I had to figure out how to use this website because my mother didn't take enough Tylenol when she was pregnant with me, so I can't get too detailed on it. But essentially, all the flight radar websites only show when the plane is actually in the air. But if the plane is on the ground and transmitting, that data from the ADSB transponder still goes out. So this website, ADSB Exchange, takes that raw data. And so I was able to find it on September 10th. If you look on the very left of the frame, it shows September 10th. And it looks like there's just one data point. But what I did is I zoomed in, and the plane's actually not moving. It's just GPS is a little bit inaccurate when you're this close, but you're able to see all these different times here. And that is the UTC time zone, also known as Zulu time. So subtract 7 hours from that to get Utah time. And so I tracked all of these down, and I was able to find that the plane was transponding from 9:05 a.m. until 10:34 a.m. Then it was off. And then at 12:40 p.m., it came back on and turned off again at 1:29 p.m.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that so that everybody understands. We were able to discern from this data as follows. On September 10th, on the day of Charlie's assassination, this plane first transponded from 9:05 a.m. plus 36 seconds until it was turned off at 10:34 a.m. and 5 seconds. Then the plane turned back on, the transponder was turned back on just 17 minutes after Charlie was shot at 12:40 p.m. and 53 seconds, and it stayed on until 1:29 p.m. and 40 seconds. So what was the blue plane doing sitting on the tarmac? We can only imagine what it was doing, okay? We can run a couple of options here. It's possible that they were just running a maintenance check. Duncan Aviation does offer maintenance repairs. It's therefore possible that it just chose to run some maintenance checks at an unfortunate time, okay? Another possibility is that a military jet, particularly one from a foreign country, would likely be equipped with encrypted satellite-based communications capabilities. If you wanted to make an untraceable phone call, as an example, that would be a good place to do so because only the NSA would be able to intercept that call. And it's pretty obvious that the deep state doesn't.
So what Candace is doing essentially is she's saying, we know this happened, and then she's making up some completely like random, like it maybe happened because of this. It maybe happened because of that. Here's another crazy thing that could have happened, but it's just like, Candace, now you're just making shit up. Like you're literally just making shit up. You know the plane was there. You know the plane turned on and off. Okay, fine. That's a little weird, but fine. Okay, fine. But like speculating on what happened if you have no evidence, that's literally the definition of like you're making shit up.
Seem particularly interested in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So that'd be a safe place to communicate on that plane. Like I said, these are our options. What we can do now, however, is we can add this to our list of verifiable Turning Point USA lies, because I'm going to count this as a lie by severe omission. By keeping your mouth shut and allowing Candace to take all the figurative bullets as she points out the oddity of a plane that you guys recognized. Okay. My point is that these planes were known to Turning Point USA, and we all deserve to know why they were on the ground on that day, what they were doing on the ground on that day, and also why Turning Point chose to stay mum when every influencer under the sun and every publication attacked me for even mentioning the planes, making it seem like I was dumb.
So again, what Candace is really pissed off about is she got attacked on the internet and Turning Point didn't come and defend her. And so she's getting her revenge because she said something crazy, got attacked on the internet for it, and no one came to her defense. That's what this is really about.
Stupid. Turning Point USA is able to provide answers to these questions. There is more that I know, by the way, but I want to challenge them to respond to this first. Were these Egyptian military planes familiar to Charlie Kirk? It is a simple yes or no question. And answer it carefully, please, Andrew Colvett, spokesperson for Turning Point USA. Because there is something very specific, Andrew, that you told me that happened when you arrived into Provo on the tarmac that day, and it is now playing over and over and over again in my mind, and it isn't adding up. Another point that I'd like to follow up with, Andrew Colvett, let's stick with you, is that in the hospital on that day, you told me, you were in the hospital, that you were told that there was a credible threat against me and Tucker Carlson. Specifically, you told me that me and Tucker Carlson were on a list, and that you were just telling me as a friend that me and Tucker should lay low. And after you told me that, I ended our phone call and I immediately called Tucker Carlson. And I said, hey, terrified, like obviously crying all day, and telling him that he and I have to lay low because there's a credible threat.
What?
Hang
on. Do we really believe that Candace was crying all day long after she was told by someone that works for Turning Point USA that there's a credible threat? So here's Candace's story. Candace was talking to this Turning Point USA guy who she doesn't really like. And he told her there's a credible threat against you and Tucker Carlson. Candace then runs into her bedroom and has a good long cry and is really, really scared about the situation. Then she calls Tucker and be like, Tucker, do you know they're going to kill us? I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. There is no universe in which Candace Owens was terrified and had cried over this. But there's no universe. No. Candace is, I promise you guys, Candace is very used to having threats made against her. Like, that's not something that would send her into a day-long meltdown. Tucker also verified the planes through the CIA. Thanks for that super chat. I appreciate it.
Oh, really living inside me that you did not tell me who that threat was from. I assumed the feds told you, but I asked you the question, why wouldn't the feds call me directly if there was a threat against my life? No such call has come in. How is that possible? How could someone have told you that there was a credible threat and that me and Tucker Carlson should lay low, and yet me and Tucker have since not been notified by any federal agency about those credible threats? Who do those threats come from? Because I got to tell you, there are a lot of people making videos about me and Tucker Carlson, and none of them are Egyptians, okay? In fact, it's the Israelis. It is Israel that seems deeply upset with me and Tucker Carlson. They're not letting it go. They are making threats on every stage, okay? People that are tied to Israel are making threats against me and Tucker Carlson, demanding that we be canceled. So who specifically told you in the hospital room that there was a credible threat against my life? I'm going to need that information, okay? I want to know that now because the stakes seem pretty high. And I have a lot of questions. This is probably a good time to tell you all that I am starting to piece together another scenario that could have happened. And there was another flight that I am now very interested in. And I believe that somebody somewhere knows something about this flight. So pay attention to this. The tail number is N560TW. N560TW. It departed on the morning of September 10th from Scottsdale, Arizona, and it landed into Provo at 10:06 a.m. It then immediately turned around and departed for Santa Barbara. I'm assuming it maybe picked somebody up, and then it departed Santa Barbara at 11:37 a.m. for Scottsdale, landing at 12:44 p.m. There's a chance that you were working at the airport, that you saw somebody that morning. Maybe you were in Santa Barbara, maybe you were in Scottsdale. Somebody saw something, and I'm asking you to email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com. I am interested in that flight. We're not done yet. There's more. I know something else about the Egyptian flights. This time,
Bro.
another mommy sleuth. I learned that oddly, Duncan Aviation, where that plane was transponding from, the FBO in Provo sourced rental cars for these quote unquote Egyptians when they landed a couple of days before this operation. And I didn't just learn that. I actually have the license plates number for 4 of the vehicles that they rented. Okay. Honestly, you guys, it brings me great pleasure to deliver this information because now surely Tulsi's office can get involved because those darn Egyptians are at it again. Those darn Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Here are the 4 license plates of the cars that were rented. The first car rented was a silver 2025 Toyota RAV4. The Utah license plate number is T092ZS. The second car was a white 2025 Toyota Camry. Arizona license plate, CWN-N872. Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys this in a spreadsheet. The third car was a white 2023 Toyota RAV4. Utah license plate number TN12KM. The fourth was a black 2025 Toyota 4Runner. Utah license plate number Z923DA. To the students at UVU, do we have this somewhere? Did you pull it up or just did you show them it on the screen? I didn't see what you showed them. Okay, cool. License plates were shown. Now to the students at UVU, please check your phones, your pictures from that day, because if any of those cars were seen at UVU or around campus on that day, then we're going to be able to suspect something else. Check a few hotels, maybe gas station, maybe you work somewhere. Look at those lights, look for those plates during that time frame from when those cars were there until they departed. Somebody will be able to connect the dots somewhere. And of course, the email address to send it to is moretips@CandaceOwens.com. It's only Monday, folks. I've actually discovered a lot more, but it's only Monday.
Only
So let's take a
Monday.
break.
It's only...
All right, you guys, too many people have been vilified for...
No ads. No ads, Candace. No ads. No ads. Shayna in with the super chat. Oh my God, Candace's video right now is her response to Little Betty Shapiro. Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, we will get to the. We're gonna be going all night, guys. We're doing Candace binge watching all night. We will. That'll be the perfect thing to conclude on when I'm good and drunk, and it'll be awesome.
And that's pretty obvious. I think it's very obvious that nobody thinks Egypt is behind it. The last time that narrative ran was probably the USS Liberty. That was the plan, right? To make us think Egypt had attacked us, but it wasn't actually Egypt that attacked that ship. It was Israel. Israel attacked that ship. Israel is growing increasingly alarming in terms of legislation that they're trying to get passed, trying to censor our speech, trying to take over social media campaigns.
True.
Bibi Netanyahu's
Candace.
name-checking me and Tucker Carlson, and all of their sycophants are on stage calling us out. So I'm going to connect that dot there. And like I said, there is more I know about those planes. But your move, Turning Point USA, because that's the last time you're going to have me gaslit about something and sit by idly and pretend you know nothing. It's interesting, too, because in a typical scenario, when somebody's murdered in broad daylight and they have $100 million organization behind them, it's common sense that you should check the people that work at that organization. That's like the first people that you should begin to investigate. So we reject your naval intelligence psychological operation where you tell us that that's a weird thing to do. Okay. It's always somebody close to you. If there's a financial motive, yeah. And I would say an organization of that size that misses their deadline, their tax deadline for the first time, that's a little weird. Yes, they did. A YouTube channel known as Wolves and Finance did a report on this, which I'm going to show. Now, this wasn't the people that I was working with, and there is somebody else that I told you that I'm going to have on my show that has been looking into this for a while. But this was extremely well done and at least brought forth some big questions that I think are on a lot of people's minds. How does an organization that size just miss not just they filed for an extension and then miss the extension deadline to file? Let's take a listen to a part of what they had to say.
Let's go look at the 990 forms that Turning Point USA submits to the IRS every year. These contain their annual financial statements. When you look at the forms, there are some very strange anomalies. Several of the 990 forms are missing. Turning Point USA lists 4 related entities. There's Turning Point USA, Turning Point Endowment, Turning Point Action, and America's Turning Point. All different organizations do slightly different things. The Form 990 for fiscal year 2024 is posted for Turning Point USA, but it is missing for all the other 3 organizations. It looks like it was never turned in. This is a massive red flag. So Tyler Boyer is being snarky on X.com and telling people to go look at the annual financial audit, but the financial audit is missing from last year for 3 of the 4 organizations. This strange decision to hide their financial statements happened 4 months before Charlie Kirk was murdered. I will repeat for clarity. Someone at Turning Point decided not to file 3 of the 4 of their annual financial statements 4 months before Charlie Kirk appointed a new COO, requested a new audit, and was murdered. Those 3 financial statements are still missing.
So to be clear, that was another point that they gaslit me on when I told you that it was unusual that 7 days before Charlie died, he said that he wanted to establish Doge, right? Tyler came out and lied, and he said, this is just totally regular. And Alex Clark said, oh, every year since I've been here, this is what we do. And the guy starts this video by being like, you have to be an idiot to accept that as an answer. Of course, doing an audit has nothing to do with internally establishing a Doge, right? He recognized that something was wrong at the organization. And as I told you, okay, because I do not miss on these things, he was not just concerned about where the money was going. He was concerned about where it was coming from. And what I can tell you about Charlie is that if Charlie got clued into something, if Charlie was at first trusting his lieutenant, and then he suddenly said, wait a second, what's going on over here? And he decided that he wanted to figure something out. He would have figured that ish out by sundown. Okay. That is how brilliant he was. If it had his attention, he would have figured it out by sundown. What did Charlie discover is my question. Okay. Now, to correct something that he says there, he says 4 months before, that's the regular tax deadline. It is actually normal. It is for big companies to file for a tax extension, but they missed that deadline as well. I think that was October 15th was the tax extension deadline. They have missed them both, and that is completely abnormal. And he is correct. If you go back and you look at Turning Point USA's filings before, they always file all of them at the same time. So this is unusual that they've left off 3 of them. And I'm going to let him get into a deeper clip here where he discusses the quote unquote missing 8.6 million. Take a listen.
Let us look at the one financial statement we do have for fiscal year 2024 for Turning Point USA. Schedule I shows grants and other assistance to organizations, governments, and individuals in the United States. This schedule shows you where Turning Point is sending its money. We see that a lot of money, $8,560,625, is being sent to America's Turning Point. They are sending it to their own shell company. Now, this is not necessarily illegal, except for the fact that the financial statement for the other organization is missing. We cannot see how this $8.6 million is being spent. This is very important because there are strange variances around this money. I have polled the last 5 years of 990 forms for Turning Point USA. Here is a table with contributions compared with the largest expense, which are the grants from Schedule I. You can immediately see a strange dip between 2022 and 2023. This dip happens because in prior years, they were sending money to Turning Point Endowment. They were transferring millions of dollars. This stopped in 2021, and they started ramping up sending money to America's Turning Point. Let's break this down. First of all, I find it really unethical that they were sending millions of dollars to their own endowment. I know that a lot of nonprofits do this, but I think it is unethical. Do the donors know this is how Turning Point is spending their money? Turning Point USA is taking in donations and then sending the money to their endowment to invest in the stock market.
That's how
in my
endowments
opinion,
work. That's how, I'm sorry, that's retarded. That's how endowments work, is you have a pot of money that you invest, you then take the earnings from the investments, you spend that money, but the core pot of money is always there and is always being invested. And that's how you create an incredibly fine. This is why the universities are so powerful, is they have massive endowments. There's nothing scandalous about this. This is like exactly actually how it should work.
they should be spending donations on operating their nonprofit, not on buying investments. As of fiscal year 2023, they had $61 million of assets in the endowment, which was generating $1.9 million a year of investment income. Personally, I think that's an unethical way to run a nonprofit, but that's just my opinion.
This guy doesn't know what the
But
fuck
what
he's
is
talking
important
about.
here is what happened to the missing $8.6 million, the amount sent to America's Turning Point in fiscal year 2024. The amount of money sent to America's Turning Point was getting larger and larger, and because the financial statements are missing, we cannot tell how this money was spent. If we look at the prior year, the majority of the money was spent on other salaries and wages.
That's
How is
also
this
very
possible
typical.
when America's Turning Point reports 0 employees? Does anyone else think that sounds a little suspicious? In my opinion, what I think is happening
That's
is
probably
I think there are
what you
fake people on the payroll. I think that paychecks are getting sent to people who do not really exist. And that would explain why we have a company with 0 employees.
Hang on. I'm sorry. A much more likely explanation is someone actually just made a mistake when they were filling out the form. That's to go from there's this weird discrepancy with the form to Turning Point is paying people these fake pay, like that's retarded. I'm sorry. This guy has no evidence for what he's saying. He doesn't understand how endowments work. He doesn't understand an endowment is a really positive thing, by the way. An endowment means financial security in perpetuity.
With millions of dollars of salary expense.
Yeah, that sounds highly suspicious to me, especially when you add in the fact that Charlie wanted to establish a Doge 7 days before he died. When you also add into the fact that they're all telling strange lies, when you also add in the fact that there is this weird psychological campaign to tell us not to look at Turning Point USA or we're going to go to hell, essentially. They're like using biblical passage to tell us why it's not moral. Do they think we are this soft and persuadable? Like, do we look like the kinds of people that are just going to watch an assassination in broad daylight and just let it go because some influencers insist that we do? No, sorry. It's not 1963. You're not going to get away with it this time. Anyways, he then goes on to describe how they conducted their own audit using a firm called Baker Tilly. I'll let him take it away.
What about Tyler Boyer's argument that they have an annual financial audit every year? If what I am saying is true, why wouldn't their annual audit catch these issues? The annual financial audit for Turning Point USA, Inc. and its affiliates was performed by an accounting firm called Baker Tilly. In the notes, they explain that they audited Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Endowment, America's Turning Point, and TP USA Merch. That usually means they audited all the shell companies when they provided their opinion that the statements present fairly in all material respects. That means it is a clean audit with no problems. I wonder if Baker Tilly will provide an explanation why they can issue a flawless audit report when 3 990 forms were never filed with the IRS. And just to clarify, Baker Tilly's audit opinion letter is signed after Turning Point missed the filing date with the IRS. So there is no excuse for Baker Tilly not to mention this in their audit opinion. Erika Kirk assumed the role of CEO of Turning Point USA on September 18th, 2025, 8 days after Charlie Kirk was murdered. She has been the CEO for almost 2 months. She needs to answer these questions. If someone has lied on the 990 form, people go to jail for that.
Well,
I want some explanation of why Turning Point USA.
Again, like, not really. I mean, like, if someone made a mistake in filing a form, they just submit a corrected form. It's really usually not that big of a deal.
They sent $8.6 million to their shell company and then did not file financial statements.
Come on.
And Erika, I don't know who does the accounting at Turning Point, but if they have not been telling you about any of this, you need to fire your accountants immediately.
This guy needs to leave the internet. Fuck that guy.
I think all valid points. And again, just to modify, it is possible that when they use that outside auditor, that they showed them all the documentation and then they gave them.
Here's the thing about running small businesses, guys. Here's the thing. It's really not like when I first started my business, when I first started my organization, I was so intimidated by starting a business. I was like, oh man, I have to keep track of taxes and I have to do all these forms on time and I have to make sure I have annual reports updated with the state. And here is what I have learned, because I've started many businesses in like the last 10 to 15 years. I've learned that you can submit basically everything late. And sometimes you just pay a little fee on top of it. Like, for example, this is probably something I shouldn't admit on the internet. I do not pay quarterly taxes. I don't do quarterly taxes. What I do is I pay my taxes once a year on April 15th, like every other person. And I take a little bit of a penalty for not submitting the taxes quarterly. And the reason I take the penalty is really not that much. We're talking like $100 maximum here. And so I'm like, listen, man, I will pay the $100 fucking fee to not have to do my taxes 4 times a year. That is a fee that to me is well worth fucking paying. Like, money well spent. I don't have to do taxes several times a year. Okay. And that's true with like literally almost anything. Like any form I have to file with the state, I can be years late on filing that fucking form. And most of the time they don't even charge me anything. And so it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you were late filing. Like, so the fuck what? Most people are late. Most people just take the fucking like penalty. It's really not that big of a deal. And it's the price you pay for filling out the fucking form late because you didn't want to do it on time because you were really busy and you had other shit to do. And anyone who's actually run a business knows this. I'm sorry. Yeah, quarterly taxes. I ain't got time for that shit. It's a tiny penalty. Like I remember the first year I ever did quarterly taxes, when I figured out how small the penalty was, I was like, oh, fuck this shit. I'm never doing this again.
Clean bill of health. And then for whatever reason, Turning Point decided not to file. It's possible. Okay. Like I said, probably a low probability, but it is plausible that they did that. But it is just a fact that they missed the filing extension deadline. So what's going on here? Where did the 8.5 million go? And what's also compelling about this video, which we didn't show, is that he clarifies that Turning Point USA actually decreased their staff, the 501c3 arm, 33%, by 33%. So there was a 33% staff reduction. And yet the cost of salaries somehow went up. And to him, that looks suspicious. And I agree, that looks suspicious, right? And this, of course, is the kind of pressure that needs to be put on them. Yes, I said it was a very bad idea right off the bat for Erika, who's grieving her husband, to then instantly become a chairman and a CEO, because these are valid questions now that people are asking. And a chairman and a CEO is going to have to respond to those questions. You have to answer these questions when people are asking about money, especially given the fact that so many people, I mean, they cleared over $70 million in the first couple of weeks after Charlie was assassinated. Okay, that's a lot of well-meaning people that are giving money to this organization who are now learning how this organization functions by routing the bulk of their money, or to a lot of their money rather, not the bulk of it, into their endowment fund, right? That is not okay. We deserve answers to the questions that we are asking, and we're going to keep asking them. Okay? We're going to keep asking them because I know there are snakes at Turning Point USA. And I'm going to reveal more to you guys tomorrow. First, we'll take a quick break.
In the next episode, and we can go to the next episode right now. We can go watch it right now. Hang on. We can go watch the next episode right now because we are binge watching. We are binge watching Candace today, everyone. We are binge watching the last month of Candace. If you have not been catching up on Candace Owens' insanity, now is a great day to catch up. This episode aired on November 18th, so about a month ago. The Great Exodus from Utah. Where did the Egyptians go on 9/10? Everyone, please make sure you have mounted the like button for me if you would be so kind. We're going to be here all night. I'm going to watch all the episodes. I've got alcoholic cider. I've got knitting. I've got super chats. I've got you guys. We have each other. Super chat from Rumble from ineffectual insurrection. Taxation of income is pure theft, in my opinion, only created after the Federal Reserve was founded. We used to operate purely off of tariffs before the founding of the Federal Reserve, which is unconstitutional, in my opinion. I agree, effectual insurrection. Thanks so much for the Rumble rant. Let's keep going, guys.
Tuesday, Rob McCoy, America's pastor. Remember, Charlie told him. Charlie told me I was America's pastor. Well, it sure as heck seems that this American pastor travels to Israel a lot. You know, a lot of these American pastors do. And he went there the other day to, of course, honor Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk about that. And I want to just say Zionists are confusing at best. They say Charlie was their bestest friend forever and ever. Yet for whatever reason, they are deeply upset by this investigation. They are deeply upset that we revealed the license plate numbers associated with the Egyptian frequent flyers. Why do you think they're upset about that? I don't understand. Why would something like that upset them? It's almost like they know something that we don't. And we're going to figure out what that is. Welcome back to Candace. So a couple of housekeeping items to start. My sister is an accountant. She hit me up this morning and she told me that actually the filing deadline, if you filed for an extension, which we can assume Turning Point did, was November 15th for this year. So their filing would have been due on Saturday, this last Saturday for Turning Point USA. And it is possible that they did file it on Saturday and maybe it's being processed. It would have been late beginning yesterday when we covered it. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. And of course, we will keep refreshing the IRS website and see whether or not that filing came through, since the whole world wants to see it. Anyways, back to our Zionist friends. Israeli and American Zionists are deeply bothered about the Egyptian plane. They're not concerned in the way that you think they would be.
Yeah, guys, people on Rumble are saying that Candace is letting Ben Shapiro have it right now. I'm aware of the video, and I think it'll make a good conclusion once we get there in many, many, many hours.
You would think that they would be, oh my gosh, thank you, Candace. We love Charlie so much. We're very concerned to learn that these Egyptian military planes were tracking Charlie Kirk and Erika Kirk for years. What can we do to help? Gosh, we're right next door to them. We did a lot to Egypt. We actually control a lot and we surveil a lot in that state. Let us help you. Rather, their concern is that we revealed the rental license plates. These are real tweets from some Zionists. We've got Eyal Jacobi who writes, "This is what doxing looks like. These are unparalleled levels of insanity. This is truly dangerous." Oh, it's dangerous. So basically what doxing is, if you're not familiar with that term, is it's when you put private information up about an individual that can become identifiable. So like if I published your private address and then somebody could go to your home and harm you. That's what they're accusing me of. Aaron Wexler. Now this is the girl that was at the now infamous Hamptons retreat. She wrote this, back that up. Candace started her career by doxing teenagers. Old habits die hard. That is just so weird. I just thought the Hamptons people would be on this Egyptian thing, trying to help as best they could. But they're actually more concerned for these Egyptians who were renting a car. And therefore, since they don't even go here, like, why would this be identifying information? Are you concerned for like Hertz, rent a car? What are you concerned about here? We're not clear. Now, going back to what we've learned about this flight thus far, I want to remind you that we have confirmed that this was a full flight over to Utah. This Egyptian flight, and I'm referring to BTT, SU-BTT, landed into Utah 6 days before Charlie Kirk's assassination. So we are looking at anywhere between 12 to 14 quote unquote Egyptians that were on this flight. And
hang on, effectual insurrection with another Rumble rant. Great freeze frame on Candace too. That's like a near perfect freeze frame on Candace, if I do say so myself. Effectual insurrection says, Candace has many taxation issues on her own. I have many videos explaining oddities in her corporate tax filings. Example, paying for a $2.3 million Arlington, Virginia condo, etc. George Farmer is her treasurer. Well, that, yeah, I'm sure. Like, listen, man, everyone does, like the thing of it is like everyone does scandalous shit. Everyone. Like, if you're not trying, like, there's not a single, especially wealthy people, there is not a single wealthy person that doesn't try to get away with shit. And that's smart, to be honest. That's why they're wealthy.
Deplaned on September 4th, okay? A high government source actually reached out and made me aware, and this is stunning, actually, that we missed this common sense. I should have figured this out all by myself. But there is such a thing as federal protocol. They told me, this person in the State Department confirmed that a foreign military jet actually can't just land on American soil without the federal government paying attention. It actually requires a federal escort. Okay. Again, common sense. I don't know how we didn't think of this ourselves. Of course, if you're a military jet, you can't just fly into a foreign land and hop off the jet and be like, okay, bye. Just going to do whatever I want. Of course, they're going to go, hi, are we starting a war here? What's going on? So this person tells me that, of course, that cannot happen. The government is immediately aware that this military equipped plane is coming in and an escort is provided because they want to know where they are going, what they are doing. So the question now is, and maybe Kash Patel can help us answer this, just kidding, we know he won't, who were the federal agents that escorted these Egyptians off the plane? Okay. Because they didn't just disappear into the ether. You guys knew they were coming in and you watched them and you knew what they were doing in Provo. And by the way, while we're checking in on these unanswered questions, has Turning Point mustered the courage to answer my yes or no, circle yes or circle no, as to whether or not these Egyptian jets were known to Charlie? Because like I said yesterday, it is highly plausible, highly likely that they were. He had a photographic memory and he loved planes. He loved learning about military planes. He would have recognized that that was circling around him a few times while he was on the road and circling around Erika. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make it very clear. Yes, this is a conspiracy. It is a federal level conspiracy. It is likely an international conspiracy. Multiple countries seem to be involved. And I really hate to upset the Zionist crowd any further because I know I'm like your fave. But we now have identified a fifth verified rental plate that we can now add to the Egyptian mix. So that's a total of 5 rental cars that were rented by Duncan Aviation that we can review. Also want to thank the many of you who emailed us yesterday and informed me that I apparently do not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. I think I just was saying 9 or N every time I was reading these plates, which means I'm probably not qualified to be homeschooling my toddlers.
Probably.
Anyways, I was mixing that up. I'm not going to mix it up now. These are our 5 plates as follows. A white 2025 Toyota Camry. This had an Arizona license plate, and that number is CWN, like Nancy, 9872. Okay. Our second plate is a silver 2025 Toyota RAV4.
Hang on, we got another Rumble rant from Effectual Insurrection. Effectual Insurrection is putting most of you to shame. Everyone except the people who sent in a $100 super chat, you should all hang your heads in shame because Effectual Insurrection is just outdoing all of you. She got the plain theory from George Webb, who is CIA. For fuck's sake, the timestamps are completely wrong. She never verified them independently. Shaking my head, the spooks are using her and laughing. Yeah, it would not surprise me if people were actively feeding information to Candace via all these like emails that she's getting and stuff like that. It's so dumb. Candace should know better.
That is a Utah license plate, and that number is T092ZS. Okay. Third vehicle that we have here is a white 2023 Toyota RAV4, another Utah license plate. The number is T912KM. And we have a black 2025 Toyota 4Runner, Utah license plate, and that plate is Z923DA. And we can now present to you guys a fifth car, which we know was rented. That is a gray or silver 2025 Toyota 4Runner, Utah license plate number Z349AA. 5 vehicles which were secured by Duncan Aviation. Now, since I wasn't born yesterday, I feel pretty confident concluding that these 12 to 14 Egyptians didn't drop into Provo, Utah in the 6 days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination to fix like a broken light on the plane. Okay. Again, my source there is me not being born yesterday. It's just not how it works. You cannot just get something very quickly fixed in a couple of days and be on your way.
Bro.
And like I said, they weren't even on the plane on the way out. They waited for that anchor plane, SUBND, the other Egyptian military plane, to take them back home. So what are we looking at here? What exactly were these Egyptians with the federal escorts doing on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination? Well, in terms of some potentially interesting leads, many of you guys actually noted to us that the cars that were in the driveway in the now infamous footage of the alleged shooter, right, which was somehow distributed by TMZ, we don't know how that happened, should probably be investigated further because that's a lot of cars in the driveway. And obviously every image that we have is blurred. Okay, it seems like we just can't get a clear image at all in this story. And so we cannot.
That's a lot of
it's
cars.
It's impossible to discern anything. But it's therefore possible.
Candace thinks that's a lot of cars in the driveway. My family had 4 cars growing up. My mother had a car. My father had a car. I had it. Well, after my brother and I turned like old enough to drive, I had a car and my brother had a car. And there were 4 cars in the driveway at all times. So I don't even know what to say about that. That's like I think that a lot of families have 4 fucking cars in the driveway. That's not a big deal.
Well, that some of those cars that we are looking at could be the rented vehicles, right? Maybe the one parked on the right.
That's not a lot of cars.
There is the Toyota RAV4, maybe the 2.
If you say a lot of cars, what I hear when I think a lot of cars is like my cousin's house at Thanksgiving. Because I have a giant ass family. I have an Irish family, and we all used to go to my cousin's house for Thanksgiving. And there were cars parked up and down the street. There were cars parked on the lawn. Like everyone had you had to like navigate your way in and out of the driveway because there were so many fucking cars. Like that's what I think about when I think we're talking like dozens of cars here, not 4 cars. 4 cars is like normal, especially in a place like Utah. You have to drive everywhere in Utah.
That look similar, one that's dark, one that's lighter. Could that be the gray and the black 4Runner? Compelling. That would be something that perhaps Joe, Kent, and Tulsi Gabbard, who are warring, or at least that's what the press said, warring with the FBI or warring with Kash Patel, could look into, because this is Egyptian. Okay, this is Egyptian. And I also want to add here something that I have always suspected that makes perfect sense to me, which would be the reason that UVU has denied every request, not just to release footage of the day of the assassination, but also to release footage of the days leading up to the assassination. Why? I think it's because the footage that we have seen, right, was recorded before September 10th. I always felt that in my gut. I always felt it was a distraction. The person in the staircase, walking across the street in two different outfits. I just felt that some of this footage was recorded in the days leading up. Okay. And now that we know that those Egyptian planes came in 6 days before, 6 days before Charlie's assassination, it's possible that they could have staged some of that, which they eventually edited maybe a bit and released it to TMZ in that time frame. What we do know factually, and we don't have to surmise, is that there were eyewitness accounts. You may have lost. Obviously, a lot of stuff came out immediately. But what got lost in the fold was that there were eyewitness accounts of people having seen someone on that roof in the week before the shooting. This got buried in the press. There were students and allegedly a professor who reported seeing someone on the roof a week earlier. And I think we should try to track down these students. Of course, CNN, which ran this article, which I can show you here, didn't include their names, but here is the article. You can see it was published the day after the assassination, and it reads, Utah Valley University student recalls seeing man walking on or near the Lozzie Center roof twice in 2 weeks. And from that article, it says, the student says that he last saw the person on the roof last Wednesday at noon, a week before the shooting. He told CNN that he reported his observations to the FBI tip line after the shooting, but he has not heard back. The student described the man as tall, skinny-ish white dude with dark hair. He had a backpack on and was wearing dark clothes. He added that the man was looking down at the courtyard area where Kirk's speaking engagement was later. Okay, now here's what I did. I dug through all of our emails once I realized this and went, okay, maybe there's something here. We should probably look a little further into this. Let's leave no stone unturned. And I found actually that one of you guys had sent me a tip a while ago about this, and you had captured that recording. And I'm going to let you listen to this person's testimony. This is, by the way, taken on September 11th. So this is a day after the shooting. We didn't have much details a day after the shooting. And this individual is a student that is being interviewed by another student about what he observed in the aftermath. So I think it's about a 3-minute recording. Let's listen to this observation because it could be important.
Do you think it was last Tuesday or last Wednesday? And recount the first time meeting him and recount the second time, maybe what you remember. Do you remember what time of day it was?
Mid-afternoon, yeah, I guess I don't remember the exact day. I know at least the second time was last week, either Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah. So last Tuesday and Wednesday, but they were on separate days.
They were separate days.
Okay.
It may have been both last week, Tuesday and Wednesday. One of them might have been the week before Thursday or something. But yeah, like I said, it wasn't memorable or significant enough at the moment for me to really remember.
What did he look like?
Skinny, tallish white guy. Had a baseball cap on or some kind of hat, I think. Had a backpack. Okay. Dark hair, I think.
Dark hair. Was he dressed in dark clothing? Do you remember?
Yeah, he was.
He was. Okay. Was it black or
something dark?
Was it similar to what was seen in the pictures?
Yeah, for sure. And that's kind of why I thought of that when I saw the pictures. Okay. I guess I don't think I'd remember enough to really definitively say that the guy I saw is the guy in the pictures.
Right.
I just know I saw a guy wandering around on the roof, and the guy that I saw in the pictures looks similar.
But it was the same roof of the same building.
Yes. Well, I don't know exactly because it's the the computer science building has this long concourse that connects to the Wazoo Center.
Yeah.
My bet would be that that's how the shooter got onto the Wazoo Center roof, because that's one of the few ways I know of. I guess there's also a ladder on the other side.
As in, that's how he got on yesterday or last week?
Oh, well, last time I saw it and he came off of there.
Okay,
but-
and you said he like jumped over the fence?
Yeah, there's kind of a railing around. There's this like concourse sticking out from the CS building that people are actually supposed to be allowed to walk on.
Okay.
And he walked over that railing and started wandering around the ledge.
Oh, okay. And facing which way?
He was totally looking out in the direction of like that fountain courtyard and out this way. The first time I thought it was a little weird, but didn't think much of it. Decided not to say anything, especially because another guy walked back. I think he was a professor. I know I've seen him around a lot more. And he comes from below and he shouts up at the guy. He asks like, "Are you okay?" The guy up there says, yeah, I'm doing fine. And the professor says, okay, and walks away. And I kept walking because I had work to do. I didn't really.
And that was the first or second time?
That was the first time.
And then what about the second time?
The second time I saw him do the same thing. He hopped the railing, started wandering around.
Was he dressed in the same clothing?
Similar.
Okay.
I don't remember enough to say whether it was.
And it was the same guy.
It was definitely the same guy those two times.
Okay, so we were able to figure out who this student was. I don't know why CNN declined to publish his name, but I was able to figure out who the student was, and I'm going to chase down this lead, and I want to open up that possibility because it is a possibility that the stairwell photo and the footage that we have seen of the shooter was actually recorded before the assassination. Of course, that's a possibility in the absence of quite literally anything verifiable that the feds have given us. Everything is therefore a possibility. So I want to also open this up because I don't want to just hear it from one student or CNN. I want to hear it from more students, right? That would be something that you would remember. We keep talking about what happened on 9/10. What about in the days leading up to 9/10? What about 9/6, right? 9/7, 9/8, 9/9. If you are a student and you saw someone up on the rooftop in the days or in the week leading up to the assassination, we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com, because every time I have tried to chase down the leads regarding the rooftop, I am brought to a military person, and I just don't know that any of that actually took place on the day. And I think that's why they won't release any more footage. There should be multiple angles, right? If this all happened on 9/10, there would have been multiple angles, and they sure as hell would have released it in the middle of a manhunt. When you thought that
we got another Rumble rant from Effectual Insurrection. Appreciate all the support today, bro. Dr. K, I just DM'd you on X. The Paramount Tactical YouTube video breaks down her PSYOP with sauce and verifiable documents on the planes and UVU nonsense. Thank you. I will definitely take a look at that. I appreciate you sending that over. Also, can we just focus on the fact that this is another perfect freeze frame of Candace? In fact, can I just take a screenshot of this? I feel like I have to take a screen. This screenshot is going to pay dividends. This screenshot is like the screenshot to end all screenshots right here. I'm going to use this screenshot forever on Twitter. Every time Candace says something stupid, I'm just going to rock in there with that screenshot.
He could kill other people, you would have released more footage. And they're not doing that, which means they're hiding something. And that's something that they could be hiding could be nothing. It could be nothing that happened on that rooftop. Also, want to add on here that regarding the white RAV4, we got a lot of emails from the public that have noted that there appears to be what might be a RAV4 in every available footage that we have been provided by of the shooter. So we've only seen 4 pieces of footage of the alleged shooter. One, of course, of him walking in front of, I think this was the house that Phil Lyman was at. Yes, that's what we just discussed. That sure as heck could be a white RAV4. The second piece of footage being the TMZ released footage of somebody else in the neighborhood of him walking. Yep, that sure as heck could also be a RAV4. Footage number 3 is the footage of the alleged shooter pulling out in the parking lot, which was provided by Ryan Matta, that he chased down. Yep, that also could be a RAV4. And also, of course, the footage where he allegedly jumps off the rooftop. Many of you said it looked like there was a RAV4 pulling up. Look, yes, all of it's possible. Is it also possible that this is just a coincidence? Yes. It could be a coincidence. It also could be a conspiracy. We have to explore every lead because the feds are not. They are implicated in this cover up. And this is how investigations work. You chase down theories, you posit theories, you chase down those theories, and you are open to being proven wrong. So that's what we have for you guys. Also, going to have a major scoop tomorrow about what's happening on the inside of Turning Point USA. I just want to triple, quadruple confirm, but we need to focus our attention on each and every plane that arrived in the aftermath of Charlie being shot. Planes that took off and arrived. I brought up one plane to you. We were able to determine that that plane that departed Scottsdale at 8 local time and landed at about 10 a.m. local time into Provo was owned by a Turning Point USA donor, T.W. Lewis. Actually, Turning Point USA is featured on T.W. Lewis's foundation website as something, as someone that they fund. I'd like to know who was on that plane. That's interesting to me. If you know who was on that plane and you are a Turning Point insider, or maybe you were working in Scottsdale on that day at a terminal, we're looking for a plane again that took off at about 8 a.m. I want to know who's on that plane. That is of interest to me because it wasn't Charlie, and they got into Provo just ahead of the assassination, and it has to be somebody big. I don't think the students are flying around on private planes. It'd be great if that foundation, T.W. Lewis Foundation, could help us out. I don't think they will. For some reason, we keep coming up against the wall from Charlie's friends, but we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. Okay, we're going to be right back because a Turning Point is dropping receipts kind of a little bit. We're going to talk about Blake Neff, who dropped a receipt G4.
Fast forward through the commercial.
Matt, help you with thus far, which is nothing. So it's something. And it's not at all what we were asking for. But again, I want to be optimistic. So at least it's something. First up, many of you guys pinged me regarding Brian Harpole, an interview.
For real? Holy shit. Alex. 50 channel memberships. 50 channel memberships. Alex, you are the king of the chat, my friend. You are the king of the chat today. Everyone, W's in the chat for Alex. W's to everyone who got a channel membership. Like a quarter of the fucking chat's getting a channel membership today. So generous, Alice. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome. Anyone who got a membership is required to attend Socialism Saturday, and don't be a retard and get banned. Okay, I may have embellished that member chat a little bit, but I really do appreciate you being a member of the channel for 22 months, coming in with the big 50 That's the largest channel membership gift that I've ever gotten. Alex, king of the chat today. Thank you, my friend. I will make sure we have a great episode of Socialism Saturday for tomorrow. I have no idea what we're watching yet, but we got to pick out something good now. We gotta make it something good. You know what? Listen, 50 is pretty effing great, bro. Pretty effing great. Biggest channel membership gift in the history of the channel. The memberships are still going out. Congrats to everyone who got one, and all, show your appreciation to Alex. Thanks, bro. That's awesome.
That he did with Sean Ryan. Now, Brian Harpole is one of Charlie Kirk's long-term security members, team members. And on the day of the assassination, you'll recognize he's the guy that had the black strap. I don't know if we have a photo. He had a bag across him, and he was standing to the front right of Charlie, kind of looking out at the audience. You're going to see him in a second. He is the one who then runs over to Charlie. And again, you recognize him because he kind of has that small, supposed to be a medical bag over him. Now, I have not watched this interview in its entirety, but from what I have seen thus far, it is just not that convincing. For one, Brian offers up that the lack of security on the rooftop can actually be attributed to the UVU police chief, Jeff Long. Here is what he had to say.
On Monday before, this correspondence went to Chief Long. Hello, Chief Long. We received this message today from the student group. There is a student roof access pretty close to where CK will be set up at the Utah Valley, the Sorensen Center. has a couple of staircases that go up to walkways on the roofs. He comes back, and for edification, the Sorensen Center was the building in front of the Lucy Center. And so he comes back and he says, you want access to the roof. And came back and said, I was told students have access above us. If this is true, it would be nice to either have it controlled access or allow one of my guys to be there as well, if possible. He comes back and his last correspondence was, I got you covered.
It would be nice.
What else am I to do? When a command level person from an accredited police department says, I've got this area. Jeez.
Please pick me. Okay. When you're like in school and you got to hold.
Yo, Naruto with a $5 super chat. My family had like 7 cars in the driveway at some point. My parents and my 4 brothers. Exactly. Like, people have cars. It is what it is. Thanks, Naruto. Appreciate it.
Put your hand up because you really want a teacher to see you. I have an answer for what you could have done. You could have followed up because it's your job and Charlie paid you millions of dollars not to pass the buck. No. Also, you asked the police chief an either or question. And I'm just kind of like trying to understand the basic construct of sentences. He said, got you covered. What does that mean? It was an either or question. Either provide us access or get somebody up there. Got you covered means what? No follow-up? That's it? Millions and millions of dollars on his security annually. And you just said, hey, a student told us that there's a rooftop and it would be good if we could have access to it, or if one of your guys could secure. Got you covered. That's it. That's what Charlie was paying for. That's obviously absurd. That is not an answer that should be accepted by anyone. I am not blown away by that. I'm not going, oh, this is UVU's fault. Okay. By the way, Jeff Long also has a very extensive military career. I obviously have been very clear that I believe that this was a military level assassination. Everyone on the ground that day, every witness for some reason, this is not a military academy, but everybody that we can speak to that's somehow involved has an extensive military background. I'm not interested in Jeff Long's participation in this, but Brian Harpole sort of laments the fact that he won't speak up and people are losing their jobs. On the basis of that answer, you should all be fired. Just on the basis of that answer, you didn't have it within you to go, let me follow up and make sure that's been secured because that's my job. Let me walk the path and see. The fact that a student told you and you didn't know that, shouldn't you have told the student? You shouldn't you have said to the student, hey, we're looking at a map because it's amazing. It's 2025 and there's this thing called Google Maps. So we're actually looking at a map and we see where Charlie's going to sit and we're wondering about this roof. Could you let us know how we're supposed to access that? Why is the student and the chief leading the charge and not you when you are paid for executive level security? It is an unacceptable answer. Look, I've worked with Brian, nice guy. That's a ridiculous answer. He should be fired. And I'm going to guess he's not going to be, but he should be fired. Of course, he should be fired. Elsewhere in the interview, he responds to the question of why they didn't at least have drone coverage on that day since they have flown drones, many drones at TPUSA events in the past. Here's his answer to that.
In your coordination with UVU, I mean, did they offer any assistance, anything at all?
Yeah.
Did you ask them of anything?
Absolutely. So we come in and we start looking at things immediately. Like, man, where are our risks? You know, what's our risk assessment when we come in? That's why we get there. That's why we start doing the advance so early. We walk it, you know, we build it ourselves. And so initially I spent thousands of dollars on drones last year and got the guy's license. But if the area lies in the Provo, Utah airspace, I can't fly it. That's a 107B. We can't break the rules. Right. And then you had secondary restrictions, probably due to heavy foot traffic for the school, but I can't go in and break the rules. There's laws for a reason. And so now the school could have flown drones, the PD, but they didn't have them. Right. But Orem PD has a drone unit active and professional. And that police department, I will tell you right now, is awesome. They get it. They were there. They helped both on the soft side and the hard side. And so I started asking questions like, do you guys have a drone unit? Yeah. Good. Do you have an MOU or a mutual aid agreement with the school? And they're like, yeah. I said, did they call you and ask for assistance? No. I'm like, why wouldn't you call?
Well, I think that's your job. Like, am I crazy? Or is that his job? Is it his job to call and to see things through if Charlie's paying him for executive level security? Like, is this how these assassinations happen? Is that what's happening even like at the White House level with the Thomas Crooks thing? Is that what happened? Like Secret Service just called locally in Pennsylvania and was like, hey, that looks like trouble up there. Could you maybe get a guy up there or let me know or if like whatever? And then they were just like, yeah, sure. Gotcha. And they just figured it was accomplished. I don't accept any of that. You shouldn't accept any of that, nor do I find him to be convincing, right? The vibe I'm getting from that interview is dishonesty. Okay. I'd like to see more of your conversation, not this screenshot. It doesn't prove anything other than that you started a conversation about the rooftop, that you were aware that there was an open rooftop and didn't follow up in some measure. And so it's a little bit ridiculous to be passing the buck. So thank you for the receipt. That wasn't actually a receipt. Next up, we have Blake Neff. Obviously, you guys will recall Blake Neff was the Turning Point USA employee that was standing directly next to supercalifragilisticexpialidocious Mikey McCoy when the shots rang out. And he, Blake Neff, has similarly decided to drop a receipt. This happened, I think, actually last week, of his actions on that day. Now, to jog your memory, he offered up a pretty strong defense of the magnificent Mikey McCoy, who he says had a quivering lip. And I'm going to let you listen to Blake's account of that day again as a reminder before we get to his receipt. Take a listen.
The shooting occurs. I am next to Mikey. Both of us hear a loud crack. We both turn. We both see Charlie, who has been shot. Both of us, I think at about the same time, realize that that means there is a shooter who is on the scene. And, you know, you just hear the crack. So you don't know, did it come from far away? Did it come from close? Is there a mass shooter unfolding right now? So I and him both had the reaction of, let's get out of here before we're both shot. That is not us abandoning Charlie. Charlie had a security team. They all leapt immediately into action and they got Charlie out of there, which was what their job was to do. My job was not to get in the way and screw this up because like I had to be a hero. That was not my job. I remember even running past, both of us going past the, you know, the SUV that we came in on and me thinking, should I get in that car? And then thinking, no, that's a really stupid thing to do. And then I kept going. So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot. So the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me and I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was he was looking around and then he says, I need to call Erika. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erika. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. This, you know, your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erika. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. You know, pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy. And he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him. And I guess it's very disgusting for me as someone who witnessed this, who saw Mikey hugely distressed and then step up in the moment, because after that call was over, I saw Mikey like get total mastery of himself, that he realized he had to step up in this situation. And he, from that point, he was like a general directing.
Yeah, he's a general. We know he's amazing. We love him. He's just the most magnificent thing I've ever seen. It's stunning. It's brave. It's everything. It's every adjective I ever knew and more. What's interesting there is that Blake Neff then had a back forth with somebody on X. And I want to be clear, I actually don't think Blake Neff is in on the corruption here. I don't know why. I've just never gotten that vibe. I think he believes what he's saying. And like I said, he is telling the truth as far as I can tell. Vibe check, right? But what's interesting is he allows us to now date, or rather put some time markers here on how long the phone call was between Mikey and Erika, right? Because he drops a receipt on X. He's having a back forth spat with somebody on X a few days ago, or a week ago, I don't remember. And he decides to drop his call log with his mom, or rather a screenshot of the call that he had with his mom. Now, remember, Blake is in Arizona now, so this is going to say 11:24. It's supposed to be obviously 12:24 Utah time. We can show you that. You can see he calls his mom, and the call is 45 seconds long, and the call begins at 11:24. So a story that he tells us is he's running for 20, 30 seconds, however long he said there. It's not long. He stops, catches his breath. He sees Mikey. Mikey's got a quivering lip. Mikey looks at him and he says, I've got to call Erika. And he says, Mikey calls Erika, and then I call my mom. And when he terminates the phone call with his mom, he says, Mikey then called his dad, right? That's the next thing that happens. It's a very short phone call, right? That allows us to at least get a sense of how this ran, because he's now confirming he called her first. Charlie was shot at 12:23, right? So these are back-to-back phone calls. It actually, if it happened this quickly with this receipt, it's possible that Rob McCoy did think he was the first person that was called, because Rob McCoy is getting called at 12:24 or 12:25. This is all happening within 2 minutes, right? These phone calls are flying within 2 minutes, right? That means when he terminates that call, it's what, 12? When you start a phone call, Mark, you can chime in here and mansplain if you know the answer. When you're looking at his screenshot there, is that telling us when the call began or when the call terminated?
It's when the call is initiated.
When the call's initiated. So it's possible 45 seconds later, he's now in the 12:25, and now Mikey's calling his dad. That's very interesting. That's just another data point that we at least have there. Moving on to the pastor, America's pastor, Rob McCoy. I just think in general, by the way, I want to give a shout out to Calvary Chapel, because I knew nothing about Calvary Chapel before this investigation. These pastors are doing the absolute most. I have never seen such an obvious and naked propagandist campaign in my life than me exploring the Calvary Chapel church movement. So America's pastor, Rob McCoy, was in Jerusalem on November 16th, apparently.
Wow.
A couple days ago, he was at an event. It was built as a celebration of the life of Charlie Kirk. And what better way to celebrate the life of Charlie Kirk than to take questions from the audience about, you guessed it, Tucker Carlson and Cameron Owens. Take it away, Israel.
We see people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and these people are essentially trying to hijack the Christian message and spread an anti-Israel message in the name of Christianity.
Candace is right about that.
And they're perverting this Judeo-Christian brotherhood and ethic by essentially promoting Jew hatred. But
I'm sorry. Candace may be wrong about many things, and I think the jury is still out on that for me. Candace is absolutely right about these motherfuckers in this church. There is nothing more pathetic than a Christian Zionist. It's like, why doesn't this guy just go and bend over the altar and let a whole bunch of Jews line up and fuck him? Like that is exactly what's going on right now. I think the whole Judeo-Christian thing is pathetic. I think these people are all pathetic. I think that it is a fucking gross display of absolute fucking cuckoldry. And Candace is right about this.
putting a Christian label on it. What can we do to push back? And what can the church do to be able to just completely repudiate that kind of dishonesty and perversion of what Judeo-Christian values truly are?
That's a great question.
What can we do to battle the evil
We've gotten
Candace?
into this situation with that generation of young people because they have all been raised by Caesar, and we're wondering why they become Romans. We have abdicated our public school system to secularism. And it's the red-green revolution, where you take away with secularism the moral foundation, and then you come in with whether it be Islam.
I've spent a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time listening to men who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, pretend to know what they're talking about. And when it is the most bizarre thing in the world to look at a grown ass man who is speaking confidently about this topic and to know emphatically that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And the only reason that anyone thinks that he knows what he's talking about is that he speaks with confidence, and so people don't think to question it, but it is so obvious that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Islam or ethno-nationalism, because we've gone through critical race theory, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've taken white males and put them at the bottom of the totem pole.
Oh my
We've
God.
mocked them and embraced the stupidity. And now
This
we're
guy
upset
should be
that
deported
they
to
feel as
Israel.
though they've been
One in the chat if this guy should be deported to
relegated to
Israel.
obscurity, and
One in
now
the
they're
chat if he should
signing
not be
on
deported to Israel.
with these awful directions in life.
Deport to
So
Israel.
it's
specifically.
interesting to think about them discussing how we need to be re-educated again, kind of like the Robert Maxwell campaign, like we had to have the Holocaust education. And I want you to
Everyone
imagine a
better go
world
to
where
a
Calvary
Holocaust
Chapel
museum.
churches get to decide how we're educated, because somebody sent me an actual magazine that they have. Again, I'm new to the Calvary Chapel thing that's happening. I knew they were behind a lot of the attacks against me and Tucker Carlson this year. But I hadn't realized that how, like I said, naked and propagandist this is. This is this month's issue of Calvary Chapel magazine. Apparently they have their own magazine, and this is not parody. This is Judeo-Christianity. This is the cover of Calvary Chapel magazine from this month, and it says "Stand with Israel." It tells the story of surfer to shepherd. I guess that's somebody's story. And then you have there a subtitle. I guess we're going to be able to read this article in there. Why Jews are hated. You go to your church on Sunday, and this is what they are handing out. Now, the person who sent me this then showed me what was inside, which is even more amazing. Here we go. Here we are learning about Christianity. Oh, actually, it's a photo of IDF soldiers wearing yarmulkes coming home. And it has a quotation here that said, God began to paint a prophetic portrait of the Messiah. I just want to know how this happened, I guess. I don't know. I was asleep. I didn't know this was going on. I didn't understand that this is, they have so many mega churches everywhere across America. And they basically.
That's what they're doing, Candace. But we need to move on to the next episode. Okay. We're 2 in. Next, we're doing Charlie Kirk and the crossing of the Delaware.
All right, you guys. So we received a couple of weeks ago a very thorough tip regarding Charlie's assassination and the Egyptian planes. Now, what is even more compelling about this tip is that this individual who works with or for government sent it before I had figured out that the Egyptian planes were tracking Erika and Charlie.
In the chat if you're just
now, the
hanging out
individual
to drink
also focused on something that at first seems to me to be very micro to the situation, and now it seems quite macro. And it's an answer perhaps to the question, what was the Egyptian military plane, which left Provo on the morning of Charlie's assassination, doing in Delaware?
He was having fun.
Actually, we should figure that out. Welcome back to Candace.
I think it's good to watch it all back to back because we really get like all the information at the same time, and we don't have to wait, and we can just all piece it together and see where Candace is full of shit, where she might have a point.
There are so many elements of this story that as time goes on are clicking into place. Things that initially maybe we don't consider, that you go, oh, wait a second, why didn't I consider that right off the jump, right? I was, of course, very surprised by the 2 Egyptian military aircraft that in general, just why were they here? Why were they there at all? And not even for 1 second did I stop and think, is this even a routine flight path at all? Like, why would
we
these
can have a watch party
jets
after she gets
ostensibly
food, too. Yeah,
filled
we can.
with government level Egyptians, right? Particularly the yellow jet, tail number SUBTT, which kept overlaying, sometimes even for days, in Delaware. Why would they do that? Why would that plane be doing that? Let's pull up that timeline again that I put together of you guys of the blue jet and the yellow jet. And we virtually in all the stops, you can just scroll through this. Like, we kept noticing that yellow plane was going through Paris, it was going to Wichita, but very often it was stopping in Wilmington. Like, what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware, actually? If you fly private, even if you fly public, it's not exactly a hub. People aren't like, let me route through Wilmington to go overseas. It's not a thing. The person who emailed me claimed to be a solid source of what that flight was doing. And he claimed, or she claimed, that he or she was so solid that they challenged me to find other people in government, people that were working in federal agencies and people that work at the State Department, to confirm what he had said. And I did. People that I trusted. I went to, spoke with them, waited a while. That's why this email came in weeks ago, but we're just telling you about it now. And they confirmed that what this individual was saying was true. And that's why I am presenting it today, despite the fact that the person who sent this email was clear this information is quite dangerous. Now, to remind you guys so that you are understanding what we are working through here with a lot of information that is known to virtually none of us. On the morning of Charlie's assassination, the plane that had initially carried over.
See, the thing is, judging you says she lost me with the plane stuff. I don't think she laid it out well, or I'm too stupid. Like, so the thing is, like, again, Candace has actually, I maintain, people can think I'm crazy. I think Candace did an amazing job with the Brigitte Macron series. Now, she may have gotten things wrong, and I would look at any evidence, but like, in terms of just like laying out the information in the Brigitte Macron series, I thought she did a phenomenal job. I thought like every episode was really well paced. She had evidence and sources for everything. She may have left stuff out, and we can acknowledge that. I mean, maybe not, it wasn't perfect, but she did an amazing job. In this stuff, it's like, it feels just very kind of thrown together. And there's a lot of like pinky swear, trust me, bro, or I have a feeling, or it's vibes, or it's my intuition. And, oh, look, they didn't file a form when really you don't necessarily have to file a form. Or it's like they screwed up on something for the IRS, or why are so many cars parked in the driveway? It's just like, this doesn't have the quality to it that the Brigitte Macron stuff had. But maybe it'll get better. We got a long way to go. It's all good.
For the 12 or 14 quote unquote Egyptians 6 days earlier, that plane departed, the yellow plane departed on the morning at 7:14 a.m. local time from Provo, Utah. And it headed to Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, it arrived in Wilmington.
Angel Eyes in with the 50. Thanks, Angel Eyes. I really appreciate all your support. Just swinging by. Thanks for all you do, Karlyn. Moving tomorrow. Oh, God, you're moving tomorrow right before Christmas. Everyone send positive vibes to Angel Eyes. Moving sucks. There is almost nothing that sucks worse than moving. So we're sending you all of our positive vibes. Thank you for stopping by, Angel Eyes. Thank you for the very generous super chat. We appreciate you. And best of luck tomorrow. And I hope it doesn't suck too badly.
Wilmington, Delaware, at 11:51 a.m. Eastern. So that's at around 9:51 a.m. Utah time.
I just finished my first
Charlie's
cider.
Gonna get shot at
cider
12:23.
donut now.
This plane has landed into Wilmington at what would be 9:51 a.m. So about 2.5 hours before Charlie is shot. And then, for whatever reason, these Egyptians decided to stay in Wilmington, Delaware for a night until the following day. I don't know. Where do they sleep? Where did
Cider
they go?
donut, citizen
Again,
cider.
what goes on in Wilmington, Delaware? Because they departed September 11th at 7:56 a.m. That means that we can definitively rule out that this was just a fuel stop, right? Nobody's like, let me fuel up my private military jet. and sleep on the plane. So there was something in Wilmington that held the interest of our Middle Eastern people that are here for some reason. Well, like I said, someone emailed us and we took our time vetting this tip because it seemed plausible.
Good stuff.
Right? It seemed plausible to us that
Cider,
you guys
donut,
are thinking
win.
maybe this was meant to distract us. We're going to run down this rabbit hole. And no, that's not the case. We vetted it across multiple government agencies and to really the highest levels of government. So this is legit. I've printed it out and I'm going to read around some parts, removing some parts to provide this individual, who, by the way, I have no idea who this is, but to give him and her even some more coverage. Even though they said that they were very thorough in making sure it wouldn't get back to them, but you never know. They're taking a tremendous risk. So I'm just going to read this to you guys, and I'm going to read it slow for comprehension because I had to read it slow myself for comprehension. It starts out with, Candace, I'm aware that you suspect the government and other entities are involved in the events leading up to and on September 10th. I'm aware that you also tied the plane, SUBTT, yellow plane, to this and that you are receiving tips. You might have been wondering why SUBTT made so many visits to Wilmington, Delaware, out of all places, and I can personally answer that. What I can say about myself is blank, blank, blank. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. Some people may tell you that SUBTT stopped at Wilmington because it was quote unquote just maintenance. That is not true. The information I am giving you will implicate the FBI and various other government agencies all at the same time. I am passing this to you because you are honest enough to see this for what it is. You may put this in your notes and reveal this pattern publicly, but this, and then he talks about why this information is dangerous. So I'm going to skip and get to the information portion. The information portion reads this. As you know, on September 10th, an Egyptian government Dassault Falcon 7X tail number SUBTT came into Wilmington, Delaware. I tried to pull non-public movement data and it came up empty. For me, this means that the arrival was processed under a diplomatic and dignitary category, which would not show up in the usual places. That in and of itself wouldn't be odd if we were talking about Andrews or Dulles airports. It's odd at Wilmington. You can't verify this next piece directly, but I can independently. I can confirm that blank uses vehicles which often leave and enter that airport when they do covert handoffs. Now, I have no affiliation with SUBTT, nor am I an operator anywhere near Egypt or its planes, but I do know that only federal vehicles are allowed access to private gates housing government planes. Because of this, I can guarantee you that the vehicles affiliated with this workspace arrived and left inside the same window as SUBTT. Government vehicles either pick up, monitor, or escort every government plane that lands there. So that's the standard. It's every single one. Feds don't just leave foreign government planes unwatched. It's a government plane, not a ghost plane. Someone has to come out, and we all know they're not going to just call an Uber. Given that I know most of the locations that these vehicles visit, I am entirely confident in stating that the plane and those vehicles are connected to 920 North King Street, which is at a place that is marketed also as 1 Rodney Square. Nearly every federal vehicle that visits the airport will pass through King Street at least once, because that is where the majority of the vehicles are ultimately stationed. We do this because it is discreet. The reason people don't know about this is because assets can be transferred to cars without diplomatic plates. You can't just do transfers with the diplomatic plates out in the open, or it would immediately tie assets to government. That's why the fleet is either federal, unmarked, or local. So when I say government vehicles, what I'm really saying is they most likely immediately swapped the plates for local, but they still had federal clearance. I'm going to skip this because I think this could be... The whole idea is they get in, they have a meeting, they get out, the plates are then changed back, and they go back to a designated area. However, sometimes it is decided that they need to have a meeting in a more convenient spot, a meeting that's not in a car. That is what I am telling you happened with SUBTT. It obviously would be impossible for me to show you the evidence of these activities because I obviously can't do that. I obviously can't pull dash cam or cameras, but I am telling you that this is known among insiders. And if you want confirmation, you can ask Intel insiders of yours, and they will confirm that that is exactly
All right,
what
I
happened.
gotta pee. I'll be right back.
You may ask why this happened in the first place, and I'll give you my best information, and here's where it gets big. In June of 1997, the Department of Justice's own directory lists, quote, Wilmington Resident Office, 1 Rodney Square, Suite 404, 920 King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. That is your line to know that it is a federal resident office that is at that exact address. You can open it yourself in this link and look for a page titled 675. Okay, we did that. We confirmed that. Wilmington Resident Office, Suite 404, 1 Rodney Square. And so we can confirm this is, like he says, or she says, the Department of Justice's own directory list. Okay. Today, if you punch that address into public directories, you will find the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency, at 920 North King Street. And at the same address, the United States Secret Service, 920 North King Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19801. Both are live. Both are at Suite 404. Both also publish phone numbers. In the Secret Service case, the agency's own 2025 field office list still shows Wilmington, Delaware. That means the suites that the Department of Justice owned in the 90s never actually went away. This eventually evolved into a multi-agency space in a commercial building. The building looks like if you decided to cut the 33 Thomas Street building in half. Seriously, if you Google image 33 Thomas Street in New York City, that's the building that Snowden leaked. Find one that makes it look brown and then compare it to 920 North King Street in Wilmington. It looks exactly like a mini version of the thing. The only difference is that 920 North King has glass windows. Now, you saw people on X saying that SUBTT has an alibi because it, quote unquote, aligns with a long-standing Falcon maintenance arrangement out of Wilmington that dates back to 1999. You remember that, guys? They told us, oh, they were just doing maintenance. This is maintenance here, maintenance there, scheduled maintenance. That's the part that really sent me because I know, that's the part that really set me off because I know that you are right about the plane. And I also know the truth about this plane. Yes, Wilmington used to have a Dassault Falcon authorized center, but it shut down around 2021. Then, and this is verifiable, in December of 2024, a French aircraft finishing company called Satys, SATYS, announced that it was taking over the shuttered Wilmington Airport hangar. And every Delaware outlet said the same thing. Satys will invest a little over $1 million. And get this. So you see that? We are pulling that up. We have confirmed that that is true. This is a French company that said they were going to take over this hangar in Wilmington. The Delaware River and Bay Authority is the one that is making that deal. DRBA is a bi-state authority, except the key part is that it operates on federally regulated waterways. Its own January 2024 resolution says that it was, quote, acquiring the rights to a paint hangar currently part of a Dassault leasehold and authorizing the executive director and board chair to execute that lease with Satys. So that is a River Bay Authority, the DRBA, that is executing an aviation lease on a field that sits on a navigable corridor. That automatically puts it in the orbit of a federal system. The chain here that would report from the people who control the rivers would be DRBA to the Army Corps of Engineers, the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense to the President. So now you can say with complete honesty that the federal government was aware of and signed off on the plane and hangar situation. Now, I'm not claiming a direct line of authority for that. I'm saying that anyone who tells you that the influence is not there is either misinformed or lying. I'm also not saying that POTUS himself did this, but the government was undeniably involved with that hangar and the plane that you are eyeing. Not to mention, Representative McBride is the statewide rep for that place. Again, I'm not saying that McBride has anything to do with this because I wouldn't know that, but it is noteworthy. What you can honestly say, though, is this. If SUBTT has been doing this run for decades, it could not have been using a 2024 French finishing lease as its maintenance justification. In fact, your own timeline shows how they traveled to France before the deal was even made. It proves that the maintenance story is nothing but a cover. That hangar is undeniably either another site in of itself or it is a front for something else. Back to 920 North King Street. When you Google FBI Wilmington Resident Agency, you should check the address in the Google info panel.
All right, I'm
you will
back.
likely get
Ooh.
920 North King Street with the label
Did I miss anything?
Federal Bureau of Investigation. Instead of the public FBI address, that's at 500 Delaware Avenue, Suite 300, which is just a bank tower. You can confirm that 500.
Hang on. I had to say hi to my husband real quick because he just got home. I hadn't seen him all day. Karlyn, totally unrelated, but thoughts on the schedule change of cannabis from a Schedule 1? I think it's a good thing, man. I think weed should be completely decriminalized. I know there are people who disagree with me on this regard, and people have good reason for it. But I am a big proponent of weed. Like, I think weed is fucking great. I don't think I would be able to, like honestly, I like it to be in it. I don't think I would actually be able to do what I do without weed because I think I would have crippling effing anxiety and I would be depressed all the time. And so, no, I think it is actually a positive thing. I think it's going to allow for medical research. I think it's going to allow for people to get help they wouldn't otherwise be able to get. So W Trump on that regard, though I understand why people might not support it. Hey, thank you over on Rumble, Just a Drummer, for becoming a monthly supporter. I really do appreciate it. But to say that weed is dangerous, I'm sorry. Like all these people who are like hysterical about weed, I don't agree with them at all in any way. I don't think kids should be smoking weed. I don't think anyone should be smoking weed before they're at least 25. Like, I didn't start smoking weed until I was in my 30s, and I'm very thankful for that. I do not think people should be smoking weed. Definitely not in their teens. Probably not in their 20s unless there's like an extenuating circumstance. But like later in life, once your brain is fully developed and it's not going to fuck with you, yeah, fine.
Delaware Ave is the borough's public-facing spot, but Google will tell you that 920 North King Street is also the FBI. That is not a mistake. The FBI is also stationed at 920 North King Street. They list it straight in the DOJ's 90s directory. Further, the Secret Service is not a part of the Department of Justice. They are the Department of Homeland Security. So this actually seems to be a joint DOJ-DHS site, which verifiably houses 3 different agencies and possibly more all at the same time. I've looked for a while, and to this day, I don't see any other location that does that. I guarantee you've never personally heard of a federal site operating like that either. No matter what anybody tells you, if they say they lease like that all the time, that is not a justification. Multiple agents of multiple different agencies in one suite is not common or typical in the slightest. A joint office is common, but there's a line to draw between a joint office and at least 3 different agencies alongside contractors all operating in one place. Also, take a look at the borough's own press release from December 5th, 2024. Christopher Wray, quote, met with key partners and stressed how critical FBI partnerships are to protecting our communities. They chose to mention partners. They didn't say that he met with agents that were assigned in Wilmington. They foregrounded partnerships. That's the vocabulary that they use when the space is not purely FBI and it lines up with what is actually happening at 920 North King Street, which is the FBI, the DEA, and the USSS. United States Secret
Yeah,
Service
I mean, this
and
is
others
another
are working to
this is another complaint I have about this. Like, Candace has a producing team. Candace has people helping her. She should be able to make this content like much more interactive and much more kind of like engaging than she's making it. It all feels very, very lazy to me.
together in a commercial tower.
And
Here is the
feelings
link
are
for
enough of
that press release.
are enough evidence apparently.
In that
So
link,
that's
Ray
all that matters.
confirms that the place houses private partners as well. He says, quote, if you step back and look at how much closer our partnerships are now than they were 5 or 10 years ago, it's a defining trend. I think of significance of this positive transformation. We have an entire generation of law enforcement and the private sector working together, trying to figure out how to help each other and to have each other's backs. Yeah, to have each other's backs. So let's recap these facts. On September 10th, an Egyptian government aircraft with a history of flying to France and the United States lands at a small Delaware airport under a French company maintenance pretext that doesn't actually match the hangar timeline because the French visit predates the French company's deal. Within an hour, federal SUVs move from that airport to 920 North King Street. 920 North King Street has been a federal residence office since at least 1997, and today it houses the DEA, the FBI, and the United States Secret Service, all at the same address. The hangar the plane would have used is controlled through a DRBA lease that itself is nested in federal waterways. The FBI also publicly talks about key partners in Wilmington on the same year that the hangar reactivates. I'm going to skip this next portion because he tells me how I can verify this. And like I said, I did that. Once more, go through this logic and ask yourself how this makes any sense. On November 13th, 2022, SUBTT flies from Cairo to Paris to Wichita, Kansas, to Wilmington, Delaware, back to Cairo. That is already a 4-leg, 2-continent hop that ends in Wilmington before going home. 4 days later, on November 17th, 2022, it does Egypt to Wilmington, again, departing at 8:54 a.m., and this time it stays in Wilmington until November 20th, and only then returns to Cairo. So that is 2 Wilmington arrivals in the same week. Nobody burns a government Falcon 7X on 2 separate Wilmington runs for no reason. I mean, just look at the choice of St. Louis, Wichita, Omaha, Lincoln, Williston, Minot, and Provo. None of these are standard diplomatic hubs. Most of those don't even have major consulates, and absolutely none of them are known for large-scale Egyptian presence, so that immediately undermines the whole "it's just a maintenance stop" excuse. Ask yourself, why else a state aircraft would hopscotch across America to remote cities if its purpose was just servicing at a defunct Wilmington Assault Center? Wilmington is undeniably a terminal point, and the only logical reason points to 920 North King Street. I could go through all of the dates and do this, but you already mapped the flights, so you already understand exactly what I'm saying. Obviously, I can't tell you how I know this or who I am or exactly who it is that I work for. My motive is simply that I can no longer keep this stuff in my head anymore. I just need somebody with a history
I
of
guarantee
doing
you,
the right thing.
I fucking guarantee you this is some QAnon retard who like thinks they're like a super spy in the CIA or something. This person's like, I can't tell you who I am or who I work for because obviously I am very high up and important. You're like, okay, QAnon, okay, whatever.
And figuring out the entire truth. I hope you can understand why I cannot verify my employment here.
It's so
I took a big risk to tell the truth, and my hope is that you will at least check me on it.
Trust me, bro.
Analyze and verify the flight patterns.
Trust the plan, Candace. Trust the plan.
So, I think we know why Kash Patel is out, right? I mean, I read this, checked it, verified it.
You've written her
and
fake email.
I just want to know why, Charlie. I want to know why
Of course you have.
the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk.
Hey, can you tell me what you wrote her?
Very clearly had to be approved by Charlie's friends.
And you sent me the fake emails.
That's all I have. I want to know why. I think we deserve to know why. And instead, we're going to be sued. I guess, is this going to be the pathway forward? You're going to start murdering more people in broad daylight for knowing? Is that our consequence? Is that like the slave consequence? Is that like, catching a slave and cutting off their limbs for knowing that you're evil, for finding out, for us understanding what we have known from the moment
Good,
that we
thank you.
saw Charlie die, and people started peddling out excuse after excuse why we weren't allowed to look into this.
Hey, thanks
I
for becoming
think
a channel
all we
member.
want to know is why.
Appreciate
We
it.
want to know what that slave did wrong. I think that's fair. I think we just want to know what he did wrong, okay? Because that email, that checks out.
Well, she might still bite. You don't
Secret
know.
Service, the FBI, the DEA being involved, why this plane, the quote unquote Egyptian plane, landed into Wilmington. That checks out.
You know what made me want to watch this? Like, I don't pay attention to Ethan Ralph at all, except when Amalek's on the show, and that's the only reason I would ever watch Ethan Ralph is if Amalek or Adam Green were on the show. But I heard a rumor that Ethan Ralph was like totally crashing out and being like, "What the fuck, Candace? You're fucking stupid." Like, he did a whole stream apparently complaining about Candace. And so I was like, yo, you must be saying some crazy shit if Ethan Ralph is if you have lost Ethan Ralph, it's over, bro. It's over.
So I guess to our government, what's the next move? Like, are we just going to keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars trying to see how much money can be spent on a psychological operation to convince people not to believe their own eyes and to convince people to accept the Fed slop, to convince people that Charlie ate 3,000 pounds of energy coming at him? Can we know why? We just want to know what he did. I want to know what Charlie did. I think about this. It is like, what did Charlie find out? Charlie found something out. That's it, guys. Charlie found something out and it cost him his life. That's the truth. Okay.
That's the truth.
Charlie knew
guys.
something. And
Charlie,
whatever it is
knew
big and
everything.
it is ugly. And deep down, I think
And
we
that
know
was
what it is. I think we all kind of know what it
And
is.
it was over.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say beyond the fact that we are being ruled by sadistic criminals.
So real.
All of us.
That
the
is
whole world.
true.
Every nation. Okay.
Actually,
A gang
true.
of demented psychopaths rule over us. And their solution to being caught doing psychopathic things is to murder us. To murder us. So we'll take a quick break and come back.
All right.
All right,
Hey guys, let me do an ad read, guys. Let me do an ad read. That
scrambled to get to Charlie after he was shot. And I'm going to call these our green planes. Green means go. These are the planes. And I've already mentioned to you guys this first one that we ended up discovering was related to, can you pull up this, thanks, the Cessna Citation that holds 7 to 8 passengers. That's the one that departed from Scottsdale at 8:00 a.m., landed into Provo at 10:06 a.m., and then it immediately departed for Santa Barbara, landed into Santa Barbara, and immediately departed for Scottsdale, landing into Scottsdale at 12:44 p.m. So just after Charlie got shot, because that's Scottsdale time. I am curious about who was on that plane because we can attach that to Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is featured on T.W. Lewis's foundation website. They are partners. They have given to Turning Point USA. And that flight feels very important to me. The next flight is a Beechcraft that departed Scottsdale at 12:27 p.m. local. And that holds that's a smaller plane, about 6 seats. The next flight is the 15 to 16 passenger flight. That's a big one. That was Charlie's plane that day. First took him to Salt Lake City for the restaurantology interview that he did, his last interview. And then after he gets shot, which makes sense, somebody sent it directly. I'm assuming this might have been what Mikey McCoy coordinated sent it straight to Scottsdale. And I would like to know who specifically got onto this plane. And then they land into Provo at 3:31 p.m. The last plane that we have here is one that departed Santa Barbara at 2:19 p.m. local. That's actually quite late. I want to draw your attention to that. That's a smaller airplane, and it's quite late because that's going to be 3:19 p.m. Utah time. So that's 3 hours after Charlie got shot. That person is just leaving Santa Barbara. Passengers, don't know. Here are the passengers that we know came from Arizona and potentially Santa Barbara. Andrew Colvett's wife. We have a priest. We have Stacey Sheridan, who's the chief finance person. We have, fundraiser over there. We have Elizabeth McCoy, the amazing Mike McCoy's wife. We have Tyler Boyer, and we have Erika Kirk. There could be more people. We need to focus here. There's a fact that's not connecting for me when I look at this, a fact that I have about how things were running that day. And so if you have information, maybe you're at Turning Point USA, at who left at what time, Turning Point's headquarters. Elizabeth McCoy screamed. She grabbed her phone. She ran out. Mikey probably called her. That would make sense. And that's about 30 minutes away from the airport. If you have information inside of Turning Point USA headquarters as to who you heard, or maybe you watched an interview, there were tons of interviews that everybody was doing in the days following, that were a part of the Turning Point USA apparatus, speaking about where they were, what time they got the call, please send that at moretipsat.candaceowens.com. Now, our list of Turning Point lies is just getting longer every day. Yesterday, we talked about Brian Harpole, the security guy who was not convincing at all. And he basically said, we didn't have drones because looking at the rooftops, because I wasn't allowed to have drones. Right? We just were not allowed to have drones that day. A lot of you emailed us and said that was a lie, actually. Again, going back to the early interviews that a lot of TPUSA people gave, Frank Turek, who was with Charlie on the day that he died, with Charlie in the hospital, and carried Charlie into the waiting SUV.
Excuse me. I think I'm actually being rather milquetoast in my assessment of this entire situation. When Candace has gotten something right, I've said Candace has gotten it right. When Candace is acting like a batshit fucking crazy person, I've said she's acting like a batshit crazy person. I don't feel like I'm tarring and feathering anyone. I feel like I'm giving an honest assessment of what I see happening in front of me. I have repeatedly said that I do appreciate some of Candace's more conspiratorial content in the past, but like, she's not presenting fucking evidence. I'm sorry. This whole thing is like, I feel. What about the plane? What about the forms? And it's like, they're very easy explanations for most of this.
Told Megyn Kelly something different about drones on that day. Take a listen.
And in fact, when we were driving into that event.
Oh, you think so?
Hey,
guess what? I just banned you for the rest of the stream. Enjoy your
said,
ban.
Frank,
You're only coming back after 24
the first
hours.
couple of days. Could you stay an extra day and come with me to the first event? I said, of course.
You're not saying what I want you to
driving
say.
In, Megyn, and his team has drones up, looking at the crowd from above, and they text him some video. And there's thousands of people there an hour before the start. And I said, Charlie, I don't like this place. There's too many buildings. And but he shrugged it off. He knew there were thousands of people there, and he knew in order to minister to people, you can't completely isolate yourself. It's just like love. You can't keep your heart in a box. You got to give it away.
Yeah, it's because
his team had drones. They were texting him footage when he was in the car. So Brian Harpole lied. You see, I used to lay in my grandma's bed and watch Judge Judy with my grandma growing up. And a lot of it, actually, my grandma had a bad hip. So she sometimes had surgeries and we watched Judge Judy. And I remember in my brain, maybe Judge Judy made me like this. I don't know. But she used to say, if you lie, you better have a good memory. That's the problem with lies. You got to have a real good memory to lie. When you're telling the truth, you don't have to have a good memory because it just happens. So you just say.
Too late. It's over. It's over. Amalek hates me now. It's over. Hands with the super chat because Candace has vetted everything, and a tip for the Jews in the chat. Yep. Candace has vetted everything perfectly. She has no evidence for anything. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it.
say it. And Turning Point is not having a very good memory right now. And it's hard because they did so much speaking in the aftermath that they
no.
can't go back and delete files. And
They already
so
knew you were
we can
racist
add
and
that to our
anti-Semitic.
list now of verifiable Turning Point lies. This list is, by the way, we're on 2 pages. Here's a second page. It's getting long.
Look at how
And I'm
serious
wondering
Candace
why
is.
any lies are being told, right? Brian did this interview months later.
This is,
and they
hang
still don't
on,
have
hang
their
on.
ducks.
Unironically, for a second, this is what I should do with Andy No and anyone that I'm dragging online. I should make a list of Andy No's lies and have that in perpetuity on the screen anytime I'm dragging Andy No on the internet for being a liar that's misinforming his audience. This is actually a good idea. Now they know you believe in conspiracy theories. Just wait till they find out you believe in astrology. Then it's really over.
Told, right? Brian did this interview months later, and they still don't have their ducks in a row. By the way, elsewhere in that interview with Brian Harpole, the security guy with Sean Ryan, he reiterates, he doubles down on the idea that Charlie ate 3,000 pounds of energy coming at him. Take a listen.
So the bullet came in and hit the vertebra. So it came in and then tore up everything in the wound cavity, hit the vertebra, crushed it, shattered it, turned, crushed the second one, turned, kept going down all the way. I think they said C6.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like, why not put that info out? Why not put it out? And then
why wouldn't they put that out?
And if it do me a favor, don't make me do it. It's not my job. And so then it got to here, and you're exactly right. And then hit, I think, 6 and then fragged. And so explanation 101. What are you hiding? Yeah. It's like I'm sitting back here when people are saying we bombed him or there's that wound. I'm like, hey, if somebody would from an official capacity would just release that. And I don't see how that could jeopardize a fair trial for a guy.
Yeah.
So to be clear, the only person that can actually release his autopsy report is Erika, next of kin. That's given to the next of kin. That's like the Utah state policy. If he's suggesting that the feds are blocking her from doing that, I mean, he's in that statement, why not just release it? They could in theory just release it. And yeah, it's not going to jeopardize anything. The reason they're sending you out to do it is because they don't want to be caught lying themselves. The feds have told a ton of lies. That's the problem. And they don't want to add to it. So it's easier to send out a security person and say, oh, we never said that. He said that. If what he is saying is true, Charlie wasn't shot by a 30-06, which we've been telling you from the beginning. Okay. We've been telling you Charlie was not shot by a 30-06. He was not that damaged. I told you this. I've confirmed this. Okay. And so you are left to believe that this really was a modern day miracle. And that bullet came at him from 150 yards, 3,000 pounds of energy, and it just pinged off the back of his neck and went down into his stomach. Or Charlie was shot with a smaller weapon. Okay. A smaller caliber. Either or. You get to decide. You get to decide whether salad can do that. You get to decide whether you're accepting the Popeye the Sailor Man narrative and he ate spinach. And then the next thing you know, everything was great and he was strong. You decide.
Yep, you get to decide. Okay, we're going to move on to the next episode. Thank you for the super chat. I'm not saying she's right. I do believe she's doing this because Charlie was her friend. I hope you watch video military whistleblower. I'm sure the official story isn't true. Listen, I think that it's perfectly fine to question the official story on Charlie Kirk's assassination. I think that's perfectly fine. I also think that Candace is full of shit and she's making stuff up. What her motive is for that, I do believe that she was friends with Charlie. I do believe that she has convinced herself that a certain amount of self-righteousness is appropriate in this situation. I also think she's doing it because she's making a fuck ton of money. Well, at least she was making a fuck ton of money. And she was the most talked about thing on the internet for the past, no one has been talked about more than Candace for the last couple months because of this. And so I think it would be foolish to think that she's only doing this because she was friends with Charlie. I do believe that's true. But I think if Candace wasn't getting as much attention as she's getting, she would have stopped doing this a while ago. She's doing it because of the attention. All right, let's move into the next episode. The next episode is about something to do with France. All right, we're going to skip that one. We're going to the one after. This is See You in Valhalla, Charlie.
All right, you guys, happy Friday. Some more interesting tips are coming in. It seems that company, Satis, that French company, the angle has opened up a whole new level of possibilities here in this Charlie Kirk assassination story. And I have to tell you, I do not think that they were just painting planes this year. Rather, we've learned that just before Charlie's assassination, there was actually this joint
We got another Rumble rant from Effectual Insurrection. Thank you for the Rumble rant, bro. Appreciate it. Karlyn, the Paramount Tactical video debunks this with sources and verifiable documents. It's a great vid to play with this nonsense. I appreciate that. We are going to be focusing on the Candace stuff today just because there is so much Candace stuff to watch. But I do appreciate the note on that, and maybe we'll watch it another time. But I just want to experience, view this as a reality TV show. We are partaking in a reality TV show right now. Candace is the star, and we're all just sitting back and enjoying. That's what we're doing.
Exercise, which was taking place related exactly to where the Egyptian yellow plane landed on its way to Provo. We need to definitely keep at it. Zionists are mad. I don't know why. This investigation really has set Zionists off.
Zionists are always
I think it's
mad.
because we're getting closer.
Coleman's video
and Charlie would indeed want
you.
us to keep going, Max. So welcome back to Candace.
Can I ask you guys a question? Oh, we got another Rumble rant from PA3DSN. I owe some dues for some brews, and Rumble for the win. YouTube, suck it. Yup, Rumble. I appreciate you guys over on Rumble. I am paying attention to you guys as well. Can I ask you guys something? Do you guys think that Candace is do you guys think that Candace has actually had sex with her husband? This might be, listen, I haven't been drinking lately because I just haven't felt like it. This is my first time drinking in a couple of weeks since I came back from San Francisco. Do you guys actually think that Candace has had sex with her husband? Because I think that Candace's husband kind of seems gay. And I cannot imagine Candace and her husband actually having sex. It's just weird. And they met and got married in a couple of weeks or something, and that's weird because he's not. Listen, I know he's the son of a British lord, he's rich as he's got tons of money, and so I guess Candace would have done it based on that basis alone, but I just can't. It's a weird thing. It's a weird relationship, I think. I just have a feeling, per Candace's evidentiary standard of vibes, and I have a feeling, I am actually much more psychic than Candace. I have a feeling that Candace and her husband have not really had sex. Yeah, she makes him jack off into a cup, probably true.
Okay, so that interview that I did with Charlie back when my show was on PragerU's network is becoming increasingly prophetic. At the end of every one of those interviews, I would ask the questions from my viewer.
I am sorry. Don't become a crazy fucking Candace. They want you to think Candace is crazy so you don't listen to anything. We are literally sitting here listening to every single thing Candace has said. Don't fucking put this shit on me. I don't make judgments about anything until I actually listen to it. We are sitting here literally binge watching all of Candace's fucking shows. So don't do that shit. There may be many people who haven't actually listened to what Candace has said. I actually am listening to what Candace is saying. I'm also saying I don't think Candace has had sex with her husband.
To whoever it was that I was interviewing. And this is the question that came in for Charlie, and this is how Charlie chose to answer that question. Take a listen.
Okay, who is, I already know this. You kind of already touched on this. Your all-time favorite historical figure, is it Milton Friedman or is there someone else? Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I would
Friedman?
say I got to always say Jesus Christ probably. Wow, that is a great question. Historical figure. So just for to make it fun, let's just say before 1850.
Okay, he's amending your question.
Yes,
it is
whoever
at
this
home,
is.
whoever this is.
Susie from Buffalo. I'm so sorry. Yeah, exactly. It's
Man.
amazing,
Stunning.
right? That's the Mensa.
Every single time I see a video of Charlie Kirk, it is still so hard for me to believe that Charlie Kirk is dead. Like, it's just weird, man.
I'm kidding. So I love the American founding fathers. Ben Franklin, I always really enjoyed. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson are I think are too cliche. So one I really enjoy that I just love learning from is Julius Caesar. I think he's one of the most interesting historical figures. If you want to talk about someone who lived a full life,
right?
It's Julius Caesar. From conquering northern Germania to surviving and winning a Roman civil war,
Right.
to an unusual alliance and quelling a rebellion with Cleopatra, to eventually ending the Roman Republic, to starting the Roman Empire, and then seeing the people that he benefited the most turn against him.
Right.
I think there's something very tragic and very interesting about that. So I think it's one of the most interesting, and you could learn, if there's something to learn about humanity, you could learn it through the prism of Julius Caesar.
Man, that sure is something to hear him say that. The people who
Hang on, we got another super chat here. Candace is big mad at Shapiro today. I've heard about this. We're going to get to it. It's going to be our big conclusion. And actually, she named the Jews in a huge way. Really? Really? Well, I can't wait to get to that, but we got a ways to go before we get there. That's going to be our big conclusion, is watching Candace go off on Ben Shapiro later today.
benefited the most
That is at the end of the bin.
turned against him. Gaius Julius Caesar, that is correct, a general who had rightfully earned the respect of the people for leading them through the Gallic wars, a statesman, and finally a leader who in the end was betrayed and famously assassinated by the very people that he helped to build up. A conspiracy, a plot to murder him, which included a lot of people, politicians, of course, the senators, military men, close friends and confidants, the most infamous, of course, being Brutus. Now, some reports say that he viewed Brutus as a son. That's how close they were. Of course, that didn't stop Brutus from plunging the knife into him. 23 times Julius Caesar was stabbed by senators. And of course, Brutus, leading to the famed Shakespearean expression, and et tu, Brute, et tu, you as well, you too. Wow, you have turned against me as well. Now, why was Caesar assassinated? Because I don't know. He was too good, too adored, too respected by the people, thereby a threat somehow to the establishment, of politics. It doesn't like to see somebody come through the ranks and achieve what they perceive to be power that they can't control. Yeah, the Bible is very clear that there is nothing new under the sun, and it appears that history is present again. Judas, Brutus, in the future, when we are long gone from this world, who do you guys think is going to be the person remembered most for this act of betrayal against Charlie? Not me, that's for sure. It's not going to be Candace Owens, okay? No one's going to be saying, et tu, Candace, et tu.
No.
I can tell you that right now in government, there is real panic. There is real discussion happening regarding the Egyptian planes. I was informed that yesterday evening because I'm getting the sense that they hold the key to solving Charlie's assassination. The media keeps trying these weird ways to debunk them. And we're going to find out. I've been confident from the beginning that this was not going to be a JFK assassination story. We are going to figure out who that foreign dignitary was who went to 920 North King on the morning of Charlie's assassination, who flew from Provo and landed into Wilmington, Delaware on the morning of Charlie's assassination. It is a very important question that needs answering. Got to tell you guys that
someone just DM'd me and said, Cora Siegel is a chief resident in the internal medicine residency program at the University of Illinois, Chicago. I don't know. I don't think it's the same Cora Siegel. I think it might be a different Cora Siegel. So that's what happened. That's the Triggly Puff me.
Received another email, this time from somebody in the military who informed us about another piece that we were missing that could be crucial to this puzzle, taking a more serious look into that 1 hour layover stop when our yellow plane, SUBTT, the tail number, came into the United States on September 4th. You might recall it stopped for just 1 hour in Minot, North Dakota, which I learned has an Air Force base. It pretty much is just the Air Force base, by the way, before making its way onto Provo. And here I'm going to read to you that email that I received. It says, "Hi, Candace, I am blank. One of the good ones, military member, one of the good ones. I think one of the keys to not overlook here is BTT's stopover in Minot, North Dakota. Why stop there at all on the 4th? Why not fly direct to Provo? Not only does Minot have an FBI office, but it also has an Air Force base. Among other tenants, that Air Force base is home to the 891st Missile Security Forces Squadron, a combined military and civilian security force that had just come off of Operation Valhalla, a training exercise in Minnesota."
I totally almost hooked up with a guy one time who was in the Army who was stationed in Minot, North Dakota. It's just a little blast from the past right now. And it was real. Well, no, I'm not going to say that on the internet. Never mind. I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to stop talking before I say something that could be incredibly intimidating.
From the 24th to the 29th of August, where the security forces practice long-range shooting practice, among other things. Remember on September 12th when Kash Patel ended his press conference with, quote, "Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, my brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla." Yeah, very interesting thing to say. I don't believe in coincidences. That's how he ended the email, telling me to keep up the hard work. And so we investigated that, and that fact checked true, right? Minot definitely is home to exactly what we
Do you want to
are
know? Do you want to know? Do you want to know the truth of that story? Do you want to know the truth of that story? It's a little scandalous. I was very scandalous when I was younger. I was very okay. I'm going to tell you guys the truth. So the guy that I almost hooked up with that was stationed in Minot, North Dakota, I met him when I was okay. So right after I got out, oh shit, you guys are about to get more information about me than you damn well should have. Right after I graduated from college, I became an admissions counselor at Norwich University in Vermont. Norwich University is a military school. Well, it's like it's half military, half like regular, like, students and whatever. But like I was an admissions counselor. I was a person that like reviewed college applications, and I went to college fairs and stuff like that and tried to recruit students to the college and blah, 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 whatever. The person that was stationed in Minot, North Dakota that I almost hooked up with was a student at the school when I was an employee at the school, and he worked in the admissions office all 4 years. And then he left and he became an officer in the Army, and he went to Minot, North Dakota, where they put him in the nuclear bunker. He was like one of the people that was supposed to like set off the nuclear weapons. And I'm just saying that after he graduated, there was a thing that occurred with a thing that it was like, it never like manifested in real life because we were just in two different locations, but there was a thing that occurred. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. He was in the military. And he was young. He was younger than me. That's fine. I don't mind people being younger than me. But it was yeah. The struggle was real. But then he got married, and I got married, and it was not meant to be.
I didn't know anything, by the way, about the city of Minot. I can tell you that North Dakota in general is not a very populous state. Approximately 750,000 people statewide. Okay.
Yeah.
And in Minot, there are just 45,000 people, and that includes 5,000 people who are stationed.
Listen, if you literally are given the responsibility of you are one of the people who can push the buttons on the nuclear weapons, you cannot be groomed if you were one of the people that can literally push the buttons on the nuclear weapons. Like, we have to set a standard here. Grooming is for people who are under 18 minimally, and usually much younger than that. We're talking about an adult man here who happened to be in the military, and he was hot, and I really liked him, and he was funny, and, whatever. And he had the responsibility of literally hitting the button on the fucking nuclear weapon. So let's not make any insinuations about grooming. My God.
There at the Minot Air Force, and it is home, as he indicated, to a global command strike center. which has participations between various
All right, everyone
countries
focus.
on joint exercises. And we can show you right here that in the weeks leading up to Charlie's assassination, I mean, literally what he says, August 24th, 29th,
Yeah, I'm secretly
Operation
vaccinated.
Valhalla took place in neighboring Minnesota. So they
True.
took the Minot boys and they took them over to Minnesota. And it included the military and, of note, the civilians. What's interesting, of note, civilians, and they trained from August 25th to August 29th. And we can read the details of that here. And by details, I mean, this is what the public was told about what they were training for, okay? So this is on the Minot Air Force Base website. It says Operation Valhalla Strike was a week-long training where the 891st Squadron from Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota, traveled to Camp Ripley Training Center in Minnesota, August 24th, 29th, 2025. The advanced training focused on air-based ground defense and nuclear security tactics, the bread and butter of the squadron's mission. The training, called Operation Valhalla Strike, allowed the unit to complete requirements not possible at the Minot Air Force Base, including full-distance live fire exercises. Camp Ripley provided full-distance firing ranges, which allowed defenders to hone their rifle marksmanship and machine gun proficiency, exceeding the capabilities of standard Air Force 25-meter training ranges. Okay, the squadron of more than 250 dedicated airmen and civilians supporting the 91st Missile Wing's global deterrence mission by defending the United States with the world's premier combat-ready intercontinental ballistic missile force. Okay, cool. And yeah, it sure must be something of just a coincidence that Valhalla, which kind of struck everybody as odd, as was him going 33 hours. It was like there was a press conference that was happening for the American people, but he was signaling to other people who were like in the club to know what they needed to understand about what happened. Do you know what I mean? That's how I felt about Kash Patel's press conference and the things that he was saying. It just didn't, something felt weird about it.
Felt
33
weird.
hours, 33 hours.
Felt
and of course, yes,
weird.
he did say something about Valhalla. Let's take a listen to what Kash Patel said.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk.
This was so weird.
Rest now, brother.
I agree that this
we
was
have the
weird.
watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
I'll see you in Valhalla. Serious
Probably
FBI
just
director.
a coincidence, you guys. That
Yup.
this operation also fits just so neatly into our timeline. I love timelines. I love neat timelines. So let's pull that up again. I'm also going to introduce a couple of corrections to yesterday. First and foremost, July 20th, we talked about BTT, which came in for its longest trip. That's correct. From Cairo, it went through to Paris, and then it went to Omaha, Nebraska. I think yesterday I said that it stayed in Wilmington for 6 days. No, it only stayed in Wilmington for one night. It stayed in Nebraska for the longest stretch yet, departing from Nebraska, from Lincoln, Nebraska in particular. And this 6-day stretch of what they were doing in Nebraska actually might offer us a clue, because during this stretch on July 22nd, the Nebraskan Secretary of State, Bob Evans, announced that they were going to put together a trade and investment delegation to Cairo, Egypt. What are the odds?
Yeah?
You got this plane from Cairo, Egypt, and we're going to pull this up and show you. And suddenly you got this guy, Bob Evans, and he says, yeah, you know what? Let's plan a trip to Cairo and see if we can make some money with them. I'm going to let you listen to, I think we have a news clip that will show you that happened.
Nebraska Secretary of State Bob Evans is inviting business and industry leaders to take part in a trade mission, investment mission to Egypt later this year. Egypt's position in North Africa makes it an ideal gateway to doing business in the greater Middle East region, and our state excels in several sectors that Egypt is keen to invest in, including agricultural goods, manufacturing, water management, medical technology, and more. The mission is currently scheduled for October 26th through November 2nd. However, the dates are subject to change. Those interested in joining the delegation to Egypt can visit the Secretary of State's website or contact the office to learn more.
And I want to say to my Nebraskans, we should probably figure out, I didn't have time to do this, we should go through his schedule and see who he met with, because I feel like that idea might be related to our planes. I just don't think like people in Nebraska are sitting around like, hey, we should go to Cairo, Egypt. And it happens to line up with this plane that comes in, literally comes in on the exact same day. I also, minor correction, I think yesterday I said that Tucker spoke on July 18th. He actually spoke on July 11th. I just kind of copy and pasted that over wrong. So we made that correction. Anyways, yeah, we can then see that we've added this addition. This Valhalla is now here on our timeline from August 24th to 29th. They have this joint operation Valhalla that's taking place at Camp Ripley.
Very
And we are
interesting,
really
Candace.
getting tight here. We are talking about
So basically a minor update to the timeline. Okay, let's move forward. Turning Point has been keeping a big secret. This is 2 weeks ago.
all right, you guys, happy Tuesday. I'm going to ask you a question. It's actually a riddle that we're all familiar with. What came first, the chicken or the egg? That's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind really all day, because yesterday we were explaining to you guys this sort of random coincidence, maybe not a coincidence, of the FBI seemingly choosing to work in offices that are kind of being run by like French royalty in essence, right? These old French American families. Now, why would our FBI do that? Surely they would have been aware that they were choosing to work in buildings that might potentially have some foreign interests. But then you know what? It clicked. The chicken came before the egg. Of course, don't be ridiculous. That's the answer to the riddle. LOL to the American history that's taught to us in the public schools. The French helped to establish the United States. They came over and they helped us win our big independence from the big bad Brits. And then what? They just left us alone. It was just an act of charity. Like, we're good. We want nothing in return. We just want you guys to be free. Does that make sense to you? Come on. Turns out, actually, and you may have known this, maybe I'm just American ignorant, but our FBI was founded by the French. In theory, the FBI really is in France's building over in Wilmington, if you think about it, for a long time. And I have been thinking about this for a long time. So welcome back to Candace. I actually want to begin this episode with a comment from yesterday's episode, because, you know, we ran that poll wondering whether or not the public agreed with me about my lawsuit, me being filed by Brigitte Macron, me being sued by Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron, and whether or not it was just one big federal setup meant to bankrupt me. And here is an answer that we got in the comment section. Look at this. I believe that the purpose of Macron's lawsuit was that it was supposed to go nowhere because Candace was supposed to have been assassinated before the case got to court. Then they could forever claim that Candace was lying.
Candace, this is a real good idea. Let's just show random comments from anonymous people on YouTube as evidence. Great idea, Candace. As someone who got anyone who has ever read the YouTube comments knows that those aren't something that you take seriously.
Evident by the fact that they were suing her for quote unquote defamation before someone had killed her. This was their plan, but I pray that it has now been foiled. I had never considered that, and that hit really deeply, and that is a dark thought.
Wow.
And I think now I'm wondering, I have a lot of questions. Everything feels different
I have questions
in this post Charlie Kirk
I'm just
world.
asking questions.
Where to begin? How about we should talk about the founding of America? Because, man, those Catholic priests that I was telling you about, they were unbelievably correct. I told you guys a long time ago how when I was considering whether or not I should be Orthodox or Catholic, but I knew that I was sort of done with Protestantism, I had been taking instruction from these priests in Europe and in the UK. And one of the fathers is a real bookworm, right? Kind of this cantankerous Englishman.
Listen, two things can be true at once. Erika Kirk is definitely sus to me. Completely and totally. I do not believe her. I don't think she's authentic. I think that there's something very wrong with that whole situation. Candace is also being ridiculous. And so both Candace and Erika Kirk can be problematic for very, very different reasons. But I don't buy in. Like, Candace has not proved her claims to me with any sort of like evidence that I'm satisfied with so far.
No time for the American education system whatsoever. And he said to me quite famously, "You Americans know nothing of your own history. Your country was founded by Freemasons."
Erika
and that
might
just kind of
be
permanently
a
now
reptilian.
echoes in my ear, because boy, was he right.
True.
A war that had been sort of waging across Europe
Very
for centuries
true.
had then spilled into America. It was largely a spiritual war. It was really a theological war. That's what I'm starting to realize. That's why America never really had an appetite for Orthodox or Catholicism,
real.
because the Catholics and the Orthodox have kept history. They know what was going on in Europe, not the fake history that's packaged and sold to Americans. They know what the Freemasons were up to. Freemasons who caused all of those revolutions against really the Christian empire across Europe. The idea really, I now think, is keep Americans fat and dumb and drugged and propagandized, right? And then when we need to, use their men to mass murder other Christians overseas. That's the big picture that I'm beginning to see. All of this to say, did you know that our FBI was founded by Charles Joseph Bonaparte? I had no idea. I hate to be American ignorant, but I had no idea. And yes, that man was the founder. And yes, that is like Napoleon Bonaparte. His grandfather, Charles's grandfather, was Napoleon Bonaparte's brother. This is his great uncle. Napoleon Bonaparte was his great uncle, which makes it kind of hilarious, right? Because our tip yesterday from that person in Wilmington, Delaware, was asserting that the FBI had these offices, these kind of hidden offices, maybe kind of in buildings that appear to be in part controlled by French American families who might have some conflicted interests. Particularly, we were discussing the DuPont family, right? Mentioning the DuPont family led to a flurry of tips coming out of Delaware. It was incredible. People in Wilmington saying, they own kind of everything, like everything, hospitals, schools, buildings, you name it, it is theirs. And then we received some more tips from people who were invested in sort of the urban legends of the DuPont family. They were telling us, hey, I went to school with DuPonts. Like, there's a lot of stories there. And these stories sound a lot like what you were covering in your Becoming Brigitte series. You remember, actually, right before we had been sort of interrupted in Becoming Brigitte series 2, season 2, we were speaking about Eric Dupont Moretti, and we were speaking about how he was kind of known, made a name for himself, making an argument for happy incest. Yeah. People were telling us, like, hey, this DuPont family, there's a lot going on there. And they've also maybe been involved in some murders. Again, this was DuPont folklore, if you will. But then more emails came in, and you know what? It's not entirely folklore. Okay. It's really just not. This is actually an article that appeared in Vanity Fair. So let's read it together. And I'm going to issue a trigger warning right at the top because it is disturbing. Today's episode in general, I should say, is not for the faint of heart. Here's the headline. DuPont heir gets no prison time for raping 3-year-old daughter. Okay. And the person who emailed this over said, this has actually kind of lived in me for over a decade because I was so disturbed by the story, and you should read this. And it tells us that Robert Richards IV was in 2009 convicted of raping his 3-year-old daughter.
Okay.
7
What does
years
this have to do with
after
anything?
she, who was just 5, told relatives that she didn't want her father to be touching her anymore. Then it says, in an alarming twist, the judge who sentenced the heir to the DuPont fortune let him off with no jail time, arguing that the 6'4" Richards will not fare well in prison. That was the argument that the lawyer made, and the courts in Delaware found that to be valid. So instead of sentencing him for prison for raping a toddler, it goes on and tells us that Judge Jan Jordan ruled that Richards would benefit from treatment instead. Critics have since noted that such treatment is usually offered only to drug addicts or those in possession of child pornography, not convicted rapists, and the details of the case became public this month when Richard's ex-wife sued him for damages related to the abuse of their daughter. Here is how the News Journal describes the convicted rapist in this case. Quote, Richards, who is unemployed and supported by a trust fund, owns a 5,800 square foot mansion in Greenville that he bought for $1.8 million in 2005. He also lists a home in the exclusive North Shores neighborhood near Rehoboth Beach, according to the state's sex abuse registry. Tells us that his great-grandfather is the DuPont family patriarch, Irénée DuPont, and his father is Robert H. Richards, a retired partner in the Richards, Layton, and Finger law firm. Now, I already know what you're going to say. Hey, Candace, is that the law firm that's filing the paperwork for you? And the answer to that is yes. And I did not know that no until literally yesterday, because Richards didn't sound to me like DuPont. So I had not put two and two together as I was doing this episode talking about the DuPont family. I hadn't realized that the people that are filing paperwork for me, or rather the founder of that firm, the founding partner of that firm, who's since retired, is DuPont. It's the DuPont family. So makes sense, because as the people in Delaware are telling us, everything is DuPont. The Vanity Fair article continues. The heir to the DuPont chemical fortune, and to be clear, that is what they specialize in, chemicals that are used in war.
This to me is like not even about Turning Point. So we're going to skip ahead. This is when Turning Point threw down the gauntlet.
All right, you guys, it's happening.
Candace to
it's
a debate.
happening. Everybody stay calm. After yesterday's episode where we went kind of for the jugular with Turning Point USA, because really I think everybody in the entire world has had enough with the non-response, trying to move on, trying to gaslight us, not answering basic details. So we just went for it. And guess what? Turning Point has moved to formally respond to all the things that we have said. And after a very long diatribe in which they wildly misrepresent the public and global investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination, they at long last issued a public invitation or a challenge. I'm not sure what it is, but I accept. Okay. Quite literally, all we have ever asked for were sensible answers to our basic questions about what transpired on September 10th. And it looks like we're going to get those things. So major win. I am excited. Also, later on in the show, what I have for you is The Game, whose rapper is releasing a song that is entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens. And I have more questions. I've got questions. Am I allowed to have questions? Welcome back to Candace. What can I say other than we went max? Pause, reflect. I'm proud of everybody. I'm proud of the world. Every single person who was in my inbox giving me tips, the people inside of Turning Point USA who were leaking, the donors that wrote public letters, the donors that didn't write public letters but sent us messages encouraging us to keep going. Today feels like a win, because guess what? It forced Turning Point USA to finally respond, and that was the entire point, okay? That has been the point of refusing to let up even 1 second in this investigation. They wanted to simply be able to eulogize Charlie Kirk at a big memorial event, and then they wanted us to simply move on. And we didn't do that, okay? So yeah, we should celebrate the fact that we kept up the pressure, that we insisted that we have answers, that even in this tremendous culture of ADHD and everyone's constantly being distracted by their iPhones, that we kept the focus, okay? Turning Point is going to commit to a live streamed event where they are apparently going to answer all of these lingering questions. And I would say these were pretty basic questions right out of the gate. Why they didn't do that right out of the gate, nobody knows. We can hear them, their explanation for why they didn't in just a moment, because they sent Blake Neff out. Blake Neff, by the way, is the producer of the Charlie Kirk Show. Now he is kind of the rotating talent of the Charlie Kirk Show. He was already featured with Charlie on the show, so that's not unusual. But I think we probably anticipated that Andrew Colvett, who is the TPUSA spokesperson, would have been the person to deliver this message. Maybe in theory, that should have been his job. Maybe he's traveling. The point is, we got Blake Neff, and I want to say, just to reiterate, that I have always maintained that whatever is going on at Turning Point USA, I have not felt that Blake Neff is one of the bad guys. Okay. I just have never gotten that particular vibe from him. I believe that when he speaks, he believes that he is telling the truth. And maybe that's why they want him in front of the camera. He's been the only person that has been responding in a way that feels even remotely authentic when he defends the actions of Mikey McCoy on that day. I sense that he believes that he is telling the truth. Anyways, let's listen to what Blake Neff had to say in its entirety. It's not going to feel organic. Obviously, he's reading from a piece of paper. This has probably been reviewed 12 times by many different lawyers because that's how it works at big organizations and companies. But I don't fault him that. We'll pause at certain moments because I do want to be able to respond throughout it. It's a bit long, but I want to give them my platform, as I always have made that offer to. So here is Blake Neff.
Ever since Charlie's murder, Candace Owens has leveled a flood of allegations against people at Turning Point USA, people at Turning Point Action, and people who work for this show. She's made them against some of Charlie's closest friends and against some of his most dedicated employees.
Yes.
She has suggested that Michael McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, knew Charlie would be murdered, was happy that he died, and stayed silent because he was told he would be the next Charlie. She has suggested Michael is not his real name. It is. I have seen his birth certificate myself. She has called it suspicious that Mikey's wife, who works at Turning Point, helped plan the campus tour event where Charlie was murdered, which she didn't, by the way. She doesn't work on campus events.
Okay, so first and foremost, I actually never said that she helped plan the event. I said it was suspicious that Mikey McCoy's wife, that we never found out who did plan the event, that was one of the answers that we wanted to know. And I said that she works in events, still was not clear on what happened. Regarding Mikey McCoy, I think the entire world believes that his actions are suspicious because we have eyes, and you don't get to wiggle out of that by pretending that us playing the words of his own father, Rob McCoy, who I think is highly suspicious in all of this. He has a suspicious background. We played his own words as he tried to sanitize someone who spent time in prison for being a sexual deviant, right? For trying to take photos of young girls. I don't think he's a good guy, and you're not going to make us forget those things because you are trying to pretend that Mikey's actions were totally normal that day. They weren't. That's why I didn't make the public feel that way. Okay. I may have voiced how they felt, which everyone else is refusing to do, but I do believe that Mikey McCoy should have to answer for who he had on the phone right when the shot went off. So yeah, his own father is the one that spoke about Charlie's notebooks and spoke about how Mikey McCoy was talented. And it was Mikey McCoy who then jumped on Liberty University's stage for an event that was scheduled for Charlie Kirk. So there you go. That's our perspective, and I'm going to stand by it. Let's keep it rolling.
Candace has suggested the Utah Valley University event was unusual, and its details suggested a, quote, inside job.
It was unusual. That's a fact. And you can quote me on that because I worked for Turning Point USA and I went on every tour since 2019. And typically those events are decided at least the semester before. This came together very quickly.
Yeah,
it
that's
is unusual. And I don't know why you think that you are going to be able to disprove that notion when I have.
Listen, I worked in higher education for 10 years. I worked at all sorts of different colleges. What Candace is saying is true. Campus events are scheduled months ahead of time. They're usually not scheduled last minute.
The emails to support that claim. Let's keep it rolling.
She has claimed that foreign aircraft have followed Erika Kirk around the country and that Turning Point has lied about this happening.
Definitely never said Turning Point lied because you never responded. So that doesn't actually make any sense. And this is why it's not good to have lawyers write things out because sometimes they're not so detail oriented. What we did was we showed at first that when I plotted these strange Egyptian jets that they were following Charlie. And that was a concern because I wondered if they were tracking Charlie. We then obviously realized that they were tracking TPUSA faith events, and that many more times they were following and perhaps tracking Erika. You should be concerned about that. We find it odd that rather than being concerned or trying to get answers to why a foreign military jet would be on the ground during a time when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, you're upset with us for asking questions about these jets. Let's keep rolling.
She has accused us of lying about Charlie wanting Erika to take over for him if he died.
Never happened. That is not a quotation. That is just them saying that. So let's keep rolling.
She has suggested Charlie's security team intentionally denied him first aid after the shooting to ensure that he died.
When you say suggested, it means that they
Yo, we got a super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Candace is a crazy narcissist, and TPUSA lied. Charlie texting two people the night before they were going to kill him. The call log and nothing can ever explain Mike McCoy's behavior after Charlie was killed. Well, I guess we'll see, but I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much.
are interpreting my words. What I said is another fact. They did not issue him first aid when he fell down. There was nobody who pulled out any gauze and tried to stop the bleeding. And they've admitted to that. In a sit down with Sean Ryan, Brian Harpole said,
I'm sorry. I watched the video of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated multiple times. It's one of those things where, like, I'm not going to fault someone for not pulling out a thing of gauze. If you see someone get shot right in front of you and you're not just like, and especially if it's your friend, by the way, and it's like the first, like, that's just not a human reaction, like shock, horror, like absolute, just like you don't know what to do when shit like that happens. I think they did the best they could for Charlie, man. Charlie got shot in the neck. Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. Charlie, I said it as soon, and I don't know that much about this stuff, but I said it as soon as I saw the video. I was like, he is not going to make it. And I think most of us knew he wasn't going to make it. I think that they did what they could do, which is they got him in a car. They got him to the hospital. I think that they tried, but it's just like, you would go into, like, any serious person would go into shock and freeze. Like, you don't, my friend just got shot. Let me pull a thing of gauze out of my pocketbook. Like, what the fuck?
It was because of the severity of the injury. I'm sorry again that we noticed something that stood out as unusual, given the expertise and the amount of money that he was paying that supposed to be an elite team. Let's keep rolling.
She has raised suspicions about the head of our technical team because he took an SD card out of a camera. She has spread absurd claims that Tyler Boyer, who we just had on the show, sexually abuses male interns.
Okay, so yes, the SD card thing is unbelievably suspicious. It's not something that you would do. Neither would you just run up onto a grassy knoll and record yourself. Again, these are unusual actions. And rather than trying to pretend like it's normal to record a selfie video of yourself and to prematurely announce that somebody is dead, maybe you should answer why all of that took place, because you guys told lies about, verifiable lies about why that took place. Because don't forget, Andrew Colvett sat next to you and said it was because people were stealing. People were stealing. You probably would want to grab the very expensive cameras and not the SD card for an event that was being live streamed. Regarding Tyler Boyer, I'm so glad we're going to do this live streamed, because I'm happy to present to you the exact name of the intern. And I didn't say that he abused him. I didn't say it was not consensual. I said that he likes younger boys. I don't mean like younger as in they're not of the legal age. I'm just saying they're a lot younger than him. And yeah, I can give you the exact name of the intern that he hooked up with. That person was not at Turning Point USA. But I can also give you more than that, as well as people that are currently working for Turning Point USA who said that Tyler Boyer, and these are young men, tried to hook up with them after some events. So I'm glad we're going to live stream that. Keep going.
She has suggested that TPUSA faith-affiliated pastors, like theologian Frank Turek, who we'll have on in a moment, and Pastor Rob McCoy, are part of a military, quote, infiltration of Turning Point, either because they are veterans or because they have family members who are.
Yeah, so I do believe the Calvary Chapel, their history with Chuck Smith, the evidence that it was a militant CIA effort to infiltrate the Christian faith. and to tie the Christian faith to the political ideology of Zionism. I think there's a lot of evidence for that, and I'm happy to discuss that in a broader debate. I do think that things at Turning Point USA became a bit problematic when you started to, I would say, almost hijack genuine Christian faith and sort of roll it into this idea that you must support Israel in order to be a Christian. That's kind of floating into more opinion, but I think well backed by the facts of the founding of the Calvary Chapel Church during the decade of the 60s, where the CIA was really just spiking the ball on Christians in general. Let's keep going.
Even if not everyone has been named specifically, though, Candace has effectively tarred everyone here with complicity in Charlie's death by repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone.
Sorry, that was a dream that I had. And it is also a realization that it has been months. People at Turning Point USA are in possession of text messages. And the day before Charlie died, in which he wrote out to you, and not just to people that work at Turning Point USA, but also security guards, that he thought that they were going to kill him tomorrow, explicitly. I find it highly unusual that you wouldn't share that information at all, or that you would sit by and be quiet, or at some points attack people that are trying to explore who they is, because I don't think anybody believes that Charlie thought that a trans furry kid who had never been on UVU's campus was going to kill him tomorrow. And your silence during moments when people are lying, like Josh Hammer, when he said, hey, this never happened, Charlie never blinked on Israel, makes you all look very, very suspicious. Lies are only necessary, okay, when you are covering something. And if you are covering the truth, you are betraying Charlie. So I stand by that. Let's keep going.
She has said Charlie's murder, quote, had to be approved by Charlie's friends, and then suggested those friends might have her murdered too for, quote, knowing the truth.
So you notice that's like a Snopes tactic. When he says the quote, it's actually not a full quotation. I never said that. Obviously, in the context that he put it in, that Charlie's friends, quote, had to know he was going to be murdered. That did I say the sentence had to know he was going to be murdered? Perhaps, but we're going to need to hear the full sentence because you're trying to context it in a way that is just untrue. And I don't think it's necessary. If you're willing to have a conversation that you need to lie about anything that I've said, people have watched the show. They know exactly what I've said. And I tend to stand by what I've said. And I do stand by everything that I've said. Keep going.
She has made claims of financial impropriety and fraud at Turning Point, adding up into the millions of dollars, which again is not true. Charlie made sure the organization was audited by a third party every year. He personally reviewed and he signed off on every expense report, and literally every single bill paid by the organization down to a single United States dollar. We have never missed a 990 deadline.
Okay, so immorality, like financial impropriety, does not necessarily mean that you committed true financial fraud. There's definitely financial impropriety at the company. I would say that if you are representing yourself as a charity and what you're actually...
There's financial stuff at every company. People fudge their expense reports. They put things on the expense reports they shouldn't. There's errors made when forms get submitted. And it's just like, I'm not suggesting you shouldn't look into this stuff, and I'm not suggesting that audits shouldn't happen. Of course, audits should happen, but just like the fact that you're insinuating that, like, you know, oh, there was a fucking decimal off for the form, like, it's just like, it's like this stuff literally happens at every single company. Every company, every organization, every nonprofit, anyone who has ever worked in the real world knows this.
Doing is evaporating millions of dollars into various LLCs that have your name on it. That would be financial impropriety, right? Like you could say, I'm a contractor, I'm this LLC, I'm that LLC. I'm not doing anything illegal, but it's inappropriate. It's improper. Most people are not able to read those forms and won't understand what's happening to the $80 million. And I think that those questions are, of course, valid and that you guys should have no issues answering them. I am struck by the fact that you're still trying to conflate an annual audit with Charlie's explicit request to put together a Doge department 7 days before he died. These are not the same. You know they're not the same. I know they're not the same. Okay, everyone knows that Doge is not the same as the audits that are required for 501c3s, conducting an internal audit. And having you still misrepresent that makes us uncomfortable. Address the Doge. That's got nothing to do with anything other than Charlie, right? Charlie felt that this needed to happen, and inside sources at your own company say it was because he didn't know where the money was coming from or how quickly and where exactly the money was being evaporated to. That passes the vibe check in terms of what Doge is about, because, of course, Charlie could not have been establishing Doge for the last 5 years, because that's a very new concept as of 2025, something that Trump put into place with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, right? So, yeah, you're still being dishonest, but carry on.
Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There is always something new coming up, and none of it ever pans out, because from the start, there has been nothing there.
Okay, so no matter how many times you keep pretending there's nothing there at the Egyptian planes, the whole internet understands that there's something there at the Egyptian planes, especially because you keep pretending like it's not weird. Like, you're just like, it's not weird. No, this is normal. It's totally fine that these Egyptian planes, and also, by the way, today it broke that the Saudi king was on this plane at some point in 2023. We'll get to that later. And you guys are like, this is totally normal.
So we got KK in with the member chat. Thanks for being a member of the channel, KK. I'm literally just doing this because I think it's blocking the gift button. Yes, I Googled it. Please. I don't know what's going on there, KK, but I appreciate you. Thank you.
This is just what happens at UVU. People just lay over into Wilmington, do things. It's just so foolish. You guys have got to stop the gaslighting if you think your organization is going to survive. I mean, some of that stuff is just untrue. Saying that I went after somebody for wearing a green hoodie is not true at all. We never even covered the green hoodie people on this show. I shared a picture when somebody asked for a picture because they were trying to investigate and identify everyone who was there, which is valid. And the person wearing the green hoodie was not even upset about it. He responded. So that has nothing to do with me whatsoever. And by the way, it would probably feel better to the public if you guys were the ones that were asking questions about who was there on that day. I completely stand by what I said about the people that are wearing maroon shirts. They are going to, I will guarantee you, represent a military unit somewhere. I'm very close to figuring out exactly which military unit that was.
Yeah.
Again, trying to gaslight us and pretend we're conspiracy theorists or like that's stupid. Not a good long-term strategy for Turning Point USA. Carry on.
The attacks and allegations from Candace are either lies or they are innuendos thrown around with a total reckless disregard for the truth, so that Candace can manipulate and string along an audience of people who don't realize they are being played.
Yep.
Instead of being able to grieve properly after one of the most heinous murders in American history, a murder many of us had to witness, my friends have had to endure harassment from people who have gotten whipped up by what Candace is saying. In fact, I would say we have suffered more harassment from these people than we have from Antifa supporters who overtly celebrate Charlie's murder.
Listen,
and just like a lot of those
I feel personally validated in all of this. Like I have said for years and years and years, the right is way worse than dealing with the left. Dealing with unhinged retards on the right is way worse than dealing with leftist activist insanity. Like, the left gets uppity every now and again, and they call you names, and they kicked me out of event and things like that, and sometimes they chase me down the street, whatever. The right is way worse, significantly worse, and it's not even close.
Antifa members, many of these people take this delight in how gross and unpleasant they can be. What our friends have had to endure is not funny, and it's not insignificant. It is evil. I have seen it.
Okay, conflating people that are trying to figure out who murdered Charlie Kirk with like Antifa is actually objectively funny. That's an unforced error. They should not have included that in the statement. Somebody in that room was like, should we say that? Should we not? And somebody said, no, we shouldn't say that. And then somebody else in the room said, no, we should. Let's keep it in. That second person was wrong. That should have been struck from the statement. It's very silly. Okay. It's very silly to attack your own audiences who are concerned and your own donors who are concerned and say, you're Antifa if you don't accept this absurd Fed slop. If you're not going to drink the Fed slop, then you are Antifa. Just not a good idea whatsoever. Okay. That is not what's happening here. You are not the victim. Charlie is, actually. He's dead. And to pretend like you are too aggrieved to be able to answer the questions makes entirely no sense. Obviously, if you were actually under a real amount of stress, if you actually were deeply upset that people had you on a list of suspects or thought that you were suspicious, you would just clarify things instantly, immediately. It's so easy. It's free. If someone said, Candace, what were you doing when Charlie Kirk was shot? I'd be like, I was sitting down at my table prepping my show. Like, the question doesn't offend me because I had nothing to do with Charlie dying. Okay. This is a psychological technique that is failing. It is failing for you. And you're upset because you thought that with time, with the passage of time, people would let the story go, and they didn't. And these reasons that he's about to list for why they didn't respond and answer any questions are beyond ridiculous. Let's take a listen.
For months, we have received hundreds, thousands, I suspect, emails and calls asking us to respond.
Yeah.
People have wanted us to invite Candace on the show. But for a long time, our approach was to say nothing. We did that for several reasons. First, we thought that her prevarications were so absurd that nobody would believe them. We shouldn't have to answer questions about secret tunnels or Egyptian Air Force planes. That sort of thing is just, it's beneath contempt to respond to. The second reason we've said so little, though, is because there's a good rule of thumb, which Charlie followed. Do not feed the trolls. Focus on the mission, reviving America, uplifting young people, making heaven crowded. Don't give air to people who want to tear you down and sow discord. Lastly, we didn't respond because Charlie always viewed Candace as a friend, and we were holding out hope that she would return that friendship and stop what she was doing.
Okay, so the first thing he says there is, we didn't respond because it's beneath us. Like, that's just not the right attitude. I mean, that is an elitist attitude. It is beneath us to respond to the very people who showed up in scores because they were so moved by Charlie's assassination that they all poured into the Staples Center, right? And poured their tears out and made videos and donated. It is beneath us to not to then respond to questions that you have that are meaningful, because we just think it's so stupid that you would suggest that the feds are involved in an assassination. That's never happened in American history. What? So that's a ridiculous thing. The second thing he says there is, Charlie always said, don't feed the trolls. Well, that flies into the face of what he says thereafter, where he says Candace and Charlie were friends. So I'm not a troll, okay? I'm not a troll. I'm not trolling. I'm not someone who's hated Turning Point and wanted Turning Point to fail. I'm actually the exact opposite of that. And that's why the people believe in me and they trust me, because they feel that I'm the only one that's acting right in this situation. Who wouldn't want to have every stone unturned if they cared about somebody? Who wouldn't want to have every question answered? Who wouldn't be immediately suspicious to see Egyptian military jets? Who wouldn't go, why the hell were these jets around Turning Point way before, years before Charlie's assassination? Who is on these jets? Instead, you're mentioning the Egyptian planes for the fourth time. So I would like to recommit everybody that is watching this to figuring out what the hell is going on with these Egyptian planes, because they're nervous about them, okay? They're mentioned so many times. They're just trying to give the vibe that this is so crazy. No, they are fearful. The Egyptian planes hold the key, and that is obvious even in Blake Neff's statement. But yeah, I am not a troll, okay? And people followed what felt to them as authenticity, and it was not you. They were not getting that from Charlie's closest friends. Why is that? They weren't getting that from Charlie's most loved pastors. Why is that? Don't blame me for the bad energy that you exuded, okay? Don't blame me for the fact that you didn't pass the gut check.
You know, what I will say is kind of like, why didn't Turning Point Why didn't Turning Point just do like a whole Glenn Beck style chalkboard thing where they said, Candace said this happens, here is our side of the story. Candace says this happens, here's our side of the story. Why didn't they just do that? Why did they have to go through this big theatrical thing where they're like, you know, Candace is saying mean things about us and we don't like that she's saying mean things. And Candace is a horrible person for saying mean things. And we really hope that she would stop for saying mean things. Okay, fine. But why didn't you just take every single thing that Candace has said that you have a grievance with and do a whole kind of like, here's what we say to this, here's what we say to this, here's what we say to this. It seems to me like the public would have, like, listen, man, like, I understand that it's annoying to have people talking shit about you because I went through a 2+ year period where I had people gang stalking me on the internet every single day of my life. They said a lot of crazy things. They said crazy things that still follow me around to this day. But like, one of the things I learned is it's like, even if someone is out there saying crazy things, you want like the very best thing to do is to just state your position. Here's what this is. Here's how I perceive this. Here's what actually happened. And put it out there and then just move the fuck on and just focus on yourself. And I wish I had been better during that time period of focusing on myself, but it was like, I understand how hard it is. I really do understand how hard it is, but it's just like, you have to say your side of the story, but like continuing to carry it on and carry it out and be mysterious about it, just give the public the information is what I'm saying. And the people that want to listen to you will show up and listen to you. And the people that don't want to listen to you and they just want to hate you, they will hate you, and allow it to be okay. If people want to follow Candace's crazy shit with almost no evidence to prove any single thing that she's saying, let them follow Candace's crazy shit and then just let the truth prevail eventually. And it sucks that sometimes we have to wait for the truth to come out. I had to wait years for people to start to see the truth about the gang stalking that I endured. And then finally people did, and the people that were doing it are basically no longer relevant, and my work started taking off, and it took a long ass time, and I had to suffer a lot, and I don't diminish any of the suffering. But like, the only thing you can really do is state your case and know the people that will support you are going to show up, and that's it. And just keep moving forward and keep making progress. And there's nothing that you can do to stop idiots from talking on the internet and attracting other idiots to follow them. And it is a fool's errand. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
With the public. That's why you're doing this, okay? That is why you are doing this, because your strategy failed. In fact, this is your old school turning point before they put on the faith pants. This is your old school turning point lesson in what the free markets are. The free market saw what you were offering, right? And they saw what I was offering. You were offering, we should accept this and move on. And I was saying, we need to investigate this. And the free markets said no to Turning Point USA. Anyways, let him take this away in terms of what he thought, I guess, was the best way to be a friend to Charlie Kirk. What did he think was the best way for them to show that they were friends with Charlie Kirk? Keep going, Blake.
But a week from now, it's going to be 3 months since Charlie's murder. Candace has not changed her behavior. She has continued to spread falsehoods about Charlie's friends, and she continues to concoct new ones about new people. She's using these falsehoods to enrich herself while dividing the conservative movement at an absolutely critical time for this country.
I have to applaud that audacity. I have to applaud it. You do. You have to applaud it. These, excuse me here, but like, I'm trying not to swear. These men, okay, this company, these amazing lads over here,
these amazing
have the audacity
lads
to accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling T-shirts, okay, of what Charlie died in to enrich themselves. Were they giving those T-shirts away for free at the Staples Centers? No, they were selling kit of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80 million+ that they made in the first 3 weeks. Okay. They made their entire budget for the year in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. And they are attacking me with zero proof that I've made a single dollar off of Charlie's assassination. I did not sell a cup. I did not.
You know what? Like, fair point, well made, Candace. Like every single person is profiting off of this. It's like to say that Turning Point USA isn't profiting off of Charlie Kirk's death would be just absolutely false. Candace is 100% right. Turning Point was right out there with a fucking t-shirt that you could buy. Now, is there anything wrong with that? I mean, I don't know. I don't actually think so. I think that in this case with Turning Point, Charlie Kirk would have wanted them to do that. Can you imagine a reality in which, like, if they were talking to dead Charlie Kirk and they say, Charlie, would you have a problem if we sold the t-shirt to really benefit this organization? Charlie Kirk is going to be like, get the fuck out there with that t-shirt. Like, he would have wanted the organization, like, if he had to die, Charlie Kirk would have wanted the organization to take advantage of it to make as much money for the organization as possible. So did Turning Point necessarily do anything wrong by that? I mean, I don't think they actually did. They shouldn't feel badly about trying to build a legacy for the organization that Charlie created, right? And if people want the t-shirts, then give them the fucking t-shirts. Listen, if Turning Point didn't do it, the Chinese were going to do it. So it's like, who do you want to be profiting? Do you want the Chinese to be profiting for making knockoff t-shirts that are going to be in the market anyway? Do you want grifter content creators on the internet profiting by selling the same fucking t-shirt? Or do you want Charlie Kirk's organization to profit from the t-shirts? And I think with all those options available, Charlie Kirk would have said directly, sell the fucking t-shirt.
Not sell a mug, okay? All I did was do what I already do for a living, okay? I podcast and I investigate things. I investigate things that I feel passionate about. Sometimes it's Kamala's genealogy when she's saying she wants to be the president and things aren't making sense and I sense that she is lying. Sometimes it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds when they tried to destroy a man's life who's not even on my quote unquote political team. Sometimes it's Brigitte and why we are colluding with nations to cover the obvious fact that Brigitte was born a male. And this time it's personal and it's you. Do you want to know what all of these
Hey, thanks, Shayna, for the super chat. Meanwhile, the Democrats are getting ready. Remember where most of the right was in December 2025 when they whine about getting trounced in November. Oh, yeah. Oh, listen, I you know what I really should do? I should make a countdown to the midterms on my YouTube channel because we are I'm going to tell you what I'm going to be doing on election night in November. We're obviously going to be covering all the midterms and I'm going to be gloating. And I'm going to be saying, I told you so. And I'm going to be just reveling in the absolute defeat of the conservative establishment that is coming in November. And listen, man, I don't have any influence in this area. Conservatives don't listen to me. God knows. So it's like they're doing themselves in. They've been doing themselves in all year. It's not going to get better because none of them have learned a lesson from it. They're going to lose in November. It's going to be an absolute ass kicking, and they will have deserved it. I cannot wait to see the amount of whining and crying and coping and talking about stolen elections. And it's just going to be it is going to be so beautiful, and they will deserve every second of it. And you know what? And this is the reason why.
investigations have in common? Liars who lie and think that the public is too stupid to see through their lies. That is how we got into this. Okay? I did not sell anything. You did that. You guys did that. You guys continued to do that. You guys wanted to just move on and to grift off of Charlie's legacy.
Mm-hmm.
I dedicated myself to figuring out who murdered him. So, anyways, he does get to the point here, which is that they are willing to finally address things head on. So I will let Blake say that.
And far too often, we here have heard from ordinary people who loved Charlie and who Charlie loved so much in return. These people have expressed the worry that we are staying silent out of cowardice or as some sort of tacit admission that some of the attacks are true. Neither is the case. Our silence has never been, and it will never be, equal to complacency or approval. Still, we decided Charlie would not allow this to go on. Charlie was not a coward. Charlie was a fighter. Charlie would not allow someone to spread lies about the people closest to him with impunity. And he would feel ashamed if other people were stepping up to defend his friends while he never did so himself. Candace has mentioned several times that the ball is in our court. So here's what is going to happen. In the near future, there will be a live stream here in Phoenix where we address in a clear and comprehensive way the claims and accusations, the false accusations that have been made against Charlie's family, friends, and the people here at Turning Point. We plan to walk through everything carefully and thoroughly. If Candace is available, we would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix. At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court. Our motivation for doing this is not out of any obligation to Candace. It is about honoring Charlie. We feel a deep responsibility to protect his legacy, his work, and the truth. I feel that. I owe Charlie everything in my life. I feel it immensely. And that is why we feel compelled to speak clearly and openly now. We'll have more on this in the near future.
Yay! Finally, you didn't have to get through all that shade that you were throwing me to get to the point that you were willing to answer questions.
A effectual insurrection over on Rumble. They want the shooter to get convicted. It seems Candace wants the shooter to get off. Well, if he does, they will certainly blame it on her, won't they?
Okay, because that's what Charlie did for a living. How could you guys think that you were just going to continue on and pretend like people asking meaningful questions was somehow an attack? That's what he did for a living. He stood up on college campuses and he debated people. And he sat there principally and debated people because he felt that he had the moral high ground, okay? And that if those people disagreed with him, he could bring them over to his side. You guys have been actually acting and embodying the opposite of Charlie Kirk's spirit. Okay. And you did it even in this. It was like one big character assassination. And it wasn't to me. That's what you guys don't understand. You're not attacking me. You are attacking millions of people around the world who watched a man, an innocent man, be publicly executed and then watched what felt very much like the state collude to feed us absolute horseshit about what took place on that day. Okay. 30-06 bullets do not get stopped by human necks because they eat healthy. They don't. And yes, you guys are a part of that apparatus of people who made us feel, and you've expressed it here, like you were too good to answer questions. We are already said, I got on stage and I told you that I'm Charlie's pastor. I told you I'm his best friend. I told you. You guys have even allowed people to inject themselves into his legacy that Charlie didn't even like. And we're supposed to believe you're doing this because you're his friend? Because you're committed to truth? You sat there and allowed the very people who pressured Charlie towards the end of his life to try to claim his whole legacy? And you're pretending we are the ones that are immoral? You're upset because you got caught lying. You're upset because you got caught with your pants down, but you cannot blame me for that, okay? These were your own errors. These were your own lies. And I was not going for a single second to let up on the pressure. In fact, I have been so strategic that I have been holding on to certain information, hoping that you would acquiesce to have a public conversation because I want to look you in the eye and I want to challenge you to lie to me because I care deeply about what happened to Charlie on that day. I don't think we're getting the truth. And I do believe that because you are not forthcoming about the information that you have, about Charlie texting you guys and saying that he thought he was going to be assassinated that very next day. Okay. The day that he died, Charlie knew, said he thinks he was going to be killed tomorrow. And you guys are sitting on that information. So I'm the right person. Yeah. I'm the right person to sit across from you and to ask you questions, right? Some things that you told me on that day, they're not adding up. I think the entire world would like to see this discussion. I think you can do it in Charlie's honor. I'll sit there. You pick a place and time. We could have done this today, by the way. You didn't have to read all that. Okay. We all have tech. We could have done a live stream. We could schedule a live stream. We can raise money for Turning Point USA if you promise to answer every question that I have, okay? And it's not hard. It's not difficult if you are telling the truth to answer questions. When you are emoting so much and you're upset at the inquiry and you're playing this game like you're David Hogg and I survived Parkland, so how dare you question my authority on anything?
Real.
Not a good long-term strategy. It's not going to be effective long-term. And I think you're learning that lesson because 3 months on with the entire mainstream media on your side and attacking me, which you guys didn't even stand up for me when you knew they were lying about me, you stayed mum. That in and of itself, you should be ashamed of. You should be ashamed to sit across from people who did everything they could to stop Charlie's rise, breaking bread with them and refusing to have a conversation with me, and you know that I cared about Charlie. Have you no shame? We're going to find out.
Have you no shame,
You can pick the place.
sir.
You can pick the time. I say we do it tomorrow. We don't need to plan for this. We don't need lawyers in between us, lawyer statements. It's not how I roll, okay? I don't care about any of that. I want it to be authentic. Like I said, you can take the money. We can raise money live for this conversation. That is how badly the world is demanding it. So I accept it with whistles and bells, everything. I fully accept. I say, let's do it tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow. And my only ground rule is no assassinations. Okay? No assassinations, no funny business. You can't pretend you're going to do it. And then Candace died in a mysterious accident. Okay? We'll be right back after a quick break.
All right.
All right, you guys, this holiday season, you can express
All
your
right,
love
let's
with a
continue. We're just going to go right to the next episode. Shocking revelations about the Egyptian planes. And it just keeps going.
All right, you guys, happy Thursday. Fun little update for you. When the clock struck midnight last night and Cinderella's carriage turned back into a pumpkin, Turning Point USA decided it was a good time to issue a confirmation plus an ultimatum, a time and a date for our debate. I should tell you that they did not send me an email. They did not send me a text message. They did not coordinate anything with me. They simply made this midnight announcement and gave it a countdown. Got 24 hours to respond. So we're going to discuss that.
That's also.
And let me just tell you, Turning
way.
Point is so done after this. You just cannot survive
Turning Point's
being
done. Okay,
disingenuous.
Candace. Okay, Candace.
We also are going to get back into the Egyptian planes today. They are also working very hard to try to convince us that that was nothing. That's just what Egyptian military planes do. Fly around the skies in the middle of Provo when Charlie Kirk is being assassinated. Well, it turns out maybe these planes might be the key to everything, not nothing. Welcome back to Candace. I feel like I have to ask this question on behalf of the entire world. What the hell is going on at Turning Point USA? What's going on? I want to know what is happening over there in Arizona. Who is in charge exactly? Who is making the decisions? Who is calling the shots on all of these terrible and extremely obvious PR moves? I think we all deserve to at least know what's going on. It feels like this company is going to turn into Enron, right? Amazing. And then just plummet overnight. I have just the lack of transparency and also, ironically, the transparency of the things that they are doing. You can't make this up. They are just so obvious, so obviously trying to hide something. Before we get into their frankly bizarre late night tweet and ultimatum, I wanted to update you guys and let you know that Cam Higbee, remember that weird propagandist reporter who goes to the Pentagon press secretary and is like, don't laugh. Okay, right? Don't laugh. And then proceeds to ask
Cam
if
Higbee does a
they
good
heard
job.
about
Come on.
France's assassination attempt on my life, which I also said that France was on the ground on the day that Charlie was assassinated. Yeah, this Cam Higbee, take a listen.
As well. Yeah. So this is my first question, and don't laugh. Does the DOW have any evidence at all of a French military plot to assassinate Candace Owens?
That is an interesting question. Not that I'm aware of, but, interesting question. I can try to find out and maybe let you know. I think that might be more of a law enforcement matter, though.
So I brought that up because it was just so.
I think Cam Higbee is a very sweet boy. Honestly, I had nothing but like, I've never had a bad interaction with Cam Higbee. I've met him in person. I took some great pictures of him in Portland. He's been very nice to me. I think he does a good job. I think he's just a young kid, and he's, listen, man, Cam Higbee's living his best life, whatever.
Propagandists, so in our faces. I obviously did not think that this was going to lead back to Turning Point USA, but little did I know
whatever. He's a good
that
kid.
we can add Cam Higbee onto our list of brand new. Everyone was just so brand new on that day. Everyone was so brand new leading up to Charlie's assassination. Well, Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA beginning in August of this year. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting. Who directed him to ask that question? I'm just asking questions. But first, after my episode yesterday, I expected, call me crazy, I expected that Turning Point would reach out to me via text, via email, that they would instantly follow up with their long diatribe and to be sincere and say, okay, here are some dates and some times. When would you like to make this happen? We're going to set up this great debate. Rather, instead of hearing anything from Turning Point, I heard from Skylar, my executive producer, this morning via text, which I'm going to show you, that I was somehow already 9 hours into a 24-hour countdown that was issued by Turning Point USA. Here is that text exchange with Skylar this morning. He 8:49 said, I'm sure you saw this. And I responded to him and I said, no, actually, I didn't see this. And I opened the tweet, which went out from Blake Neff around midnight last night. And here's what he wrote. I'm like, how am I supposed to see this? The live stream we announced on the show Wednesday has been set. That would imply to the audiences that they reached out to me and we set a time. No, he goes on, at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th, a collection of Charlie's friends will respond to statements made by Candace Owens to set the record straight once and for all.
What?
Prior to the opening of America Fest. Now, if it's going to be once and for all, it sounds pretty final. I mean, I would assume that I would have to contribute so that I could answer back, right? He goes on to write, we'll be live streaming, as he said from the beginning, this is going to be a live streamed event from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, she is welcome to do so. She can let us know by the end of today. Why? Well, I'm sorry. If you're saying this is happening on the 15th, why am I getting 24 hours to be able to respond to you? That doesn't make any sense. That for some reason feels like this is a BS offer and a really cheap PR move. There's no reason to issue a 24-hour response and to put this up in the middle of the night. A. B, there's no reason you didn't reach out to me and say, hey, does this work? Can I check some flights, see if I can get in there? Nope. This is it. They put this up there on the 15th. The last week of our show is live. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. So I'm like, okay, caught off guard by this, but you know what? I sense this is a PR move. So let me say, you've already said it's live streamed. If an event is live streamed, of course, we can make it work any place. I mean, at any time, any day, we can make this happen, right? Because you're live streaming it. There's no reason I can't show up electronically, okay? I respond to him and I say this, kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and instead chose to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person. And 2 p.m. happens to also be the literal time that I do my podcast live every day, which you knew. But we will happily cancel the daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th. If that works on your end, let's lock it in, ? Okay, we're jumping here. Let's make it happen. Okay, that's the beauty of the internet. That is the beauty of 2025. You can literally be any place, anytime. Just send me a link, right? Any place, anytime, and we can join you virtually. In fact, today on their show, they had Andrew Colbett joining them virtually. So they have the tech capability to do this. We have tech capability to do this. Let's make this sincere and do this for people around the world who do not feel that you guys have been honest and forthcoming in terms of answers that you could obviously supply regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, if we needed any more evidence that nothing that they do is genuine and that this was an obvious planned PR move, here is what Blake tweeted out just now before we went live on this show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations and accusations that you have made. We have decided that that response will be delivered during a live stream, as he said, a live stream on December 15th. Thank you for your response, letting us know that you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me? To have a conversation that is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you are trying to be sincere and answer the very many questions that I have brought up on this show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told some glaring lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust that you guys are going to handle this discussion all by yourselves and respond to any and every allegation. And this isn't just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He is being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, and I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they are smarter than their audience, right? They think they are smarter than their small pocket donors. They can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. You know, she said she could make it work and we tried, but it has to be physically, she needs to be in person, even though we have shown that we have people join us not in person and it's live streamed and we both have the tech abilities to do that. If she doesn't make this work within 24 hours, we can now say that it's on Candace. This is a disaster, okay? It is a dumpster fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As I said, they are getting destroyed in the comments. Like, really, guys? Really? You're not going to just send us a simple live stream link and let us join you? We've had people on this show live streamed. We could have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. We can do this virtually any place and any time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th or they cannot have me at all. Is that passing the vibe check for you guys? Or does it seem like more posturing and more of a way for them to simply be in the room with themselves as they all lie without any person in the room to be able to fact check those lies, who have researched those lies and who have kept a list regarding the very many lies they are telling? Okay. I maintain that Turning Point is engaged in a cover-up. That is how I feel. Okay. And like I said, it pains me to say that because this was once a bright spot in the conservative movement. It is no longer. They are using left-wing tactics, calling us names rather than answering us questions.
Yes.
It's everything Charlie stood against. Okay.
True.
You don't need to call somebody a racist because they're asking questions about what happened with George Floyd leading up to his death. Okay. That is a way that you skip over having to debate logically, is you name call. All Blake Neff did was name call yesterday. All the pastors have been doing. It's demonic. It's possessed. It's evil. How about you simply answer the questions and stop behaving like you're a radical leftist? Everyone can see what you're doing. That's what I want you guys to know. It's very clear, okay? I'm not asking people to defend me. You are just genuinely this transparent. So I am sorry that I cannot arrive in person because it's our last week on air before the holidays. I am still very happy, and I will say it again, to make that date and time and place because I'm here and we have the technological capabilities to make it so, make it work. We can move it around and we can do it even at midnight. I will stay awake and I will make that work for you at midnight, anytime. Just send me a link. In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian plane so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha, 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 Egyptian planes. What we've had to endure this crazy talk about these Egyptian planes. You should be concerned. And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? Because as you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue, that's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much emptied out and then had only 4 people, one of which was a foreign dignitary. Now, one of those individuals I can confirm was using the name. And when I say using the name, we are dealing with governments, we are dealing with power, and these people just print passports. Okay. These are obviously dead ends. But the name that one of those individuals was using is Walid Mahmoud. Okay, Walid Mahmoud. So we now know that of the 4 people that flew to Delaware, someone flew using the name Walid Mahmoud. Okay.
Okay.
Here is where it's going to get interesting. And I don't know if we can show that name, Chris, if we have that, but we can spell that out for them. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But here's where it gets interesting, okay? Walid Mahmoud had been in Provo before, okay? Specifically, Walid Mahmoud came to Provo on May 27th of this year. Walid Mahmoud came in, and we can also confirm that if you look up the plane that he was on, there is no transponder data which reflects that trip. He was not on the yellow plane.
Uh-oh.
This is what's very interesting.
Dun, dun,
he was aboard
dun.
another Egyptian military plane, and the tail number for that plane is SUBTU. We're going to make that the purple plane, okay? Purple plane was not there on the day of Charlie's assassination, but we now have a person that was on that purple plane at the end of May, and then he is going to be on that plane again on the day of Charlie's assassination, both times in Provo. And we can drop that now into our timeline, okay? May 27th, SUBTU flies into Provo with Walid Mahmoud aboard. Maybe it's a pilot, I don't know. Then we've got it departs on June 2nd, and it is not transponding, okay? So you cannot find a record of this on flight radar. Now, why is this compelling? Why is this especially compelling? Because the purple plane, SUBTU, as has been recently discovered by the work of other people, was once upon a time flown with the president of Egypt aboard. And by once upon a time, I mean back in 2023.
Oh, no.
This tweet came from Project Constitution. I'm going to read it in its entirety, okay? Confirmed. Candace Owens just got vindicated again. The Egyptian government website confirms that Egyptian President El-Sisi flew on SUBTU. Remember when Candace Owens dropped that bombshell exposing that Egyptian...
Listen. This guy retweets me every now and again, and I do appreciate it every time he shares my work with his audience. And I don't want what I'm about to say to diminish the fact that I really do appreciate when this guy specifically shares my work with his audience, because you know what? It's a good thing. But I have always found this particular account to be a little too conspiracy. Just a little too much, like a little too willing to appeal to that type of like QAnon audience. So
presidential plane as the mystery bird tied to those shadowy flights. And just, he's confusing BTT. He's talking about BTU. We were always talking about BTT. Well, official receipts just landed straight from the Egyptian presidency website that on April 3rd, 2023, President al-Sisi touched down in Riyadh aboard that same exact aircraft, tail number SUBTU, for a high-level sit-down with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, okay? So BTU. And again, he's mixing it up with BTT, but we can now connect these two planes. Now, before you jump to conclusions and go, well, does this solve this? Does this mean that this was the Egyptian president on board? No, we can actually officially rule out that it was President al-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th because he was photographed at a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May, because he was again photographed multiple times throughout that week in Egypt, okay? What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt.
Okay.
But
we're moving on. We're moving on to the next episode. We're moving on. We are now watching. It was Erika Kirk who called for TPUSA to invite me.
all right, you guys, happy Friday. Welcome to the end of the week. Get excited because the rapper, The Game, has dropped his song entitled The Assassination of Candace Owens. And the lyrics are, in fact, fantastic because even the hip hop world is asking questions and noticing that Turning Point is not acting right. It's because you guys are just not acting right. Well, guess what? Something interesting has taken place this morning. TPUSA confirmed that the debate request and the sit-down request is respond.
You know what? Do you guys just want to skip to the end? Because I've been streaming this for 4.5 hours now. Candace has not said anything that I find convincing, to be honest. Besides stuff I already agreed with her on. Do you guys just want to skip ahead and watch Candace rip apart Benji? Should we just skip to the end? Yeah, let's just do Shapiro. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, we're doing that instead. We're skipping to the end, Candace.
All right, you guys, happy Friday. Well, I just want to start by saying that it's
gonna be
pretty
here all night
obvious that
otherwise.
Ben Shapiro is terrified.
I didn't think
you can all
this
see
through.
that now that Charlie Kirk is dead.
But I will say this before we watch this, the concluding episode. I feel like I gave Candace a fair shake to convince me. And to be really blunt, had Candace presented like any evidence at all in the 6 episodes that we already watched, I would have been perfectly happy making my way through every single episode. I'm not even joking. Like, if Candace was actually building a solid case, and if she was actually presenting evidence that made sense, I would have sat here all fucking night and watched every single episode. But I just can't. I cannot. I gave her a fair shake. I rewound a month. I started by saying, I don't know what's true about this because I haven't watched it. I'm going to listen to her directly. I was waiting for her to, like, again, I loved Candace. If this had been like Candace's Brigitte Macron series, I would have sat here very happy watching the entire thing. Candace has slacked off. Candace has let the emotion of the situation get to her. She's let the money get to her. None of this makes any fucking sense. I don't give a fuck about maroon shirts. I don't give a fuck about Egyptian planes. She's not actually presenting a case that I find compelling at all. And so we're gonna fast forward and we're gonna watch her complain about Ben Shapiro, and that's gonna be really funny. And I'm gonna drink the rest of my cider, and that's gonna be it. And then that's it. Then I'm gonna go offline and I'm gonna go make some dinner. Finally.
He seems to be taking multiple
It's 10
stages and
o'clock at night.
demanding an allegiance to Erika Kirk. In fact, it almost seems like he's demanding that nobody inquire further about Erika Kirk. It's odd
Yeah, she
because
milked
Ben
the
had
moose
no
out too
allegiance
much.
to Charlie
Exactly.
Kirk when he was alive. So what is it about Charlie's widow in particular that is inspiring his very public nervous breakdown? Personally, I think he knows something about her.
Now,
that is what
okay,
I'm.
Now, I will say this, and I'm gonna let Candace talk. I promise. Fuck Ben Shapiro. Literally, fuck Ben Shapiro. And I do think there's something to the fact. Like, listen, Charlie Kirk did not invite Ben Shapiro to Turning Point USA. Ben Shapiro was added to that conference after Charlie died. Like, he was not on the earlier schedules. Ben Shapiro sucks. He is a shill for Israel. No one should listen to him. He can go fuck himself. And so just because I might take Candace's side on this particular episode, don't mistake that with taking Candace's side overall, because I do not take her side overall. But watching her lay into Ben Shapiro, I think is actually going to be really gratifying.
Sensing that he knows something about Erika Kirk. And every time he speaks, I grow more certain that Israel might be involved with 9/10. So
Oh, no.
let's keep investigating. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh, this is going to go great, isn't it?
You know, Ben Shapiro just keeps calling my name out on stage. He's calling for me, and I'd like to show up for him today. Okay, last night he hit the stage at Turning Point USA's AmFest the other night. And I'd like, first and foremost, just to let you all know, some people noticed that he wasn't on the AmFest list for years, and all of a sudden he's back on the speaker list beginning in 2024. I want to let you know how that actually happened. So the story goes, obviously, that in 2024, Ben fired me in March. Well, he would say management fired me. But firing me wasn't enough. He wanted to make sure my reputation and livelihood was also destroyed. Of course, what happened thereafter is Charlie Kirk instantly came out and supported me because we were like brother and sister, always supporting each other publicly. And then I showed you guys a few episodes ago that we found out as I was going to speak in Dallas at their YWLS convention that Ben had sent an intern who was going to ask me a question while I was in stage, but we sort of rumbled this plan. And I called Ben out on stage. Ben did not like that I called him out on stage. So he began working behind the scenes to have Jewish donors start threatening Charlie to make sure that I wasn't invited to speak at year end because I was an anti-Semite. This is what Charlie told me. And instead, he wanted to be invited. So he's just going to purchase a friendship, right?
Yep.
So he comes at Turning Point USA, and this is what was divulged to me from Andrew Colvett at the time, willing to spend an offensive amount of money to be a part of AmFest. Like I said, that was told to me by Andrew Colvett directly because he...
Ben Shapiro was willing to spend an obscene amount of money just to be invited to AmFest to show up Candace. What a fucking Jew, man. How Jewish is that?
Wanted to say, look, like, obviously, you know, we are totally, Charlie's 100% on your side. This is like an offensive ad spend. I was like, take his money. I could care less, obviously. And I knew that he was working with Barry Weiss to call and put an article out saying that the donors, the people on the board of TPUSA want Candace gone. All of this petty behind the scenes behavior because I called him out on stage. Okay. So quite literally, this is the definition of buying friends and influence and fame. Now, in case you're listening,
oh, we've got a Rumble rant. It's Paul 3 Design. Okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. Looking forward to your undercover instructions as a designer. I meet a lot of commies. Yeah, we're going to be getting back to that after Christmas. I promise. But Christmas, well, maybe we'll do some. We'll do some of that next week. I am going to be launching a class on how to go undercover, and so that's going to be awesome.
And thinking, is Ben Shapiro actually capable of that level of pettiness? I'm going to tell you a story about Thomas Sowell. Yes, Dr. Thomas Sowell of Stanford. The story begins in 2023, shortly after October 7th. You know, Ben was sort of having another one of his open nervous breakdowns, and his audience just went kaput. People just stopped watching his podcast because he was screaming at Americans that we needed to prioritize Israel, and people just didn't feel that way. Okay, it's not our country. I'm sorry that happened to you, but why do Americans need to be screamed at about what's happening in the Middle East?
Real.
Anyways, throughout this time, Brian Mast was wearing an IDF uniform in Congress, and he basically said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. And when I saw this, as shared by Yashar Ali on X, I responded and I said that genocidal language, no matter who shares it, is always wrong. Genocide is always wrong is what I tweeted. And this caused an emotional breakdown amongst people who support Israel. I didn't think that was a controversial statement. I thought that was sort of what we all believed in. Genocide is always wrong. Anyways, for Ben, he then had some private event, probably at another Jewish donor's house. and somebody caught him standing on a table insulting me over my genocide is always wrong tweet. Take a listen to what Ben had to say.
I remember this.
And then the question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. I think I can't close that. Yeah, I mean, she still works for my company. And I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
Disreputable, disgraceful. She works at my company. You can imagine that the internet went crazy because they wanted me to respond to him. I can't believe this. They work together, they're colleagues. Somehow this gets leaked. And I want to mention, because it's very relevant, that was on the morning of November 14th. I was 6 days away from giving birth. I was very heavily pregnant. Anyways, I wake up to this, and shockingly, nobody from the Daily Wire steps in to manage the situation. And as you can imagine, virtually every journalist, every person with a media platform was contacting me to comment, to respond to me being insulted by someone. I'm about to give birth, I'm being insulted, and they're not getting anything from the Daily Wire. So I am obviously frustrated. You should also tell you, I had no PR at this time. My PR was the internal PR at the Daily Wire. And it was very clear that their focus was on protecting Ben, even though he was the one who insulted me publicly, because I said that genocide is always wrong. That is the genesis of that statement. That's all I said. Obviously, I wanted to respond angrily to the press. I wanted to hit back at Ben. And I guess you could sort of say my perspective was an eye for an eye, but my husband, who was a better person than me, instructed me that morning to instead take a deep breath, relax, okay? Don't think about what you're feeling in the moment. Think about how you're going to feel in the future. And he instructed me to instead read the Bible, the Sermon on the Mount. And I read through it, and he reminds me that everybody who wants to comment, they don't care about me either, right? They're selling headlines, they want the clicks, they want the drama, and I'm going to feed into that. For what reason? For what reason, actually, am I going to give a comment and say something about Ben Shapiro? Blessed are the peacemakers, right?
You know what? That's actually a good point.
Don't buy into this click culture. And so I tweeted that actually my husband was right. I called for peace. I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers. And I made the mistake, I guess it was a mistake, that after I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers, and I'm thinking that I'm going to be commended when I get back to work. Like, wow, you really took the high road. I ended this biblical passage with Christ is king. Christ is the king. He's the only thing that matters. Obviously, Christ is king. Now, it was just Tucker Carlson's law.
I hope everyone knows, right? Candace is being a total bullshit artist in this little Candace is completely rewriting history right now. I don't believe her version of events. Like, obviously, like the thing she's saying about what was tweeted is factually true, but this whole story about I had a deep conversation with my husband and he said, blessed are the peacemakers. And so I said, blessed are the peacemakers. And then I was remembering Jesus, and Jesus is king. And so I innocently posted Christ is king, not realizing it had any association with Nick Fuentes at all. I didn't even know who Nick Fuentes was. I had no idea that Ben Shapiro hated this little anti-Semite called Nick Fuentes. I was just innocently tweeting Christ is king because Jesus is Lord. Like, come on, man. Okay.
That I had been slated to come on his news show the very next day. He had booked me 6 weeks earlier. I got approval from Daily Wire. He booked me for November 15th. So suddenly Ben gets on this table, he insults me, it's trending all over Twitter, and Tucker Carlson is going to be the first person to capture my reaction to it. And when it came time, I kept up with the peacemaker. I made the decision to just take the high road. I said, I don't want that to negatively impact how people perceive the Daily Wire. There are great people there. I mean, I wouldn't be proud on that, but I'm not taking the bait here. I didn't say anything snipey back at Ben because I didn't want to feed the mob. That was my honest perspective. My husband was just right. And also, we're talking about a work colleague, right? Somehow, me taking the high road made him angrier. So here's what he did. Elsewhere in my interview with Tucker, he asks me who I look up to, who I like. And I told Tucker the truth that it was my dream to meet Thomas Sowell. That when I first got into politics, I read a ton of Thomas Sowell books, and I had tried many times to meet him. And obviously he's aging, but I really looked up to Dr. Thomas Sowell. And here's that clip with me and Tucker.
Who do you listen to when you're trying to figure out? I mean, some of the stuff comes at you so fast, and you're talking almost every day or writing almost every day. Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
You know,
Who do you
I
trust?
have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell. And everybody knows that I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the
Yes.
economics, go backwards in history to understand where we are. When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're just telling you that it's going to work into the future. And there's no evidence to support that. So when Ben saw that, he decided, Thomas Sowell, hey, that's your dream. You love Thomas Sowell. He thought that was an opportunity to get even with me for taking the high road after he insulted me on stage because he's deeply jealous of Tucker Carlson for reasons that I cannot quite understand. Ben had his team reach out and schedule an interview with Thomas Sowell, which they paid for an offensive amount of money, I presume, to effectively purchase a black man who has no idea what's going on. He's very old, he's in his 90s, to hurt my feelings. Okay. Interview with Tucker is on the 15th. I think it premieres on the 16th. And Ben gets Thomas Sowell, who he doesn't care about. I'm working at the Daily Wire at this moment, and I'm about to give birth.
Again. What a petty little bitch Ben Shapiro is. Wow. Yes, guys, this is really the way the conservative influencer sphere works. It's all like this. They're all like this. They're all like Ben, and they're all like Candace. Every single fucking one of these people that I have ever met, with rare exception, always turns out to be exactly and explicitly like this. Hey, Chris, if you had watched any of my stream at all, then you would know that I have actually explicitly said that I don't find any of Candace's evidence compelling. But you didn't bother to do basic research, did you? Are you Jewish, Chris? Are you Jewish? Did you just come here to be a fucking nitwit in my chat because you didn't bother to do the most basic research? I have been saying for almost 5 hours now that I don't find any of Candace's elements, and you want to come into my chat. What evidence or story do you find compelling? Then I don't find any of it compelling. I literally don't find any of it compelling. That's what I'm saying. I don't find fucking any of it compelling, and I don't have to. Guess what? Just because I don't find any of the evidence compelling doesn't mean I agree with Candace. Just because I don't necessarily believe the advanced story by the establishment, that doesn't mean I have to agree with Candace. Candace is making shit up, bro. Cry about it. My God.
In 3 days. But this was supposed to be like an FU Candace for taking the high road and saying that genocide is always wrong. That is what I mean when I say he is an incredibly petty man.
Yeah, stream name Candace Owens.
Now we know how this ends. I then am fired not for what I said, but for what they assumed that I meant, and for trolls that I didn't respond to. And I want to be clear. You can fire whoever you want. You really can if you're a business owner. It's just that this was atypical in the fashion that it was done, right? It wasn't done in the way where you just say, okay, get out of here. It's not working. Instead, what they decided to do was humiliate me in front of all of the other employees by, rather than having a conversation, sort of dramatically having me.
I will say this. I watched the secret recording that that Crowder released of the press conference, or not the press conference, of the internal meeting that Jeremy Boring had with the Daily Wire. Did anyone else watch this? One in the chat if you watch the internal meeting that Jeremy Boring had with the Daily Wire after he fired Candace. Two in the chat if you don't know what I'm talking about. I gotta say, that meeting was unbelievably retarded. Like, and that meeting was crazy. Jeremy Boring was fucking crazy. Listen, man, I know that right now I study socialism on the internet. I get that. So basically what happened is, for people who don't know, because there's a bunch of twos in the chat, basically what happened is, after the Daily Wire fired Candace Owens, Jeremy Boring convened a whole staff meeting where he basically said that Candace Owens was an anti-Semite and that she was associating with Nick Fuentes and that saying Christ is King is anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. Like, Jeremy Boring, like, jumped off the fucking crazy train in front of the entire Daily Wire staff. Steven Crowder released a secret recording that he got of it. You can find it on Twitter. I'm sure you can find it on his show as well. Like, Jeremy Boring was an unhinged fucking lunatic. And listen, in a previous life, I was actually a very successful organizational psychologist. I was one of those people that goes into organizations and advises them on how to manage employee issues and stuff like that. And I was really fucking good at my job. And someday I might return to that after I'm done studying socialism on the internet. But what I will say is, as a professional PhD level organizational psychologist, that meeting was beyond insanity. That was one of the worst possible decisions that Jeremy Boring could have made. And the fact that he allowed himself to get secretly recorded, it's even all the worse. So, like, on that issue, Candace is actually, like, winning on that specific issue. Like, what the Daily Wire did to her was really fucked up, actually.
Exit after doing my show, not knowing that I was going to be fired. And then they had put together a stage in my studio and put up clips put together basically a whole package, like almost like a high school play, and conducted what I honestly, when I look back, because it recently leaked what happened at this quote unquote town hall.
Yep.
This is a slave hanging. This is a slave hanging,
Well,
right? Gather around,
Candace.
everybody else is a slave. And let me tell you how this one messed up. Gather around and watch us whip this person. This is literally how I feel when I watch this, okay? And you'll know what not to do next. And here is a video of the then CEO, Jeremy Boring, which somehow Steven Crowder got a hold of this week or last week or whatever. This is just a portion of it. You should watch the entire thing.
You should watch
it really
the
is
entire
something.
thing.
And ask yourself in your memory,
actually,
do you ever recall anybody ever being fired where 300 employees, Ben joined electronically, he was up on the screen too, and just enjoyed watching me be humiliated, where 300 employees are invited down and shown a production of what this person did wrong? Okay, well, let's watch a little bit of this video.
Candace made no statement at all in the days after Hamas terrorists raped, murdered, and tortured over 1,000 Israeli civilians, mostly Jews, some Americans. And then they took hundreds more hostage. But then on October 28th of 2023, while anti-Israel protests were raging in London, where Candace, I believe, was at the time, she reposted a video of the protests on X, commenting, quote, "Interesting thing happening here. People are not accepting the media narrative about what's happening in the Middle East, despite the insistent rhetoric from government officials." On November 3rd, she posted, quote, "No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state." There was only one country on earth being accused of genocide at the time. Anti-Semites on X took to it immediately. They cheered at what they rightly or wrongly interpreted as Candace smearing Israel. And Candace didn't rebuff their interpretation. But when Dave Rubin came to the exact same conclusion as the anti-Semites, only instead of cheering for Candace, found it vile and rebuked her, Candace quickly attacked, saying, quote, "What's amazing about this is that I didn't name any country in this tweet. I simply stated that genocide is wrong always. This is not a controversial stance. Interesting how you interpreted it." And then followed up with, quote, "In short, if the blanket statement that genocide is wrong upsets you in any way, then you need to check yourself. I said exactly what I meant, and I won't be backing down or apologizing or further clarifying this statement." Within 24 hours, Candace liked a post calling Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal. Now let's be clear. You're free to disagree with Israel's conduct, and you're free to oppose the Netanyahu government. But the idea that Israel is committing genocide or that Netanyahu is a war criminal is just factually baseless. Unfortunately, Candace routinely makes insinuations about Jews that both lovers of anti-Semitism and haters of anti-Semitism both agree is anti-Semitic. And in almost every one of these instances, Candace says nothing to the anti-Semites who cheer her and only pushes back against those who disapprove of her comments. On February 28th of this year, Candace, just asking questions, posted, quote, "Time to look into the history and profiteering of pornography." Her replies were immediately flooded with anti-Semites cheering her for the question and providing the answer that they interpreted her to mean.
Okay, hang on. Chris has responded to my chiding him earlier. If not Fed's info, and if not Candace's info or others trying to find, then what? What info? Listen, Chris, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. It's not something that I personally am going to lose sleep over, if I'm honest, though I understand why other people might. But like, I wish I had an answer to your question. I just don't know.
The Jews. Once again, Candace did nothing to disabuse the anti-Semites of their assumption. But when Anthony Coach came to the exact same conclusion, Candace pushed back saying, quote, "This is utterly insane. I tweeted that porn is harming men in our society, and this person has interpreted that as an attack on Jews. This is an example of clinical insanity. There is no other explanation."
I stand by all of those tweets. Pornography is harming men. We should look into who profits off of pornography. Genocide is always wrong, no matter which country calls for it, whatever. What was controversial about anything that I say? Now, I'm again wanting you to, these are my crimes. Just imagine 300 people being brought and said, like, she said this, and this is what we know. And then he goes into a diatribe about the real meaning of Christ is King, and he shows videos of Nick Fuentes.
Yep.
Which had nothing to do with me. I had never even spoken. I think only one time I'd spoken ever to Nick Fuentes. And it was pertaining to Kanye. Yeah, that was it. But I'm showing you this because it's important for you to understand that this has never stopped. I want you to imagine if you view yourself to be a slave owner, and that slave not only survives like this public whipping, but that escapes and becomes successful. That's pretty much my relationship with Ben Shapiro since he's fired me, because they have not stopped. They have not stopped. I am talking about people working behind the scenes to call advertisers, attempting to bankrupt me in courts, sending undercover interns to stalk me. He has issued thus far 3 court proceedings, okay, for every solitary petty infraction against things that I say. He's worked with Barry Weiss behind the scenes to have articles written about me. It is nonstop. I refer to this, just to be clear, as legal abuse. It's legal abuse. And I have put up with a lot of it. I have put up with the pettiness of even suing me because I interviewed a USS Liberty survivor who mentioned your name as you pretend that you care about free speech and debate. I've put up with a lot of it, but today I draw the line. I draw the line with this miserable imp when it comes to Charlie Kirk. Okay? Don't try me on this, but you keep trying me on this. You are an imposter, Ben. You're an imposter. You pay to pretend that you're friends, that you have a right to be on that stage because you get donors to pressure people, because you know Jewish people who can threaten to take money, or you say, I'm going to do an advertising spend. Here's $1 million. I'm sorry, you're dead. The entire world knows that you are an imposter.
Wow.
I mean, you're so much of a fraud that essentially what you do is you have people send around clips to grown men to cheer you on, to pretend like the audiences love you. You staff audiences with people that work for YAF who are told to explode into cheers when you hit the stage because you don't have the confidence anymore to go out into the world because you know people see you for what you are.
So real.
And so it exactly what he did yesterday.
This is the Candace that I appreciate. This is the Candace I want to see on the internet. I want to see Candace calling out Ben Shapiro. I want to see Candace calling out Jeremy Boring. I want Candace to spill every drop of tea that she can spill about the Daily Wire. I want Candace to blab about every single influencer that she doesn't like. I want Candace to do show after show after show after show after show about how retarded the conservative establishment is. This is perfect. This is beautiful. Why did she have to go off into crazy town on the Charlie Kirk thing? I mean, I know she made a lot of money on it. It's now coming back to bite her in the ass, but like, this is what I want. This righteous indignation, because Candace is right about the Daily Wire and Candace is right about Ben Shapiro. And if she would just focus on that, I would watch Candace's show like every day of the week if she was just complaining about the Jews and she was just complaining about the conservative establishment and she was just like telling everyone how it actually works and just like all the inside gossip that most people don't know. That would be incredible.
We can now listen to what this imposter said as he hit the stage. Charlie Kirk's organization, the one that he built for debate, if you have a disagreement, and he instructs people here in this speech to go after me and Tucker Carlson, right? That's what he's going to do. He wants us deplatformed. So he's going to attack me, he's going to attack Tucker Carlson, and he's going to attack Megyn Kelly because she's at the beginning of what these people have put me and Tucker and Charlie Kirk through. Take a listen to a portion of what Ben had to say.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA, and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erika Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. When Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded. And we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Well, Ben, when it comes to you and having worked with you, I just know the tactics that you use to feign popularity in the public. I just know the amount of money that you are willing to spend on advertising to inflate your numbers to make people think that you're popular. So, yeah,
so real.
I don't have to say we don't know when it comes to
real.
you. You are.
Goro in with the $20 over on Rumble. Thanks, bro. Shocking how Jeremy Boring says it is factually wrong that Israel is committing a genocide or Netanyahu is a war criminal. He needs to talk to the UN, International Association of Genocide Scholars, and the ICC. I agree with you on that. Jeremy Boring is full of shit.
Such a joke of a little man. Your jealousy against Tucker, your ability to believe that you can keep manipulating the markets. You know those kids booed you on that stage. The amount of messages I got from Turning Point USA people saying, what is happening? Why is he on this stage? Standing against everything that Charlie believed in. That's what you're doing. You're standing against everything that Charlie believed in because you weren't his friend. He didn't like you for that very reason. I look at you and I just think you are such a little worm. I can see you right now, probably. What can we get out to her? We're going to sue her into bankruptcy again, right? Sue her for every infraction, every word that I don't like, and every time my feelings are hurt. Because what you really believe in is Baal Berith. That's what your people believe in. You believe that you are contract lords and that people are not allowed to violate contracts or you will ruin them for years. You fire someone and you effectively stalk and harass them for years after. I'm here to let you know that I'm done with it. I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world. I know you're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christus King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew. And I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all Black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals, that they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way that he treated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy.
You know what? Maybe I misjudged Candace, because you do have to respect. Candace has been talking about the Jews for like a long time now, and Candace has never done the Talmud like mic drop. Like, I feel like Candace in retrospect, you know, she may have said a bunch of crazy things about Charlie Kirk, and most of that stuff probably isn't true. But like, the fact that she was so patient to wait to do the Talmud mic drop on Ben Shapiro for this very moment, you have to admire just the absolute discipline and restraint on that, because you know this has been in her head for like ever and ever. This is not something she just stumbled upon in the last couple days. Like, she figured this out, and she took it and she put it in her back pocket, and she has been waiting for the right moment to drop this on Ben Shapiro's like fucking yarmulke. And it's beautiful. It's amazing.
That he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. Question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular? How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. He's one of these belly creatures, sliver on. The question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant? It's an open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. Take a listen to what Tucker Carlson had to say when he hit the stage.
The prediction that, you know, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, you know, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, you know, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole like Red Guard Cultural Revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left, that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where you could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that...
Real, Tucker, real.
I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history. Because
Candace is telling people to wake up to the Jews. Oh. This is about to go real bad for Candace. Listen, man, and I don't like to see it. I'm on Candace's team on this particular issue, not on the Charlie Kirk stuff, but like on this particular issue. I don't disagree with what Candace is saying. It's about to go real fucking bad for Candace, though. Listen, there's a reason that I don't talk about this stuff that much. Part of it is that I want to be able to focus on the left because that is my purpose. My purpose is not to talk about the Jews. My purpose is not to be Nick Fuentes. I'll dabble here and there and I'll make a joke and stuff like that because we should be able to joke about these things and it's fucking funny. But like I will not go into the like I have learned my lesson on like just like a couple of things that I'm like it for me. It's not worth putting that particular target on my back because I do want to be able to focus on the left and I want to be able to focus on the thing that like I'm an expert in, and I'm not an expert in Talmudic like doctrine, and I'm not an expert in all things Jewish, even though I may dabble and I may make jokes and I may occasionally post memes about Hitler and all that stuff. Candace is about to step in it like she's never stepped in it before. And, you know, I'm not saying that we're not going to enjoy it. We're going to watch every fucking minute of this. But, like, Candace is about to get her ass handed to her by the Jews. Like, I'm actually kind of terrified for her just a little bit, if I'm honest about it.
Because your quarrel is not with white men, okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians. Right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport. Okay?
True. It was a Jewish sport.
Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They've buried a lot of it, but it's there and you can find it.
True.
I think all of us need to wake up to this because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk knew exactly what Ben Shapiro was and will always be. So again, on your belly, Ben Shapiro. We'll be back after a brief break.
Bro.
All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, help us better mentioned cares like smart take kit health shipping. I should Tax Network US that bombing more building guys on Tax Network convinced me that the going to be one solitary person who has convinced me that the public is justified in looking into Erika Kirk. It is Ben Shapiro. Okay. Didn't like Charlie. You're telling me he's just obsessed with defending the honor of his widow. No, he's fearful. He's fearful of something about Erika Kirk. He just keeps calling out Erika Kirk on stage, demanding allegiance to Erika Kirk. Who are you? Actually, who are you? Why are you in this conversation? Why were you so quick to say that you would pick up his bloody mic and carry on? And didn't you just like fire half of your force that was involved in Daily Wire Kids, only to then drop $1 million on Charlie's show? Again, weaseling your way into the chair when you weren't invited to go on there, but Matt Walsh was, because that's what you do. You wheel and deal behind the scenes to make people think that you're liked. It's embarrassing, really, Ben. It's truly, honestly embarrassing. Why are you not embarrassed to be alive? I don't understand it. Anyways, so his general demeanor is starting to make me think that there's something there, right? The Fort Huachuca thing, it's definitively compelling, I would say. I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University and that you can attend classes there and achieve your degree at Liberty University. Still working to verify that. But Mark Amadei, we're going to get to that, actually, that congressman in a second. Amadei has come out and really kind of not answered where he was on the morning of the 9th. And as I said, I don't know if we can rely entirely on the memory of one person who believes that he saw these individuals. But what I can say is that we verified 1000% that he was where he said he was, that there was a meeting where he says that there was a meeting. We verified that Captain Neff was there, the one that he says was nice, but he got questioned for a very long time and they wanted to hold him for 24 hours. So everything else that people are trying to dig up about Mitch, you can just ignore. Okay, that is a distraction, right? The only way that you can help debunk anything that he has said is to say, oh, actually, I was the person that was there. It wasn't this congressman, it was me. Or I was staying at the Candlewood Inn and Suites and I saw this couple or, these two individuals in the hotel as well. And it was actually somebody else. It was my cousin. We are looking only for somebody to debunk those two aspects. Okay. Because he was where he says he was and everything else we have verified. Ignore the noise and stay focused on that note, because we did know that he was going to get attacked by a lot of trolls. And I did tell you we would put together a Give, Send, Go. You can support Mitch at givesendgo.com/Candace podcast. I literally just hit publish on this right before we went live because I realized I hadn't done it. I need to fill out more and a little bit more about his story, but givesendgo.com/Candace podcast to support him. And like I said, I got the paperwork regarding his lawsuits, everything he said about being put on an NDA for 35 years. It is all real. It is all verified. Take my word on it. You don't have to send a bunch of emails and saying, well, maybe this sounds weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all. Okay. Now, regarding Fort Huachuca and what it is, or who he believes that he saw, we told you obviously that he thought that he saw the congressman from Vegas, Mark Amadei. And I will say, regarding the call sign in Vegas, we keep telling you that call sign at various times says Sam 702 or RCH 702. Well, that's Vegas. 702 is Vegas. Talking just about area codes. Obviously, 702 is Vegas. So that could just be obviously a coincidence, but it becomes compelling. Well, Mark Amadei apparently received a ton of phone calls from his constituents who wanted to know where he was. Like, where were you actually on the morning of the 9th? I want to remind you guys, the meeting was concluding at 7:30. We verified his call logs. We verified everything. The meeting was concluding around 7:30 a.m. in the morning on the 9th on Fort Huachuca, at Fort Huachuca. So it is entirely possible. And as flight routes show for planes that did maybe perhaps were in attendance at this meeting, you can get back to DC. You just can, obviously, in that time frame. Well, Mark Amadei tweeted this. He tweeted, for those of you information consumers who are stuck in practices of the old days, who prefer facts to dreams and falsehoods, take comfort knowing that in public service, there is this thing called the public record. The public record on September 8th indicates that I was returning to Washington, D.C. from my district and voting on the floor of the House of Representatives. And on September 9th, in a 12-hour markup in the House Appropriations Committee, of which I am a member, as well as voting on the House floor. Should you prefer video to the words of a member of the federal legislature, please feel free to view the House Appropriations Committee's recording of said event on that date. To quote Ronald Reagan, facts are stubborn things. Merry Christmas. So it's like, whoa, serving up. I was for 12 hours locked into this meeting. And so there I am. There's my alibi. Well, very quickly, the interneted and realized that actually he missed two of the roll calls that happened in the morning and that he was present in the evening or late afternoon. We are still working to verify that. I replied to that feed, but I can tell you what this person posted and showed. Diligent Dennison on X wrote, exposed, Rep. Mark Amadei tries and fails to give a solid alibi for the alleged September 9th meeting with Charlie Kirk's security, Brian Harpole. The rep claims to have been traveling to DC from his district on September 8th, then in a committee meeting for 12 hours all day on the 9th. However, he was not present for roll call until the third meeting in mid-afternoon on the 9th in DC. This means he could have spent the night in Arizona on September 8th, attended the morning meeting on the 9th, and caught a military flight 3 to 4 hours away from the base.
I'm curious how
to make it in
Candace's
time for the
chat
third roll call
reacted
in
to her Ben
DC.
Shapiro
I can't believe you
segment.
tried to act like you were there all
While
day.
watching
Cooked. Cooked at the end there. And they were able to demonstrate, according to record, that he did miss 2 of the roll calls. Now, there might be a reason. Again, we are looking for follow-up. And our goal here is if he has an alibi and he was there on the floor for 12 hours, we would be obviously happy to say that. Like I said, we can confirm every aspect of Mitch's story, but we can't confirm his memory and whether or not he is good with facial recognition. But I do find it to be compelling for a few reasons. One is that I was actually given the travel logs for Brian Harpole, and it is entirely possible that Brian Harpole could have made it for that meeting. I can tell you that definitively. Brian Harpole could have made it to that base for that early morning meeting. There is no question. And obviously, in the interest of making sure that I'm not misrepresenting him, I have now reached out to Brian Harpole twice. I have his number because he was Charlie's security. I went on tour with Charlie for years, messaged him and know that he received it according to iMessage. I messaged him again. I messaged him, just so we're clear, before we went live yesterday, and I messaged him again since, and I asked him, hey, look, we're only in the interest in telling the truth. If you were somewhere that morning, let us know and we'll clarify that. You would think that he would jump at opportunity, because why would you want to have people even thinking or surmising that you could have been at this meeting when you can easily debunk it? We got crickets from him. Again, it could turn out that it was a Brian Harpole lookalike. It is totally plausible that he just mistook someone's identity, and I am totally open to that and just looking for more information. There was one person who we are vetting who believes that they have evidence that the people that Mitch saw were in fact on that base on that date. We will keep you guys obviously posted on that. Now, something else interesting happened. I have been sending, just so you know, when I send Mitch stuff that's happening and I'm trying to guess who was there or who wasn't there, I don't give him the context when I send him pictures. So when he first described the congressman, described the person's height and their, glasses, this or that, I had sent a few congressmen. He was like, no. And then we landed upon the Las Vegas congressman. We did not give him the name. I didn't know his name, to be honest with you. And he went, that's the guy. So it was interesting. And of course, this was before we discovered the planes and the route to Las Vegas. So that was compelling. Yesterday, and genuinely because I was sitting down having a discussion at dinner with Johnny Yep, who runs Catholic for Catholics, and we were sort of discussing everything. And I get this text message from Skylar being like, Ben Shapiro's like on stage. She's just like calling you out again. I said to myself, what is his investment in this? Why do I feel like he's somewhere along the way implicated in something? Let me clarify. I'm not saying he murdered Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't matter if I said that either way. His whole style is to try to sue people out of the free markets because he can't win in the free markets. But yeah, I'm going, what is this? Why do I feel like there's a hook here? And at that time, someone had mentioned to me, hey, did you see what's going viral right now on X? Which is that Erika Kirk lied about having not dated anybody before Charlie Kirk. And actually, I knew that she had dated somebody before Charlie Kirk, and I had never known that she had made that claim, and people were starting to make all of these videos about it and wondering if she had misremembered or whether or not she was telling an intentional lie about her past. Now, what I can say is that there does seem to be disparity between her version of events and other people's version of events. Definitively at that meeting, obviously, I've already intimated that to you, like Andrew Colvett has a memory, Erika Kirk has a memory, and then the surgeon has a memory, right? I should also mention that the surgeon said, and again, this is through a third-party person, so it's on direct line between me and the surgeon, that he absolutely did not violate HIPAA when he suggested, hey, maybe it's a frangible bullet, but rather that it was a three-way call with him and Andrew and Erika. I don't know if he's telling the truth or if Erika's telling the truth and Andrew Colvett was flying blind. But, there's a disparity. And as I was looking at this, I sort of went, oh, wait, yeah, I do remember that Charlie told me about Cabot Phillips dating a girl. For some reason, I thought it was Sammy, the other girl that he had a crush on. And I was like, was it Erika? That's so funny. I'm trying to remember this. And then I saw a picture in somebody's TikTok of Cabot Phillips. I hadn't seen him in a very long time, and he works for the Daily Wire. And he had a beard. And that was the thing that he kept saying to me, as this guy had a beard. He's around 37. Anyways, I sent him the picture of Cabot Phillips, and he says, yes, that's the person I remember being at the base. Now I'm like, that would be totally crazy. Maybe, again, this could be a lookalike. And so I messaged Cabot Phillips and did not get a response. I messaged Cabot Phillips twice today, actually, and asked him if he wanted to have an off-record conversation, because we can't just like take that to the bank. Like I said, I am terrible with faces. So if I saw Cabot Phillips, I had to just from memory, there's like 30,000 other people I would say it was definitely him too. And I can't trust Mitch's vision on this, but it at least is compelling. And I was like, let me do some basic fact checks here. What do I even know about this guy, Cabot Phillips? And I know that he does the Morning Wire up at Daily Wire. And I checked, and he's missing from the Morning Wire. He doesn't do it daily, but he does it enough times that I noticed that he is missing from September 4th to the September 10th on that show. And so I am looking to see, to just debunk or like remove him from the picture, that and maybe to get a clearer understanding that maybe, Mitch thinks he remembers things. I mean, he's super detail oriented, like telling me what kind of watch the person was wearing, because he was like, I was going to go up to him and I was going to say something. But I'm going, I don't know anything about actually Cabot Phillips. And it was very difficult to find any information outside of his father, who I found a lot of information about. Actually, he's a pretty big guy, taking a lot of money from the Adelsons. And he's definitely a neocon. I'll tell you that for free. So I thought, could this be the reason that, in my back of my mind, could this be the reason that Ben's having some sort of a weird spiral? Does he know something? Or is this just a case? And it could be, just be very clear, it could be a full case of Mitch misremembering, but I didn't give him the context. I didn't say this is Erika's ex-boyfriend from 2017. And I just found that to be interesting. And yeah, so I don't know what the reason would be to say that you didn't date someone. You did. And I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand that at all. And the internet did pull this up, which I think we can show that. Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together. There's a lot of social media activity between her and his family. I was also really compelled by how close she is with her cousin, this Nicole Rothstein, who defends her in the comments currently, by the way, and says, Erika, people were asking why it seems like now there's this bend towards Israel. And Nicole Rothstein was like, I'm her cousin. She's half Jewish. I did not genuinely, I did know that she was part Jewish. I don't know about any of this at all, but it is interesting that they had a relationship, and I don't know why that's being wiped from the memory. There's nothing wrong with having a relationship before you find love of your life at all. And so I'm hopeful that we can get some answers. And that's why I asked them publicly. When I can't get answers privately, I ask them publicly. Do you want to know why? Because I have a right to ask questions. And like I said, I don't like the way Ben is signaling that he doesn't want people looking into Erika. Okay. And when people start looking in, they then find that a Daily Wire employee dated her. So that seems interesting, to say the very least. And we should figure out, what's actually going on. Like, what is actually going on? He even says the Mossad. I never once said the Mossad killed Charlie Kirk. So was that by accident? Definitely starting to think in a major way that Israel's got something to do with killing Charlie Kirk. And the Egyptian planes, which we are putting the final touches on, because I don't want there to be even one typo or mistake on this, that we're going to put up on our website. It leads you to Israel. It just does. Okay. There's no question. That's why they were panicking about the Egyptian planes. Fort Huachuca is involved in lawsuits and sworn affidavits regarding 9/11. People who asserted that the prepping for that took place. The vibes are vibing here at Fort Huachuca. The more of it I learned about Fort Huachuca.
Yeah, the vibes
and
are
that's
vibing.
why we open you guys to this investigation to send us tips. And I would like to...
I feel like I now know how ridiculous I sound when I talk about woo-woo things, and I say things like that I'm intuitive, or that I'm psychic, or that I'm empathic. I feel like I now know how ridiculous that sounds. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop saying it, because it's very true. I am extremely psychic and intuitive. But I feel like hearing Candace say the vibes are vibing, I now understand why people might perceive that as crazy. I get it. But my intuition bears out. My intuition is almost always correct, whereas Candace is just insane.
Focus you on what we would like to learn. If you have concrete evidence of what occurred at Fort Huachuca on the early morning of the 9th. We want to hear from you. We do not want an email about what Mitch did in 1993 and why you don't think he's a good person because he had a divorce with his wife. We just don't need that. We do not want an email saying, I'm in the military and it would be unusual for them to allow him to book the hotel. We've already confirmed all of it. He has a literal video of him that's 18 minutes long asking for directions to get to where he's going. We can see in the background where he is. We don't want you to waste your time on that. We have verified everything we could verify about the story. We cannot verify the people. And I just sense that there's something there because Ben is coming undone, and he only comes undone about one topic, and that is Israel. So we will take a break, and I will answer some of your questions.
I want to see.
All right, you guys, you should know that your money that you're unthousands call and if you back this message, Paris were here and it's for you. Add it to your cart, and you will absolutely love it. It really gets into the history of feminism and who brought the plague to people who was just signed copies. Be a book going. To get your intelligence training. Okay, I got it. Okay. Well, we also have new merch on the website, by the way, and that also makes a good Christmas gift. We have fun merch, and we have new merch that's going to be dropping. It's where you can support the show. And I also want to encourage you guys to support Mitch because he has people picking apart his entire life. One person was like, was supposed to make on that the modes of and what are fair. They would be nowhere. That's the Barry Weisses and Ben Shapiro's of the world. They would be absolutely nowhere. I mean, imagine having your dad babysit you and like write mean comments to people on the internet and you're like 45 years old. Like, what even are we talking about? Okay, top comment from last episode. Stephanie writes, why would this man willingly bring hell on himself if he was not telling the truth? I know. And there's so much more about his story. Like when you start reading what they put him through, it's unbelievable. And again, I think that's why so many veterans who have honestly been through these scenarios with the military just wrote so many beautiful emails. I wish I could share them all with him. Many people, by the way, who completely verified what he said about Fort Huachuca. One person who even said, oh, that year I was actually JTF, and he's absolutely telling the truth because of the horses. That part he talks about like the horseback riders, and they told me who the general was and insisted that they all learn to ride horses. So he is very much being supported, and we can do this stuff without support from the mainstream media. Let them keep calling us crazy. I'm okay with that. We would only be crazy if we believed anything that they were saying at this point. Unaffected COVID writes, go Max, Candace, go Max. Thank you for that donation. Chance Callahan writes, as a gay Tennessean and OG Candace stan, I have always appreciated your authenticity and intellectual honesty. I used to have to defend my support of you, but that is no longer. The people are waking up and recognizing who and what is fake and gay. Stay safe and thank you. Yeah, even the way when he tries to like diss me on stage and he's like, retarded. The way he says retarded is like, he's so effortlessly uncool. That's what I want to say about Ben. He's just like effortlessly uncool. So cringe. 8 Birds writes, all I want for Christmas is justice for Charlie. Here's a Christmas present for you, Candace. Thank you. I am so grateful for you, and I pray for you constantly. Keep it up. God is using you in a big way. Thank you. And I feel that way. I feel like all of this is us just breaking the shackles. Like there are just the mental shackles that have been put on us, telling us we have to stay in line, that we have to accept this, that we have to believe in this arbitrary authority. And everyone around the world is waking up to it. Like we are just waking up to how absolutely duped we have become as a society, believing that this system is fair when it's so clearly rigged in our faces. And yeah, I just hope that people feel inspired to similarly go Max and stand up against it. And I don't even care about these lawsuits anymore. I mean, Ben's going to get me a legal letter so fast. I don't care, man. This is your whole, the Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges and blah, 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 and we'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. Like you heard him on stage. Like I was like literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend like you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Like let me go. Like, please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly, because everything you do is the manufacturing of lies, bullying, getting people to write articles, smearing, libeling. Yeah, it's pretty explicit what kind of people engage in that sort of stuff. So anyways, let me stop telling you guys how I really feel. Let me stop telling you guys how I really feel.
Again. What kind of people engage in that stuff, Candace?
Pieces. And yeah, I just hope that people feel inspired to similarly go max and stand up against it. And I don't even care about these lawsuits anymore. I mean, Ben's going to get me a legal letter so fast. I don't care, man. This is your whole the Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges and blah, blah, blah. And we'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. Like you heard him on stage. Like I was like literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend like you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Like let me go. Like, please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly, because everything you do is the manufacturing of lies, bullying, getting people to write articles, smearing, libeling. Yeah, it's pretty explicit what kind of people engage in that sort of stuff. So anyways, let me stop telling you guys how I really feel. Let me stop telling you guys how I really feel. AU Basri writes, damn, let her cook. Nam writes, I might not be rich, but this is for the joy you gave me for calling out Mini Benny out for his Napoleon complex. I haven't had a laugh that good in a while. Thank you. Go Max, stay Max. Guys, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg in terms of what that man has put me through.
Let
because
it all
I
out,
survived.
Candace.
Like literally, it's
Let it
like
all out.
that's why I say
Say
it's
it.
a slave owner
Say it.
mentality. It's very obvious that that's what it is.
Here's what Candace needs to do. Candace needs to switch gears. Candace needs to let go of the Charlie Kirk stuff. She needs to say, listen, I'm declaring a truce with Erika. We're trying to move on, whatever. I'm going to play nicely. And Candace needs to focus all of her ire on destroying Ben Shapiro. Candace needs to do like episode after episode after episode after episode after episode, just like doing exactly this to Ben Shapiro, spilling every little bit of tea, saying everything she knows, putting it all out in public, do like every other fucking Jew involved with the Daily Wire, like everyone. That's what she needs to do. She just needs a little redirect. And Candace, I promise you, if Candace does this, she will be the queen of the internet again. We will all love her again. We will all forget. Here's the thing. The internet forgets so quickly. People think that things stay around forever. No, the internet forgets and things lose their meaning. And I'm sure that we will all forgive Candace of being temporarily insane for months and months and months, going down the weird maroon shirts and Egyptian planes rabbit hole. Listen, who hasn't gone off the rails on a conspiracy theory? On the internet. If you are on the internet, if you're a professional on the internet, you are going to go off the rails on a conspiracy theory every now and again. It's just the way it goes. I think that we will all forgive Candace if she just says, okay, you know what? Maybe I took it too far. I'm going to talk about something else now. And she just goes off every single day on Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire and Jewish influence. She would be the queen of the internet again. Everyone would forget. Everyone would forgive her. Everyone would be on Candace's side again. She needs to focus.
Why are you hosting 300 people to fire someone? What is that? Here's what she did wrong. Here's what she did wrong. And I'm just like the one who doesn't even flinch. Because literally F you. Yeah, literally F you. I don't care. Stop. Yeah. Kanye was right. He was totally right. That's why he burned down his life and said, I'd rather rebuild it than let you own 1 ounce of it. And when you do rebuild it and they don't own it, well, then you get into a scary territory, right? You get into a scary territory because what they are willing to do to take when they can't earn it, it's very scary. History tells us and shows us. A KXH writes, they're angry that Candace is intelligent, eloquent, beautiful, and stays beating them at every turn. I'm so glad that you spoke up about the racial element of this. You're a role model to us Black women everywhere. Candace, go Max. Yeah, guys, Black people just got to learn your history, man. You got to learn the minstrel shows, who's behind the minstrel shows, and, you know, the truth behind the Jim Crow laws, and who, even when you learn about the Klansmen, I mean, the things that happened. And all they had to do was control our textbooks and keep us all fighting each other. And you're out here talking about what the white man has done. Who do you think tried to genocide the white man in Europe, right? Yeah, take a look at that. I keep telling you, watch that PBS documentary that they came after me hardcore for speaking about. What the savage piece? Yeah, those are your ancestors, guys. Yeah, you are European, like white Europeans. These are your ancestors, and with
Hey, we got a super chat from Malcolm. I used to view her as someone with a modicum of common sense. 5 hours later, you know what? Like, listen, Malcolm, everyone goes insane every once in a while. Appreciate the money. Thanks, bro.
propaganda, they basically mow the lawn. They get you as white men to sign up and agree to murder white men on the other side of the world. It's white men murdering white men, and for different reasons being propagandized. Wake up. Like, we all need to wake up and lock arms against sheer evil. And the military industrial complex is sheer evil. And the psychological games they are playing with people, they're playing on people, is sheer evil. What Charlie was going through in the end, because of Jewish donors threatening him, I'm going to take everything. If you even let Tucker speak over speech, is sheer evil. It's despicable. Somebody should apologize for it. Instead, they go, we'll buy our way, and Benny will sit near Charlie's chair, and we'll pretend he was his friend. We can just buy everything. We'll buy your compliance. No, actually, our answer to that is no. Christy writes, and that midget horse she rode in on, LOL, I love you, Candace. And I mean it, like, really, I mean that. And I know I probably am most definitely going to have to confess, but I have taken the high road enough, and I'm sick of the lawfare. Stop showing up to my house because you do things to me. Imagine doing something to someone and then demanding they apologize for it. It's totally crazy. And I extended every courtesy, you guys. I extended every courtesy. My husband really said, let's do the Christian thing. But I realized you can't really do.
Hey, thanks for the $20 Rumble Rant. Appreciate it.
Christian thing doesn't work with people who hate Christ. So if you're a good Talmudic Jew, as he always says, he's a Talmudic Jew, you will understand once you get what's in that Talmud, exactly what he means and exactly what he thinks about you. It's important that you understand that. 8 birds. Oh, sorry. 7 Sheets writes, what a year. You deserve a break, but we'll be waiting. You deserve Journalist of the Year for just not being by fake and gay. God bless and be safe. Thank you guys so much. Herbster writes, our new motto in Candace's 2028 presidential campaign slogan should be, today is another great day to go Max. It would just be go Max. I would never run for president. I hate everybody that's in DC. I hate their values. I think they are despicable, and how they have acted since Charlie has been assassinated. I hate that they are embarking on this psychological campaign to try to make us believe that what happened that day was normal. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has not made me lose faith in the Lord. And in many ways, I see everything that Charlie wanted. I understand that he knew he was going to die. And I understand that it has to be me that defends him and exposes this entire matrix to the world. So anyways, you guys, I think I've said enough today. So we'll see you whenever we see you. I will communicate. We might do something next week. I know I owe you guys a book club, but.
All right, Candace. All right. Well, Candace L on the Charlie Kirk stuff, like massive L. I gave it all the energy I could give it. I just couldn't get there with her. So Candace L on the Charlie Kirk stuff, but massive Candace W at the end. Matt, like, she brought it right. You know what? Like, listen, never count Candace out. She's a Taurus. She's never going to let go of things. And so, you know what? Like, I guess we'll see where we go from here. And I hope that Candace just focuses her ire on the place that it should be focused, which is, of course, the Jews. And with that, it is 11 o'clock my time. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. I'm pretty drunk because I didn't really eat today. And then I had 3 apple ciders of varying alcohol. And so I'm going to go make some dinner. I'm going to go make something to eat. And that's what I'm going to do. I will be back for Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. and we will watch something awesome. Remember, if you got a gifted channel membership today, you are obligated to come to Socialism Saturday tomorrow. We will watch real radical revolutionary socialists and we will discuss what they're doing. And with that, I take my leave and I will see all of you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.